And we are live. All right, let's check the YouTube stream, make sure everything looks golden. Bad time to be streaming since HCS is going on right now, but hopefully there's some folk that will show up for this little meager thing we got going on. Yeah, okay, things are looking good. Let me know how the audio sounds, guys. Will this include split screen, says Pixel Gamer? No, we will not be playing Halo 5 split screen. You know, Halo 5, a game known for its very fun split screen mode. Unfortunately, the fun will have to be put aside for another day when it comes to split screen. We'll just be playing solo here. I mean, look, they got the co-op option right there. Why are you torturing yourself, you poor soul, says Gary the Neutral. Hello, early morning spectating. I'm trying to think of a way to spin early morning gaming. Early morning backseat gaming? No, you know what? Yours was fine. We'll stick with yours, okay? Let me lower the volume, though, on this here monitor. Hey, Frozen Fire is here. He says he cannot stay for long. That is perfectly okay. Halo was killed by the Guardians. Yeah, an interesting word choice that they went with. Okay. Everything is good to go. We are going to start the campaign from the beginning. We'll play on Heroic. We are going to be playing, though, with a couple of skulls. Just a couple of skulls that I actually do think make the game more fun, and I will explain why. But let's wait for some more folk to come in. How are you all doing? Okay, there we go. Guardians are such a bizarre concept. Within Halo 5's bubble, and like the 343 interpretation of the lore, around this time at least, the Guardians, they make some amount of sense, I guess. It's the idea being like, okay, 343 during the Reclaimer saga, their huge focus was that the Forerunners were actually a very, like, controlling society and kind of saw themselves as the galaxy's police, keeping the peace for everybody, whether they liked it or not. And so the idea of having massive machines that can just teleport in the orbit of a planet and then EMP it and disable all electronics on the surface of the planet. It's basically a peaceful way of disarming an entire planet, whether, you know, in the event that there's an uprising. So it makes some amount of sense. But it's definitely, I think, a very kind of like... It's a little bit silly when, you know, you see this massive thing and it's like, it just turns off your Wi-Fi, you know? It would have been a little bit cooler if it, like, shot laser beams, deployed sentinels and stuff like that, but I get that thematically it makes sense within the context of the Reclaimer Saga's Forerunners and all that stuff. We are playing Halo 5's campaign. Come join. There we go. All right. I loved the locations of the story, but the writing was pretty bad. Some of the locations were actually pretty interesting. I think some could have used a little bit more time to cook in the oven. The ghost ship level, the second level of the campaign, I think is like, it is so... It was in the home stretch to being an iconic Halo level. All I think it needed was a little bit more time to finalize the idea. Because it was named Ghost Ship during development, and the idea was supposed to be abandoned spacecraft, dark, sinister Oni secrets, and unfortunately, I think a lot of that was overshadowed. Some of it was because of the aesthetic of the level, you know, just like the general art direction of the level, but I also think some of it was just kind of like the banter and the focus that the player was constantly pushed in. Or the direction, I should say. I do think more could have been done to really sell the idea of an abandoned spacecraft lost in God knows where. But, normal mode. Alright, guys. Are you watching HCS, LNG? Well, not at the moment. Who's winning currently? Here we go. Let's start with the first level of the campaign, Osiris. What I don't get is how the Forerunners never even used the Guardians against the Flood, unless I'm missing something. Well, because the Flood don't operate on an electrical grid, I would assume. They operate more on an undying hunger for flesh. So this cutscene, listen, I'm not gonna bash the game too much, okay? Because I think it would actually be fun to explore some of the interesting ideas. I will say though, this cutscene doesn't make any sense. I could not begin to tell you when this cutscene took place, what the context was. So it's like, okay, Halsey enters her lab. Halo 4 Cortana is standing there.
Once this is over,
Locke needs to kill them, or Oni wants to kill. Like, Halsey is just saying stuff that will not matter in the future. None of this is relevant. So, like, that whole cutscene that you just saw there, none of it mattered. I'd assume that that was her getting Cortana for Noble, just because it's like that same AI carrying thing. But that's not how it happened. We saw that in Reach. Cortana was purple at the time, and she did not look like that. So I couldn't tell you when that cutscene takes place. I couldn't tell you what the voiceover was about. Just kind of confusing. But here we go. Intro to the campaign.
Fire Team Osiris. Over the last 72 hours,
It's also a little bit interesting because after Halo 4, 343 took on a lot of reception that, like, the cutscenes were boring for general gamers. People were skipping them, especially in a co-op environment. It was just kind of like, you know, boring people talking and a lot of drama and stuff. And what 343 wanted to do then for Halo 5 was to use cutscenes mostly for establishing the context of the level you're about to jump into. And then concluding cutscenes being the bookend to that level. And you can definitely see it here. There isn't like a lot of, it's very fast. Like lots of exposition happening, lots of build-up, lots of excitement. You think of the way that Halo 4 started and how slow it was. Versus this, where it's like the opening to an Avengers movie. Yeah, and this is definitely, look, boom, da, 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 like the unmotivated, kind of weird out-of-nowhere title card drop that didn't have, like, any editing build-up or anything. It just kind of popped on the screen. That was a weird thing that Hollywood was doing at the time. The first time I noticed it was actually Avengers 2. What happened in that movie was Tony Stark just, like, grabbed a staff. And it was just kind of like this standard shot. And once he grabbed it, it just, bam, immediately popped to the title card with, like, no fanfare or build-up. And it reminded me there, too, where it's just suddenly the name of the game popped up on screen without any build-up. It was just a weird... And then also here, the one long, unbroken action opening to the movie. It was another thing that Hollywood was doing at the time for some reason. Again, Avengers 2. Which, during the development of this game, from what I understand, they also were using the Marvel movies as a huge inspiration for the portrayal of Spartans. Like Tony Stark's suiting up sequence, his first flight, the holographic displays inside of his helmet. Those were a huge inspiration for how the Spartans were being portrayed in this game. And it does kind of show. This feels kind of like 4 Iron Men flying around. Use them reward points. Oh, believe me, I will. Yeah, this isn't my favorite cutscene, but... Here we go. I forgot who animated this. I stumbled upon his art station a little while ago, the guy who actually animated this opening bit, but... Alrighty. Level has started. Fireteam Osiris. And they're making some good use. I believe some of these like animations here were actually repurposed from Halo 4 after the crash at the beginning of that game. And you can also see here that there was some effort done to kind of address some of the criticisms people had with the Halo 4 design of the Covenant. Obviously, it's still like the same creatures, but you can see that like the grunts, for example, they're more crustacean. They're not very lizard-like, they're more crab-like, because that was a big criticism at the time, is the Covenant were supposed, or the grunts were supposed to be kind of like crabs. You can also see now they have undersuits. They're not just butt naked from the legs down. Yeah. Just some subtle tweaks. But this looks awesome, by the way, on an Xbox Series X. On the Xbox One, the base console, the bigger set pieces like these, I remember them actually not looking that good. Just because, like, the frame rate obviously stayed consistent, but it was like the resolution would dip so low that a lot of the micro detail would get lost in the fuzz. Like, you genuinely could not make out the detail on Locke's battle rifle ammo counter. Like, that's how low the resolution was. All you could see was the 36, but all the micro detail, you couldn't actually see any of it. And so this is kind of interesting. This level, at least. From what I understand, this was not actually supposed to be the first level of the campaign. The first level of the campaign was supposed to be on a moon, if I remember right. Don't quote me on that, okay? I just know it involved Blue Team uncovering a new, basically that the Prometheans were changing. And jumping into this level, something that does kind of confuse me is it's this room only where you fight the Covenant. And then the rest of the level, you're fighting Prometheans. So as like an opening to a Halo game, kind of like establishing the rule set, introducing you to the enemies, their new AI, their new weapons and stuff, it's a confusing level. It feels like you were dropped into maybe the third or at least second level of a campaign, just because there's a lot of like shake-up happening. It's a little bit odd as an opening to me, at least. But it is effective, though, at kind of like tutorializing some of the Spartan abilities. Like, look, lots of climbing going on right here, because this is the first Halo game to actually have a climbing mechanic. So there's like you chase those guys, and you probably noticed here. Let me back up my checkpoint a little bit. This is a fun little detail. If you don't want to do the first ledge, you can actually home in on the first one there. Let him teleport away. Ah. Here, let me try one more time.
All clear.
You can ride him up the cliff just a little bit. There. You see right there, you home in just a little bit. It's silly, but I caught that pretty early on when this game launched. We're introduced some Forerunner weapons. They clearly want us to use it because they're positioned right there. Spartan charging, you know, all that. It's like, here's your new abilities. This is the gimmick of the game. And then for some reason, there's just like a storm rifle laying right here, and I'm not quite sure what that is for, but you know, there's a carbine down here. It's just, I don't know, like the level, this level is paced very kind of like sporadically. Like there's weapons just all over the place. I think of like Halo 1, how the first weapon you get is the pistol. And then you get the assault rifle. Then you're able to pick up the Covenant weapons once you kill them. Then you're introduced to grenades, you know, and the overshield, like gradually, bit by bit by bit. And And that's typically the way Halo does things, is it doesn't throw a billion weapons to you immediately. It eases you into different weapons and even sets up encounters for you to test out those weapons. But this campaign just kind of, I mean, the level starts with just like a graveyard, you know, of Covenant everywhere and all of their weapons littering the place. Yeah, so pretty decent opening as far as like action set piece spectacle and stuff. Maybe a little bit messy on like the mechanical stuff. I remember being a little bit disoriented with this first level. But, you know, that could have been the point, to kind of like open the game strong, make it feel like you're jumping into the middle of the campaign for action purposes. What I am doing is I'm playing this campaign with the skulls that give enemies more health and raise their resistances to things. The reason being is because I actually like the AI living a little bit longer, kind of like the older Halo games. Because in Halo 4 and then definitely Halo 5 and Infinite, all of your weapons have way more range than they used to, and they're a lot more lethal than they used to be. So AI tend not to actually live long enough to do anything interesting, versus the Bungie games. So I like to keep those skulls on, just so like the AI can like run around, you know, say some quotes, they can reposition, do their thing. I need to do my thing a little bit more. I can't just kind of sit behind cover and aim down my sights my way to victory, you know. I think I've also got my sensitivity set a little bit too high, so I'll adjust that. But how are you guys doing? I would like to have Halo 5 on Steam. I would as well. I think having every Halo game kind of preserved on Steam would be in everybody's interest, you know? Even the ones that weren't necessarily the most popular. The vaulting animation on Halo 5 is smoother than the Infinite one. Is it? I think it's exactly the same. It's slower in Halo 5. In Halo Infinite, it's a lot faster. But one thing I will say is what does complement this animation is the screen shake. Or screen tilt. Halo 5's screen, or Halo Infinite screen shake, I think there's a bug with it. I think it's broken. It doesn't play at the correct frame rate. And it's also just generally, I don't think it looks very good compared to this game. So it doesn't surprise me that most people have screen shake turned completely off in Halo Infinite. And in this game, the screen shake is so kind of like natural feeling that there really isn't a reason to turn it off. Well, you can't turn it off, but, like, you don't necessarily ask for the option just because it feels good, you know? I think the Promethean weapons are better than Halo 5, in Halo 5 than Halo 4. They're more unique. I don't think they're too unique in this game, to be honest. Like, this weapon and the bolt shot, the little pistol, they're more or less the same thing, with the only difference being their fire rate. And there's already, like, the homing weapon, you know, in the Needler. So it's just kind of like more homing weapons. The scatter shot is kind of exactly the same. The light rifle feels very, very much the same. Look at this. This is interesting. So the light rifle, the holographic pop-up on its scope is gone. And there's a couple other Promethean visual effects that are just like this. See, now it's back. I think it's related to the Kraken. Something about the Kraken being in the level here, it's a little bit too much for the engine to handle, so it'll just deactivate certain effects, such as the Promethean scope. Look, there you go. Did you just see it? It just vanished. That was a problem on the base Xbox One during certain campaign bits, and I don't know why it's still present, like that kind of, you know, performance saving measure here on Xbox Series X, but I remember seeing that launch night of Halo 5, coming home from GameStop at midnight, installing the game on my Xbox One, and that was one of the first things I noticed in the level, was where'd the holographic display go? It was there a second ago. Let's pick up the storm rifle and goof off with it for a bit. Hey, LNG, says Dylan Bacon. Maxing out the Halo 5 engine from when it was on Xbox One. Yeah. And there's also a couple other oddities, which I don't think do Halo 5 any favors, because Halo 5 can look pretty cool in motion, but that choice to limit the frame rate of entities beyond the player, it wasn't a good choice, like a good optimization choice, and it sucks that wasn't kind of like removed when it got the Xbox One X enhancement. Because seeing them over there, they look like sprites because their animations are so choppy compared to the actual frame rate of the game. Because Halo 5 has like some really good character animations, especially the like these guys. They're not my favorite enemy in a Halo game, but their AI is actually really expressive if you just kind of like goof off with them a little bit. And you don't ever really notice it just because the frame rate on their animations are too low. Yeah, for those of you just joining, we are playing the Halo 5 campaign. We are using the skull that gives all enemy AI more health and also raises their resistance to things. And we're doing that just so that the enemy AI is alive a little bit longer, so we can like see their AI do interesting stuff, because I think they die a little bit too quick. Show off some of the assassinations. We can do that. We can try to at least. Come on. Where is he? Nope. Okay. He was in a wall, so I don't think the game was gonna let me do that. Maybe the Kraken has an EMP that disables lights. That's true. That's possible. Come on, just let me assassinate one of you. Here we go. That's a good animation, right? What sucks is the Prometheans, their death animation was actually downgraded pre-release. If you go look at the Xbox demo for Halo 5 that was at E3 in 2015, the Promethean soldiers, they actually had ragdolls associated with them. So they would fall over, and starting from the point that they were shot at, that would begin to disintegrate. And as their ragdoll is flopping around, the rest of their body would begin to disintegrate as well. And it was a very pretty looking light show. And for the final game, they actually just twinkle. They just completely simplified it down to just that. And it really disappoints me. Because in that demo, you could actually see like a ground pounding, Spartan charging, and like throwing their bodies around as they were disintegrating. So it kind of looked like there were just like rolling fireworks all over the battlefield as the Prometheans were just kind of thrown around in the middle of disintegration. It looked really cool. Okay. Oh, you know what? Crap. Hang on. Crap. Are we stuck in here? No. Okay, good. This is an oddity that I also noticed. So look, come over here. Completely empty, right? Like the skies are completely empty. Battle seems to be over. There's a crashed ship over there, but as far as action goes, but if you come over here, in plain view, by a data pad, as well as an elite that is not positioned correctly, so he will spawn stuck in the floor. I don't remember it being like this at launch. I think that some patch actually introduced this bug, and 343 just never fixed it. But that's pretty rough. In fact, I wonder if that's supposed to be the location of the cutscene at the end of the campaign. Or the campaign mission, at least. I'm not sure. Yeah, but you're supposed to come over here to access this data pad, and it's, like, right there. But this open sky right here, keep that in mind, that there's nothing going on over there. And now, let's run into this tunnel. Do you think 343's UR Forerunner was literal? I think so. I think so in the context of Halo 3's campaign.
Jul Mdama is an opportunist, not a leader.
Inheritors of all they left behind. And now look. Suddenly there's a battle going on.
Break a little faster if you ask me.
We're close to Halsey's position.
Yeah, just a little bit odd, like really messy. You know? Okay, they also want us to pick up this data pad here. They just announced a third-person game mode for Halo Infinite. Nice.
Running the other through the system revealed it contains a similar design to an ancient Sangheli symbol.
Halo 5 is so damn good looking compared to Halo Infinite. Oh, I think Halo Infinite looks much better.
How this relates to the
Halo 5 has better color balancing, I think. Like the blues and the reds look really nice. But on a technical level, Halo Infinite looks infinite, no pun intended, infinitely better. Look. No shadows. Also look at the gun. No shadows. No matter what direction I face, the gun does not cast shadows, and the Spartan lock doesn't cast shadows onto the surface of the gun. That's something Halo Infinite doesn't have.
scans of new forerunners. One is completely new. Running the
What's going on? Why isn't this, there we go. Hey man, just wanted to say I love your evolution videos. Currently fighting elite bosses in Halo 5 firefight while watching the stream. Keep up the great work. Good luck! I hope you're able to get them. Halo 5... Halo is a linear game, but it only works if you go through... If you stay in the previous area, the simulation breaks. Oh yeah. Well, that's the case for any linear game. If you just stop and treat a level like a video game level, you'll notice all sorts of problems. You've got to kind of turn off parts of your brain that are analyzing things. The Knights were such a cool concept. I'm not even sure if the concept was cool outside of Forerunner Robot, because the actual lore of them is pretty messy and doesn't make a lot of sense. And the design doesn't really look like something that the Forerunners make. You know, it doesn't really follow the established design language of Forerunner constructs. But in Halo 5, what I will say, this Knight feels like a Halo enemy. In fact, it feels kind of more like a respectful nod to the hunters than the actual hunters in this game. The reason being that, like, I think that what makes a hunter fight really fun in a Halo game is that from a distance, and when they're moving, they're fairly dangerous. They can defend themselves, but they have a very exploitable weakness, and if you exploit it, they'll go down quick. Which they removed in Halo 5 because they wanted them, you know, to be a little bit more boss fight-like. So they, you know, a little bit more tanky. It's very hard to get behind them. They're very fast. You can't really get close to them either because of how deadly their melee attack is. Versus the older games where it's like, you know, they're dangerous at a distance, but if you can get close, they're pretty bumbling, and that's their weakness. And the Knights, what's really cool about them is I like that they have that glowing weak spot, and if you take it down, you have a moment where you can end the fight early. And if not, it keeps going. And I think that that's pretty cool. And that aspect of the Halo 5 Knights I actually miss. I think they had a pretty solid combat loop in this game.
What is the problem?
There are several. Would you like to discuss the finer points of casual reconciliation?
More human sarcasm.
So you have learned something from me, Jul.
Also, that bothers me so much. Jul Mdama saying, more human sarcasm. Like, what are you talking about? You know how sarcastic the elites were in the original trilogy?
Seems your fingers are an open rebellion.
These are my elites. Your lives, their lives matter to me. Yours does not. That makes two of us. And then, grunting at him. Like, come on, man. It's implying that, like, sarcasm is something completely alien to the elites. And it's like, no. And here comes the end of the Spartan Ops story. This, I remember the night that Halo 5 came out and I got to this level. There was like an alarm went off in my brain during this cutscene. Because I was like already kind of like discombobulated by how fast the opening level was, like how much stuff was going on. But then killing Jul Mdama, because I had also done a complete run-through of Spartan Ops. I beat all of them. I watched all the cutscenes. I was so hyped. I even had a Jul Mdama toy. And I even drew a picture of Jul Mdama in my sketchbook, which I shared to Twitter back in 2015. And Bonnie Ross actually retweeted it, which was pretty cool. And then a week later, I saw that cutscene and I was like, huh? And then the cutscene just ended. It just faded to black. I was like, what's going on? And the stars behind the ship look so low resolution. I'm just like, what's going on? Slow down, slow down. This is happening way too fast. Why is she missing an arm now? Because in Spartan Ops, Palmer shot off, or she didn't shoot off, but she shot Halsey in the arm. And I guess it's supposed to be that the elites, their medicine isn't as advanced as ours, so they just chopped off her arm and then sanitized it. So now she doesn't have an arm.
How far has it already gone?
Good work, Osiris. What do you think that's about?
But then here's another one where it's just cutscene over. Awkward fade to black. It really weird pacing for the cutscenes in this game. Like, fade back in, and okay, I guess we're here now, and Chief's hands are Z-fighting, because this cutscene is taking place very far out from the level. Like, look at his hands wiggling around. First game with blue team in it.
Since we were in boot camp.
He's fine, Fred.
This many missions non-stop isn't fun.
You finished the first mission? We did.
Sierra 117 to infinity. Blue team is located.
Why did they turn the elites into brutes? It's such a confusing change. Well, I think, in Halo 4, what they were trying to do was they were trying to build off of the design for the elites in Halo 3, where they were a little bit more hunched over, as well as not including playable, more Z-fighting hands. They're just wiggle, wiggle, wiggle. As well as, now that they didn't have to worry about playable elites, they just wanted to bulk them up, make them more monstrous, more scary looking, more overgrown, more lizard-like. Just really trying to lean into the alien look of the aliens. But then, oh my god, did you see their shoulder pieces were wiggling around all over the place? But, with Halo 5, what I think is a little bit confusing is they went with more of a light-hearted direction for the story, a little bit less serious after Halo 4. But all of these designs, I don't think they match the tone of Halo 5. Because it's still like that super alien, super hostile, super aggressive look. When the elites are speaking like their own language in Halo 4, the design matches. But when they're speaking English in this, they just seem too lumbering, I guess. It's just a consequence, I think, of keeping the design. Okay, it's not Z-fighting, it's a floating point imprecision. Gotcha. Thank you. Yeah. I saw some people saying, like, oh my god, it's attention to detail in the cutscene. Chief's hands are shaking because he's so sad. And it's like, no, it's a graphical bug. It's a graphical bug that is that is the Halo series is not unfamiliar with.
Turn this station to
It happens a lot in Halo 1 as well as Halo 2. And it's pretty wild that they showed it so prominently in the cutscene for this campaign. So this is Welcome to Ghost Ship, the second level of the campaign.
They lost years of expensive R&D with this station.
We've got a very odd green filter over the screen. But if you come over here, you can access like kind of like the station's log and stuff to try to see what's going on here. The context behind this level is that Oni was doing experimental weapons research on how to target specific members of the Covenant. So they were trying to engineer a bioweapon that would only attack the nervous systems of Covenant members. Like they were conditioning it to work on jackals by like studying their biology and tuning, releasing samples of the virus. And some of that becomes clear as we get deeper into the facility. But as you can see, something went wrong. The bioweapon escaped containment before it was, finalized, and so it just killed everybody on board. And so we've got spooky, scary skeletons everywhere.
What do we know about the experiments they were doing here?
We don't. And we don't ask.
But I'd keep your helmet on tight.
And also, Chief continues to not cast shadows on himself. Look, the light is right there. Look at this. You can't see the shadow of Chief falling over the gun. It's just like... It's not just Halo 5, by the way. There were a lot of games during this period that had kind of like this problem where there just was no self-shadowing. But after it was pointed out to me, it's very distracting. Because Halo 4 actually did have self-shadowing. So that's a bit of a downgrade. Oh, and the Halo 5 beta had self-shadowing as well. Hey, Dylan Bacon just used an emoji of some bacon, which is pretty cool. Watch this. Boom. Halo 4 assassination animation. Boom, another one. Here, let's turn on some subtitles, actually, for those of you who also want to kind of follow what's being said. So, if you want to, you can go up there through the air ducts, where you get access to a shotgun right here. You can drop down right here, or over there. Or if you want, you can just straight up go through there and, like, cause a bunch of chaos. See, if you come over here, there's an elite waiting right there for you to just drop on him. I think I'm going to go up here, because not a lot of people go this way. These are all subtle things that didn't matter to me. It's okay. They mattered to me, because previous Halo games had them, so it was kind of a little bit jarring to see them not in this. But that's okay. Sometimes I would just stand around in game to hear the dialogue between members. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff in this game, actually. If you stop what you're doing and just let chatter happen, the AI will actually talk amongst themselves, and they have some interesting stuff to say. It's more like a lore building, context building for the level that you're in. It's some neat stuff. Go, and we've also got the SMG, which at the time, this was the first time that the SMG was usable since Halo 3 ODST, which is pretty cool. And for all of like the design changes for a lot of the weapons and stuff, and especially this thing, which is like a Space P90, it is at least cool that even though this thing doesn't really look like the Halo SMG, the silhouette of it is the same. You can see the weapon cradle up at the top of the screen, and they kept the silhouette exactly the same, which is pretty nice. Yeah, the jackal shields look really pretty in this level.
Data center.
Good lord, he really just ate that shotgun. Yeah, he ate the shotgun because I'm using the skull that gives enemy AI more health, because I want them to be doing their own thing, you know, running around a little bit more.
Data and current population map.
Should be a straight shot to central control through the assembly bay ahead. There's still prowlers in the hangar bays. Nobody from Oni got out of here alive, did they?
No.
Let's go.
I love how the vent just ended there. Like, it definitely doesn't work as a vent. Yeah, it doesn't work as like a, you know, air filtration. That's not what vents are for, but it's okay. It's a level. Now, this is thankfully the point in the level where the ugly filter, the green filter that's on the screen, goes away. You can actually see the color grading start to change as we go down, but
They must be stripping that experimental
some rough textures here, like especially compared to that, which looks a little bit better than like the paint that's right next to it. But
Jul Mdama is a lot of things, but he's no prophet.
does Halo 5 still force you to use the Halo channel sometimes? I don't think so.
Most direct route to the shipyard is
All right.
through the wall ahead.
I forgot if there's something over here. I don't think so. But something that is a little bit interesting is throughout this campaign, Master Chief was supposed to have like kind of surreal visions of the past as well as the future. And a lot of that was actually cut out, except for like one cutscene, which is where Chief sees Cortana. But some people have actually uncovered some of the other cut moments in the campaign, like a flashback to the events of Halo 2, which is pretty neat. But they always ask why Kelly has a British accent in this game. Yeah, doesn't make a lot of sense. In general, I'm not a big fan of actually the casting choices for Blue Team in this game. They all kind of sound like they're, which some of it is definitely, most of it actually, is just voice direction, you know, because they're all talented voice actors and actresses. But they all just sound like they're phoning it in this game. Like Travis, what's his name? Travis Willingham? Something like that, I forgot. I just know him as Knuckles, his voice actor. He really doesn't sound like he cares playing Fred in this game. Here, trade out the, Here, you know what? We'll do a new combo. There we go. Hey, you're streaming again. Nice. Yeah, it is nice, isn't it? The game really deserved to have 4-player split screen, with its large emphasis on MP. Yeah, I wish. The split screen was cut due to time constraints, because Halo 5 was kind of like a mad dash behind the scenes to get Halo 5 finished. There was a lot of stuff that they just had to cut and scale back on because they did not have time, they did not have resources. The way that it usually works in game development is like a year, I want to say, a year, maybe a year and a half before the game even like properly comes out. That's usually, no, I'm not going to say that as well. It varies depending on the studios. I know at least in 343's case, with both Halo 5 and Halo Infinite, obviously they had bigger ambitions for the games. And then what happens is when they feel like they've got the vision in place, producers will then be like, you gotta cut this, you gotta cut this, because budget reasons, but also because you need to hit this release date. So, you know, there was a lot of stuff that they wanted to do with Halo 5's campaign that they were not able to do. And it was kind of a mad dash to even get it done. It was like up to the wire. for getting Halo 5's campaign completed, and unfortunately one of the sacrifices to actually get the game finished was just not including split screen so that those resources could be allocated elsewhere in the development. Otherwise they were going to miss deadlines internally, and the game might have been delayed as a result. You gonna try the third-person mode for Halo Infinite when it comes out? Of course I am. Yeah, babe, they're releasing a third-person mode for Halo Infinite. Yeah. Has there ever been a Halo game, Bungie or 343 made, that didn't have a troubled development? ODST? I think ODST was the one that was relatively smooth. There we go. They didn't have time to implement it in one of the major updates. They definitely tried to force us to pay for gold. No, I'm sorry. I remember Angry Joe came up with that conspiracy theory back in the day that it was some cockamamie scheme to get people to buy more Xboxes or pay for it. And it's like, guys, game studios, they do not work like that, unfortunately. Okay, it's not that cartoonish. What really happened was just that, it was delayed. Or not delayed, it was cut. Because they just genuinely couldn't get it done. I wish it was kind of like a convoluted, cartoonish scheme to get people to spend more money, but, and the reason that it wasn't implemented, later on as DLC was because, well, at the time, they were working on other stuff. Like, do you remember how Halo 5 shipped? It shipped without Forge, Big Team Battle, Infection, scoring and timing, color customization for your emblems. It was also missing accommodations as well as a bunch of other UI elements. There were aiming issues with the game, like heavy aim and stick drift and stuff. There were a lot of problems with Halo 5, and it released fundamentally unfinished. So rather than putting their resources into actually developing and then implementing a split screen mode after launch, they decided to finish up the rest of the game and include all the content that it needed. Wait, is this where the Hydra came from? I thought it was an infinite weapon. Yeah, I know, this ugly fucking thing right here. Yeah, this is what the Hydra used to look like. It's very ugly looking in this game. It was also pretty busted in this game. It's very, very overpowered, and unfortunately it lacks that pretty sweet hip-firing mode that Halo Infinite has, where it completely tears apart vehicles. I do like the Infinite version better. Halo 5 had that janky armor color system too. Yeah, they had to patch in a bunch of extra colors for Halo 5's armor customization. I'm remembering that now. Oh, as well as none of the rec weapons were available in custom games. You could only use them in Warzone, and you could only get access to them by unlocking them in the loot boxes. And that wasn't actually given to players until, I think, like a year and a half after release. Around the same time that support began winding down for the game. Something like that. Do you still wish this game had a lowered reticle? Of course. It's crazy how they repeated so many of the same problems in Infinite too. I would have hoped those lessons were learned with Halo 5. Yeah, me too. So there's nothing we can do about it now, you know. All we can hope is that finally the lesson was learned with Halo Infinite. Like, hopefully, you know, with Halo 5, the game came out, not many heads rolled. Microsoft internally was happy with the performance of the game. you know, because of all the player spending and stuff, as well as the active engagement because of the monthly DLC updates for the game. But, and, you know, because of that, unfortunately, the unfinished nature of the game was excused. Hopefully with Halo Infinite, you know, the amount of headaches that caused. Watch this. Okay, so that's a pretty cool scripted animation with the hunter, right? I'll let it play out for a second, and then I'm going to reset the checkpoint. So you fall into the pit. Crap. Oh, no! Damn it. Okay. Well, I can't do it, because there's a weird delay between pausing the game. Like, if you pause the game and then resume it, you can't immediately pause it. But if you want to ignore that cutscene, all you have to do is just hop into the pit yourself. But, does anyone copy? Yeah, after Halo Infinite kind of, you know, unfortunately went through what it did go through, and then the whole studio got completely rearranged. Like, Bonnie Ross was kicked out, Frank O'Connor gone, Kiki Wolfkill gone, campaign team sacked, bunch of people laid off. Like, I'm hoping that was enough to where now, you know, third time's the charm, basically. Like, they can't do another unfinished Halo release. Hunter was just hidden behind some random boxes. Yeah, I wonder what he was doing back there, the hunter. You guys think he was peeing? Maybe he was just peeing behind there. The lowered reticle was a bug in the OG games, wasn't it? No, it was a deliberate design decision. It was done because, for two reasons, actually three reasons. One reason was because it more accurately reflects a human's point of focus. You know, in real life, we are not looking in the direct center of our vision. If we did, we would be hunched over constantly, like our head would be on our chest. We actually look down a little bit. And then another reason is that it allows for better overhead view. Like, the floor is taking up less of the screen. So you've got basically what's in front of you and what's above you within your field of view at all times. And then a third reason was it was for purposes that aren't really so much of a problem anymore because of field of view sliders, but it was because it does offer a wider field of view.
She's on Meridian.
To have your crosshair lowered than centered.
Cortana.
That's not possible.
You said she was gone.
I watched her die.
Halo Infinite deserved as much sandbox updates as the multiplayer game I paid for. Halo Infinite deserved a lot more. Will you be coming to the HCS this weekend at all? Unfortunately not. I will not be making it. I'm hoping next year. So we're now in the deep recesses of the ghost ship. There's some SMG stuff back there. I think, if I remember right, there's one more weapon around here somewhere. I can't remember if maybe I'm confusing a couple of things together, but this is also an interesting fact. So, okay, you pick up the shotgun, and it's got that flashlight on the end of it that looks a bit more like a milk fog, if that makes sense, because that white, it's there regardless of lighting conditions. Even when you're out in broad daylight, you can see that foggy milk floating in front of the flashlight, and that was actually added after the Halo 5 beta. If you remember Destiny, the way Destiny worked, you know, Destiny came out 2014, and what Bungie did to signal to players that a player was holding a shotgun is all shotguns had a little flashlight on them that was only visible in third person, by the way. And then 343 announced that they were going to be making a change to shotguns, which was adding a little flashlight on the end of them. And another little interesting design choice, which I assume there were a couple of people at 343 that were playing Destiny and they were big fans. When you press B to pick up an object, or X or whatever, RB, you know, whatever button you've got, that little circle that fills up, it looks exactly like the Destiny, like holding square or holding X to interact with your ghost or whatever, and then the circle fills up. And it wasn't there for the Halo 5 beta. And then I noticed for the release of Halo 5, they added it, as well as adding the green, blue, gold, green, blue, purple, gold rarity system for the armors, which was like, what? Like, why are those? What? Like Destiny? It's just interesting. If you had to pick a Halo book to base a game off of, which one would it be? That's a decent question. There's not many that I can think of, actually, because I think, like, Halo books, like, they work well in their book format. And I couldn't imagine many of them making good games. Oh boy.
This area is clear.
Chief.
I'll have to think about that one.
Not enough.
I wonder if the Halo 5 beta can be played again with the recent Xbox exploit release. Oh god, I hope so, dude. It would be so interesting to look back at the Halo 5 beta. Contact artist. That's a good answer. I always felt the classic shotgun and bulldog could coexist in Infinite without the role overlap. Oh, I completely agree. In fact, the bulldog was never even supposed to be the shotgun. The way it was described was the bulldog, it was at one point supposed to be just kind of like a casual wall weapon that you could find, like one that wasn't too impactful. And the idea was make a shotgun that is a lot easier to use, a lot simpler to use, and you can just kind of pick it up and run around and get some kills. Like, just kind of like any weapon, you know, that you find laying around. It was never supposed to kind of be like the new shotgun that you control the flow of the match by securing it early, you know? But then things changed during development. Somehow the Bulldog got elevated to that position. And I don't think it's a position that the Bulldog ever deserved just because of the function of it, you know? Here, so we come out here. Wall weapons. Are we zombies? Well, in Halo 5, sort of. Because they are wall weapons in Halo 5. Or not Halo 5, Halo Infinite. I'm sorry, I misspoke. I would have liked the idea of a brute double-barrel shotgun. If word on the street is correct, it might be coming. It seems like 343 might be actually like revisiting some of those cut concepts for Halo Infinite. You know, digging into their vault, getting them up and running. But God, I hope so. I really, really hope so. Because Halo Infinite, I think, has probably my favorite weapon sandbox since Halo Reach. Like, it's got a very creative sandbox that feels very Bungie-esque in a lot of ways. But I think it's missing some key roles. And the reason that those roles were cut was not actually because of, like, we don't need them. It was more about, this was another thing that's kind of interesting is, you know, Halo Infinite. Halo's long in the tooth as a franchise, and Halo Infinite's goal was to appeal to, you know, a new group of players. They wanted to bring more people in. And one of the ways that you can do that is by designing a game that everybody, veterans and new players, have to learn at the same time. You know, and for the longest time, it's like, it's a Halo game. Okay, we know how the shotgun works. We know how the plasma rifle works. We know how the fuel rod gun works. So they wanted to throw out a lot of classic weapons and introduce a bunch of new stuff that nobody's seen in a Halo game. That way, like, veterans can't just easily stomp all over new players. Like, everyone's kind of learning and exploring this new game together. And that's part of why some weapons, like the shotgun, were cut. In fact, actually, the campaign team, you have them to thank for why the plasma pistol and needler are still in the game. Because at one point, there wasn't going to be a plasma pistol nor a needler. Because I guess the way it was described to me was, behind the scenes, the sandbox lead was not very communicative with the campaign team. He seemed kind of disinterested in the campaign aspect. So, you know, not having a plasma pistol, not having a needler, campaign was pretty freaked out about that, and they were thankfully able to get him to keep the plasma pistol and keep the needler. But one of the campaign guys that I spoke to was really disappointed by the lack of fuel rod gun, because he felt that fuel rod grunts were kind of like an important part of the combat loop. Like, it's a fun unit to fight against. You know, you put a couple of them in a hallway at the end of the hallway, and they're launching these slow volley of fuel rod shots at you. It's just like a fun little moment of, like, you know, dodge the shots, take down the little grunt, pick up his gun, and then kill all the gruntlings that were following him. Watch this animation. I hate this. No, I mean, not that. That's good. But that bash with the energy sword. That's like my least favorite animation in any Halo. Hi, Princess. Who's Link? Is he okay? Does he have a... Okay. Does he have... He doesn't have a thorn in his paw, does he? When did he start limping? Okay, maybe we should... Sorry, guys, hang on. Dog health emergency. Hey, baby, what's going on? We should carry him up and down the stairs. I wonder if coming down the stairs is the hiding place.
We can use the air ducts to reach the reactor room.
You good boy. Okay, sorry. Dog was limping. He seems fine now. I think he... So, this little munchkin here just turned 10. And I wonder if he's... There's some things he probably shouldn't be doing anymore. You know, certain things that he shouldn't be jumping up onto. Oh, he's eating his whimsy, so he's feeling okay. We'll keep an eye on it, honey. And I will start carrying him on the stairs. Okay. Kelly is freaking out. Was Kelly yelling? They all sound like generic pew-pew sci-fi guns. Here's the okay, guys, people in the Halo community. I'm going to say something. They do not sound like pew-pew guns. If they did, they would sound more like classic Covenant weapons. The problem is they don't sound pew-pew. Like, pick up the plasma pistol in this game. It's this weird, like zing, zing, like crackling, like, it's, you know, the classic Bungie sound, it was like a stock sound effect that was just like pew, 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 like just very, very classically laser gun sounding. And the problem with, I think, with a lot of modern plasma weapons is they're trying too hard to make them sound authentic and realistic to how plasma would sound, you know, very gassy, very electrical and supercharged. It's like, no, just make it sound like a pew-pew. Just let it be a little laser. Like, they're aliens. They got laser guns, you know?
Reactor controls are on the far side of the room. Eliminate the Covenant forces and get to those controls.
Like that. I wish that sounded more pew-pewy. Then it would sound a little bit more like a plasma pistol, you know? Big bird. I remember hearing the shield recharge in Halo being used in the Iron Man scene. Wait, what? Is that true? Here, let's ground pound. That was our first time using the ground pound, I think, in the campaign. Oh, yeah, baby, I saw him. He's doing okay, honey. It's all right, honey. He probably hurt himself going up the stairs. Okay, baby? If he wants his whimsy, then that means it's not bothering him enough. And he's starting to move a little bit more now. It's okay, it might be like what happened, you know, when he jumped off the bed. It's alright, honey. We'll see how he's doing tonight. He's not yelping. He seems to be okay. It's alright, I promise, honey. I know you're worried. I love you. He'll be okay. Do you think it's safe to say the elites aren't coming to Halo Infinite? Oh yeah, that's very safe to say. Infinite's plasma pistol sounds pretty good in my opinion. Yeah, it sounds pretty good in Halo Infinite. I wish that they, when you overcharge it, they tuned up the classic hum, because that was added pretty late. The intention for Halo Infinite was not that it was going to have the classic energy charge sound. It wasn't until like a lot of fan requests that they kind of added it in last minute, and you can tell. They were going to stick with that like kind of weird crackling sound. And I do wish that they just kind of, the crackling sound was turned down in the audio mixing, and the volume of the classic hum was made the important aspect of it. Because I do think it crackles a little bit too much in Halo Infinite. Puppy needs a stim pack. Yeah, something like that. He's fine, though. Like, he's got an appetite. He was following her around because she took his dental chew, which are, like, his favorite treats, funny enough. So he's fine. I rubbed his belly. I rubbed his legs, and he wasn't yelping. Okay, so a couple weeks ago, no, like a month ago, he hopped off the bed and he's a Shih Tzu, by the way. So very fat, short little legs. He flopped off the bed because he was having the zoomies, and he was running all over the place. And he hurt his hind legs by doing that, and he was limping exactly like that. And he went up the stairs not too long ago, and like they're pretty long stairs, you know. He has to do like an adorable little hop to get up and down them. And he's limping now, so I think that the stairs maybe are just like a little bit too much for his short little legs. You know, he just turned 10. Oh, you have a Shih Tzu too? Your dogs love their dental treats too. Yeah, oh, thank God that he loves his dental chews. We took him to the vet, and they were like, nothing needs to be done about his teeth. His teeth look perfect. Do you remember the OG Halo 5 battle rifle? Yeah, so for the longest part of this game's lifespan, the battle rifle had an insanely fast fire rate, to the point that you like couldn't tell that it was a 3-burst weapon, and then they actually nerfed it. And with that nerf, they also introduced, you can probably see right there, it's a, not that Halo has never had this, but this is definitely the most prominent. It's a self-correcting vertical recoil pattern. So it's like slower fire rate, but it bounces like boom, 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 and then resets back down. And that I kind of feel like was maybe a progenitor to how they were going to balance the battle rifle in Halo Infinite, which I don't like that also in Halo Infinite. I think it takes away some of the skill of the battle rifle. Because it means that all you have to do is aim for the chest and you'll get a free headshot. Do you care for the storm rifle in the context of this game's sandbox? In the context of this game's sandbox, I think the storm rifle is fine. I do wish that it was weaker against unshielded targets. And I do wish that you could fire it not faster. I wish it was slower, but a little bit more accurate, but the projectiles traveled slower. That way it was kind of like a stand-in for the plasma rifle in previous games. Because I think in this game it feels a little bit too much like an SMG. Because it's like you get up close and personal, you spray a burst into an enemy's stomach and they're dead, regardless of if they have shields or not. And I think something that functioned a bit more like a plasma pistol would be interesting. They should have updated the reload for the battle rifle in Infinite. Yeah. This looks so much better than the Infinite battle rifle reload, especially here. Let's get a full... That looks nice. That is a good reload. A lot better than the one. I'm not quite sure what happened with the Halo Infinite battle rifle. I spoke to an animator. He didn't work on Halo Infinite, but I asked him his thoughts, and he said he suspects that the Halo Infinite battle rifle was maybe done by somebody on a more junior level. Just because he said he noticed a lot of mistakes that feel like they were done by somebody who was not too experienced. Which is okay, by the way, making mistakes. Hey, everyone decided to see what's up. As much as I dislike Halo 5, the abandoned Oni spacecraft level is the only mission I actually liked. This could be the perfect mission for the Flood to come back. Yeah, it's, I mentioned before, this level is probably the, I think it was just a little bit more time and this would have been like an iconic Halo level. Like, they were so close to something really cool with this level. Believe it or not, you can actually destroy the Phantoms in this level. You gotta be fast, though. Crap. Okay, so they fly off and then they shrink away and despawn, but here, let's reset. How's he doing, babe? You're massaging his knees? Does he limp from his feet or his knees or his hips? Okay. Next time he starts walking around, see if you can see where the pain is. If it's on his hips, then I definitely think it was the stairs. If it was his feet, I don't know if he stepped on something. Okay. We're playing detective, trying to figure out what the Shih Tzu did. Poor little baby. Watch this. We're gonna blow up a Phantom. Because the Phantom explosion in Halo 4 didn't look that great. And launch night of this game, one of the first things I wanted to see was if they improved it for this game, and unfortunately they didn't. It still looks pretty rough in this game. There we go. It's just a puff of smoke and it's gone. So if anybody's curious about where the Halo Infinite Phantom explosion comes from, that's where it comes from. It's a holdover from this. You know, I'll even record that. Yeah, 0 debris. And it's probably done for performance reasons, to be honest. Here, we gotta come over here and we gotta open up the cooling vents.
Override controls.
Thoughts on the beetle theme for the Covenant in general? The kind of like insectoid look that they're going for in this game. I'm not the biggest fan of it, to be honest. I think in Halo 5 it works. It works in the context of this game. Like, you know, all of their tech looks like that in this game because the redesigns to the plasma pistol and the various Covenant vehicles. So it all works in this game. But as a look for the Covenant, like the weird pipes on the undersides, the beetly carapaces, I'm not the biggest fan of the look of it for the Covenant. You can tell they really didn't count on you destroying the Phantoms in this mission. If that's the case, why keep these ones destructible at all? I think it's not a matter of, like, keeping them destructible. It's more a matter of, like, just they're a vehicle, so they're destructible. Like, it's just that's how the engine treats them, because they're vehicles. I don't think it was, like, a conscious decision, you know? And it's also entirely possible that at one point there were more kind of like massive set pieces where the Phantoms were going to be used in ways that encouraged you blowing them up. But then those sequences are cut, but the production value put into the Phantoms blowing up remained, you know. Where are the rest of them? Did we get everybody? Yeah, I think we did. I prefer the sleek design from the Bungie games. Yeah, the kind of like shiny silvers and blues. The glowing blue accents and digital lines that go along the bottoms of the crafts and stuff. The reflective metals. That's the look that I go for with the Covenant. I really like that look. But this specific look was designed to be aesthetically pleasing at high resolutions. So it's a lot less like bold, and it's a lot more intricately modeled and very, very complex. Like the longer you look at it, the more stuff you notice, because it's supposed to be seen with, you know, more detail on screen.
There's the hangar entrance.
Prowler is just inside, through an airlock.
It looks like Warframe. It does look a lot like Warframe. Bungie knocked it out of the park with damage states. They look awesome even in Halo 2. Yeah, I'm really disappointed that 343 dropped the damage states. It's technically more complicated, or not complicated. It's more work to have damage states for vehicles than just kind of like applying just a generic damage model to the whole thing. But I do think it makes things come together a lot nicer. Alrighty. We're now at the end of the mission. How's he doing, baby? Okay.
Marking the Prowler's control panel.
Have you already talked about the third-person mode? I mentioned it earlier, and it's cool that it's coming. I'm gonna have to check it out after the stream. Why is it not on the Master Chief Collection? I'd assume the reason it's not is because this third-person mode was made in Forge. It was not actually like something that required a game update, you know? It was something that they just put together in the Forge mode. I always loved the Saw. Guilty pleasure. I don't like the Saw too much, I'll be honest. I don't know, it's a weird thing in my brain, and it might be just me, but LMGs, that's more of like a Call of Duty thing. Halo UNSC, I don't think they should ever have an LMG. Like if you want an automatic weapon with a ton of ammo and stuff, rip a turret off of its hinges and run around with that. I don't know, the Saw for me, both design-wise, utility-wise, like it's always felt really out of place. So I'm fairly happy that Halo Infinite did away with the Saw. Man, 343 really didn't know when to end this level, huh? Your first dose of vehicle combat feels appropriately climactic. I think this level is a pretty good, or this sequence is a pretty good bookend. It's a little bit of like a horde defense moment, you know, like enemies jumping into the room that you're in and stuff. But I don't know, this section never bothered me too much. I think actually the vehicle sequence I thought was a little bit disappointing. Because it felt kind of like you were just in a big room flying around in circles. Where usually like Halo's vehicle sequences, I think of like a Savo Highway, I think of, you know, any vehicle sequence really from Halo 1, where it's usually you flying to a place. You're usually traveling somewhere, so it gives you like a feeling of distance. You know, you're in a vehicle, so you're traveling. Where that kind of felt like we were just kind of like flying around in circles, like we were in a gigantic hamster cage. Which is actually kind of like a problem I have with a lot of modern Halo vehicle sections. Is I think the last really solid vehicle sequence in a Halo game was that Scorpion crawl in Halo 4, in the mission where you find the Infinity. You get dropped off at a place, and then you get into a Scorpion, and you ride the Scorpion to the crash site of the Infinity. You know, and then you go inside, and you have to clear out the hunters. That Scorpion crawl, I think, was probably the last really good vehicle sequence in a Halo campaign. And then no, I'm not going to say maybe, actually. I'm going to say no, because I was going to say that the, you know, riding the Warthog down the hill on Meridian, but there's no other vehicles for you to fight. So that's not really like a proper actual, you know, like vehicle sequence. It's more of just like a set piece, you know, getting the Warthog and drive. I think the Saw was supposed to be like the old CE assault rifle, but then they decided to make it super accurate. I think that the Saw, the reason it exists is just, well, it's a first-person shooter. You need a light machine gun, as well as designing a weapon that is very easy to just run around and get kills with, because the Saw was a kill streak reward in Halo 4. You know? Get a bunch of points, call in your kill streak, run around with the Saw, get a bunch more kills. And then we got the rocket launcher redesign. What did you guys think about the rocket launcher redesign? Like, divorced from the fact it's a redesign of the Spanker, you know, for this game. Like, obviously, the Spanker is the rocket launcher. You know, this thing doesn't come close, baby. But what do you think about it as an in-universe, different design for the rocket launcher? I think this design's pretty good. Like, I could see Sergeant Johnson running around with that thing in Halo 3, you know? I think it's a pretty decent-looking rocket launcher. I'm late. I'm revisiting Pokemon recently. Gen 5, my beloved. It's nice to see you, Mr. Nowhere. I appreciate the $50, sir. Keeps me afloat, keeps the channel afloat, and I'm glad that you are enjoying Pokemon. I'm actually refreshing my brain which one was Generation 5.
You're to return to infinity immediately.
Negative infinity.
Which one did I drop off on? Gen 5. That one was right after Pearl, right? Diamond and Pearl. Gen 5? Diamond and Pearl was the Pokemon game I was super into. Hang on, I'm gonna get myself a drink.
They won't court-martial all of us, right?
I tried to warn you this was happening. Cortana is no longer an asset, Captain. She is a danger. She has access to the Forerunner domain, a galaxy-spanning network
Cortana's
that
alive?
allows her to control whatever devices caused this damage.
How is she? Master Chief believes she contacted him.
No, John must not speak to her.
He's gone in search of her.
You let him go?
How is
Nobody lets the chief do anything. He does what he wants.
Until 0631 this morning, when he was declared absent without leave.
This isn't about the Master
John
Chief.
is not equipped emotionally to deal with her as a threat.
Hey! Is anyone gonna answer me?
You're out of line, Roland.
Yes, sir. But so is everyone else. You created Cortana, Doc.
I'm back,
And
folks.
now you're
What did I
throwing her out
miss?
the airlock with these accusations.
Roland.
You think she tricked the
Oh, we're
Master
on
Chief
this
into
cutscene.
abandoning his post? Respectfully, sir, to what end?
Why is Cortana
Why
the
is
problem?
Cortana the problem?
Because she refused to die when she was supposed to? It's like,
She was supposed to?
no. What's he talking about? I'm sorry, that was a very dumb moment. And I think the only reason that moment exists is because they were trying to set up that AIs were going to go crazy and revolt in the future.
You're okay?
I just think it fell flat a little bit, you know? And then fade to black and it's over.
Every target is just another target, Buck.
For you, maybe.
Why didn't Dr. Halsey get her arm replaced? Yeah, it's weird.
Point and shoot.
This is also something interesting. A lot of weapons in the Halo 5 cutscenes, they're lacking attachments.
Bring them in. Ask politely.
I like this moment.
No.
The hell?
I like props. I like when props are used in cutscenes.
Armor.
And that was just like, that was fun, you know?
Short circuit their suit systems.
I wish that was the armor lock armor ability, though.
Lock.
That would have been a cool, having their armors actually properly go into armor lock.
When they hear about this,
Here's another weird one.
you know that, right?
They're gonna hate us. You know that, right?
You're not the only.
You're not the only one here because of him? What? Okay, so they're gonna hate us, you know that, right? Why? Chief's AWOL. And it's not like they're assassinating him. They're just going to pick him up. And then, you're not the only one here because of him. What? What does that mean? I still don't know what, like, he meant by that. Here we go. This is a pretty decent moment. Like, that's clearly a 2D billboard, but it's being raised up, you know, kind of feels, or maybe not a billboard, maybe it's a flat plane, you know. But now it's like, see that little bit up there just covered? You know, some scenery changes. Now it's going to happen again as we get closer to the surface.
Maybe we're not the only ones here for the Master Chief.
Whoever the hell is on my elevator.
See, there we go.
This is Spartan Jameson.
Cool little moments of transition. I wish that the skyboxes were higher resolution.
Governor didn't seem to want our help.
Well, he's gonna get it anyway.
Meridian surface. Prepare to disembark.
Spartans? What the hell are Spartans doing here?
Here's a little miner guy, which with a
Sloane's trying to put up
pretty awful design. I really hate the look of the miners. But here's also something. This is your first time seeing friendly AI. You can kill them, but none of the others will react to you doing it. And then what's really odd, if you kill too many, you die. And it gives you a killed a civilian warning. I don't like that, you know?
What's going on?
Meridian Station's under attack.
What do you think of Infinite's third-person mode? I'm looking at that and immediately thinking they're going to use this for the next game to grab into Fortnite's coattails. I think this is probably something cool that was done in Forge mode. I doubt it's anything significant, because Halo already has like a lot of really good third-person... moments. You know, Halo is constantly pulling you out of your first-person view to look at your Spartan, whether you're getting into a vehicle, doing an assassination, using a turret, like all that stuff. I don't think you'll ever see Halo become a third-person shooter. Unless it's a spin-off. So it punishes you for killing civilians, but the first two were okay. Let's actually see. So I'm gonna kill one civilian. Okay, this guy is just... maybe you only get punished for killing unarmed people. Which also just kind of sucks. It's fun in Halo when you kill, you know, Marines.
Osiris, the people of Meridian Station need our assistance.
And then all the others go crazy and they start shooting at you. I think Reach had a similar thing if you kill too many civilians, at least on winter contingency. Interesting. I'm going to have to take a look at that then.
So we can help.
Yeah, the design for the miners, I think, on Meridian, it's a pretty awful looking design for their suits and stuff like that. But what is kind of neat is it's the first time you've ever been able to explore a glassed planet. And thankfully, on the Xbox One X and the Xbox Series X, the fantasy is able to be brought to life better. Because on the base Xbox One, I think this was one of the levels where you could definitely tell it was a little bit too ambitious for the Xbox One's hardware. Like, the texture quality in this level was atrocious on the ground. Like, this isn't amazing looking, you know? But it was so much worse. As well as the pop-in for the detail on the ground. It was pretty bad on the base Xbox One. And the lack of anisotropic filtering, which made things look even muddier. But here, you can actually see a lot more of the art and what they were going for. And here, this is something cool. So, usually most people will just, like, run out there, right? Well, if you wanted to, you could come up here. And it's like we got, you know, like some guys, some ants doing some things over there, some robot ants.
There's a
there are some sniper rifles up here.
Take the shot. It'll drop power to the gate.
And if you want, you can use it to shoot at them, or there's that little generator over there. And it's a little bit hard to see, you know, it doesn't, the art direction definitely doesn't, you know, give it any favors, because it's kind of, everything looks super busy and kind of distracting. And that down there doesn't really stick out that much. But if you shoot that, the gate will open any moment now. There it goes. So you can ignore this firefight completely and just beeline straight for your objective. And Sloan will actually get kind of mad at you for doing that. It doesn't actually impact the story, but it's some holdover stuff from the game's development where there was a lot more choices and consequences type stuff. But here, we are going to reset, because there's another thing you can do. Okay, so we're going to keep that thing shut. And what we are instead going to do is, if you come over here, boom, we can crash down here. Look at that. We got ourselves a rocket launcher.
Save the discussion of frontier politics until after the fight.
And now let's come out here and let's go over there, and then let's, you know, activate their defense turrets for them and stuff. If you find any orange boxes, they refill your UNSC ammo. Good to know. Here, let's turn on the defense turrets. Then over here, obviously, is the new design for the chain gun turret. Yeah, just some decent shooting. It's a little bit it's a little bit more like combat arena-y than I think Halo should be, if that makes any sense. Like, it kind of feels like you're just, you know, in a hamster cage, kind of like climbing and running around a lot of things, which is really odd for Halo. But it's definitely a decent combat jungle gym, like within, you know, Halo 5's specific combat loop, which is pretty different. There's Promethean Knight. What are your thoughts on the Promethean soldiers? They're fine. They're serviceable. They're not, like, you know, anything mind-blowing. But I really like their animations. They've just kind of got the problem that I think a lot of the Prometheans have, which is they don't really look like Forerunner stuff. You know, they don't really fit the Forerunner design language. And as such, they do feel kind of out of place. But, like, in Halo 5, they're certainly, like, serviceable. You are the goat, says David. That's very kind of you. I appreciate that. And thank you for the $2.
Spartans. Was that your doing? We just helped, Governor. Your people did a lot.
Jesus, those stream alerts are loud. Are they loud? I wish I knew which of these little knobs here controls them. I gotta reorganize my stream layout. Here, let's keep with the sniper rifle, methinks. But yeah, you're totally right. Going up to these orange boxes refills your, That's cool! I didn't know that. Okay. Now let's go over here. This is something I really like. So, because you are on a mining world, where basically, like, it's like everybody is a part of the company. I really like that the vehicles here are all themed. They're all, like, stamped with corporate logos and stuff. Like, it's not just a Warthog, you know, it's like a company Warthog. And you could see there was a pelican flying around over there, and that pelican was also covered in corporate branding and logos and stuff. Like, you can see the Warthog, it's the same color scheme. It's cool stuff. And they were kind of like, what are like private citizens, or not private citizens, like what are citizens doing with like military hardware? And it's like they're so far out of UNSC space that it's basically like almost impossible to police them. So they're just out in the open militarizing themselves. Because like what are the UNSC gonna do? Like fly all the way to the outer rim to this backwater nowhere planet? And Governor Sloan, this is something that I do wish that they hammed up a bit more. It's just like that problem with 343's take on Halo, taking things too seriously, being kind of afraid of doing things too cartoony. I wish that they hammed it up a bit, because clearly what they're trying to go for is like a Wild West town. Like, Governor Sloan is supposed to be like the, you know, your kind ain't welcome here, you're from the government. And it's supposed to kind of feel like, you know, you've wandered into a wild western town and the sheriff doesn't like you and wants you gone. ASAP. And I wish that they hammed it up a bit more, because Governor Sloan, like his, it's a fun idea. Like, the sheriff of this mining town is an AI that's kind of like going crazy. But then you go and see him and he just looks like a humanoid. Like, it's a kind of boring design. I wish he kind of even looked like a Wild West sheriff. I wish the music took on a little bit more of a Western twang to it.
Listen, across the bridge, closer to town, there's others that could use your help.
We can do that, sir.
Here, let's come over here. Because if you get out of your vehicle, there is a Hydra right here. We're going to take this Hydra and we're going to go kill some things with it. Because there are a couple of more stop and you'll notice moments. You know what? Actually, we're going to get into that Warthog. Because that one's a little bit cleaner. Alright, let's go. I also really like the way the dashboard lights up your Spartan when you hop in. Because before, I don't think the dashboard was ever a dynamic light source. I think it was actually just a an emissive decal. But unfortunately, the dashboard does not react to your speed, like the Bungie games. So it's stuck at whatever settings it's at, whatever speed it says the Warthog's traveling at. So watch this. Okay, let's come up here. And let's help out the folks up here. Yeah, there they are. Okay. Yeah, this guy is like kind of like trapped over here, and if you actually, I know like the thing you want to do is just run, you know, run through the level, but if you actually stop and help each person that you see, you get a little bit of dialogue for doing it. Let's go this way. Or not this way, let's shoot this way, sorry. How has life been for you? You know, ups and downs. But that's, I guess, how life is. Life do be like that, you know? Can't really complain about anything too much right now, though. Trying to get this dialogue to trigger. Maybe I made a mistake. Wonder what's over there. Yeah, usually I just like breeze through this area, but when I was recording the evolution of the jackals, I actually stopped and explored a lot more, and I was pretty surprised at how much stuff is hidden in plain sight. For Warthog evolution, talk about the old trick to remove the turrets from the Warthogs with a kill ball in reach. That's right! I forgot about that. Okay, yeah, I gotta talk about that. Glowing weak spot. Let's get him. Okay, it seems like it's not playing. I think I bugged something, but it's there. I promise it is. I'm not crazy. Yeah, so Meridian's got some interesting stuff going for it. I wish that they really played more into the backwater mining town.
Got targets here.
And then what's interesting... Oh, you know what? I know what it is. So if you clear out all the Prometheans here... See, well done, Spartans. Billy opens up that garage so that you can use his Scorpion tank. But if you want to ignore Billy... Like, if you want to just, you know, speed run through the level, bulldozing through everything, you can actually come over here. And then hop up here. And there is a grating right there that you can smash. Boom, and now we're inside. And the tank's ours.
Why did they have a Scorpion? This is UNSC gear.
So those are one of the many ways that you can, like, avoid being a good person.
Why do they have a tank? Gift horses, Vale.
Which was also, you know, just stripped down concepts from more ambitious ideas. Like back, if I remember right, during Halo 5's development, when it was more ambitious, before, you know, being scaled down so that they could actually, like, produce the game and get it into proper development, the concept was that you'd explore the worlds more like, not open world, but more hub-worldy. So it was like, obviously there'd be a lot of combat, but there would also be kind of like a lot of semi-investigation RPG-like systems, where you'd have to come to these planets and you'd have to talk to the locals and investigate, you know, happenings and goings-ons. And a lot of the choices that you see in this campaign, like, they don't do anything, you know? Like, if you were to speed through the level, steal that Scorpion tank just so that you could, you know, say, screw all you guys and leave all the miners to die. Like, nothing happens. The story doesn't change. Sloan still hates you. But, you know, once upon a time, maybe things were a little bit different. Not by much, you know, it wasn't going to be, like, branching stories with alternate endings or anything. But it would be kind of like the route to get to the conclusion of the story could be slightly different depending on how you played each level and how you conducted your investigations. Yeah, so somebody said, yeah, Lord Razor, the chill missions, like the St. Icon St. Helios, are remnants of that. Yes, exactly. Those are basically like the bones of that idea that are left over. And that's why those guns down missions, as they called them, are very kind of like confusing and out of place. It's because they are very, very, very scaled down versions of what the original idea was. I like that. You know, something I really, really miss in Halo Infinite, and I hope it comes back, is because of, like, issues with the open world and how Halo Infinite's AI were designed. If I remember right, it's anything in the open world can't have a bespoke animation attached to it. So that's why in Halo Infinite's campaign, you'll never see the brutes doing anything except for their standard gameplay animations. Whether it's patrolling, standing watch, or engaged in combat. You'll never see them, like, eating, or peeing in a corner or doing something silly. And it's because they couldn't do stuff like that, just because of some weird issue with the AI. That's also partly why, you know, in Halo 5, your introduction to the Hunters was very cinematic. Like, you can see the Hunter crawling into its armor. Well, in this game, or... did I say Halo Infinite? I think I meant Halo 5. But in Halo Infinite, your introduction to the Hunters is they're just there in the open world. No fancy animation, no dramatic entrance. I just joined. How do you feel about the player control and movement compared to Halo Infinite's movement? So actually that's a pretty good topic to talk about. I actually prefer the locomotion of Halo 5, like the inertia, the strafe speed and stuff. Don't like the aiming down the sights stuff. I don't think that's very Halo-y. But the actual inertia of like strafing left, right, back, forward, movement speed, jump height, all of that, I actually prefer the way it feels in Halo 5. I could do, though, without the thruster pack, Spartan charge, like all of that stuff. Basically, like if you took Halo Infinite's core movement, but gave it the same inertia and stuff like that, and strafe and acceleration of Halo 5, I think it would... I'd really, really like that. Yeah, Halo Infinite for an open world feels quite dead, at least compared to other Halo games. What's interesting, because there are a lot of areas, I think, in Halo Infinite where there is quite a bit of life. And it's if you stick specifically to the golden path of the open world. So, I'm currently playing through Halo Infinite, the campaign on Legendary. And I have a rule, which is basically I can't open the TAC map unless I'm implementing a module. And I have to go where I think is right. So I'm not going to go off the beaten path, like, unless, you know, obviously I'm on the road to the next main mission and I see Marines, like, I can get out and help them, but think of, like, you drop out of the Pelican and Chaklock's tower is off in the distance. You've got that fob that they want you to clear. Obviously, clear that fob, do what you gotta do, and then when you get that mongoose, go where the game is pointing. Like, the first thing it points to you is that, what do they call it? The, Ransom's Keep or something? Ransom Keep. Clear out Ransom Keep, then go to the tower, because it's way over there in the distance. In fact, Ransom Keep gives you a tank that you can use to, siege the tower. And then once you beat Chaklock up in the tower, you know, that door opens. The door's opening points you to the direction of the next main mission. Follow it. Never open your TAC map. Just go where the game is obviously pointing you and ignore all side content until after the main game is completed. And it's actually pretty decently paced. What do you think of the Warden Eternal? Pretty awesome voice. I don't really like the design of him. You know, but I like his voice. I wish that he had more of a role in the campaign. I also really like the recent explanation for what the Warden Eternal is. Because for the longest time it was like, oh my god, guys, listen to this. Okay, Spartan Laser. Think of like that G-boom sound from Halo 3 and Halo Reach. Pew! I hate the Spartan Laser in this game so much. Alright. Well, let's go. We did it. We held off the attack. I wish in the recent explanation given for what the Warden Eternal is that it's basically a combination of all the intelligences of like Forerunners that were synced up to the domain at like some. It's a little bit more complicated than that, but I'm trying to... Basically, it's the minds of Forerunner scholars have all kind of been compressed and forcefully merged into an intelligence, the Warden Eternal. And that's pretty cool. So yeah, this mining town is basically like... You can think of this as like a Wild West town, you know, of like, we don't want your kind here. You Spartans are from the government. Get out, you know, and then everybody has like 6 shooters in their pockets, or in their holsters. And then Sloane, like, obviously he's supposed to be kind of like the sheriff. I wish he didn't look like that. I wish he looked more like a cowboy sheriff. It would have really sold the vibes. So the Warden is a Forerunner version of the Grave Mind. Not really. Like, he's not trying to absorb other people. You know, like, that's not his goal. It's more of, the domain in the books, the Forerunner, basically Forerunner internet, and also when a Forerunner dies, their intelligence and their consciousness is kind of preserved within the Forerunner internet. The Forerunner internet, basically what happened was when the Flood were attacking and the fall of the Forerunner Empire was coming, and then the Halo rings were fired and everything was going crazy, the Forerunner internet made a guardian for itself to protect and preserve itself by grabbing all the minds of Forerunner scholars that were synced up to the Forerunner internet, and their job was to study it, and it sucked them in and then compressed all of them together into one intelligence. And that's what the Warden Eternal was. And it's basically, it was programmed to religiously defend the Forerunner internet till the end of time, or at least until the Forerunner internet deemed that it was safe. So that's kind of what the Warden Eternal is, and what it was revealed to be. And I think that's pretty cool.
Is anyone with you at the outpost?
Just me. I heard we got hit here and hopped a mongoose back. Right as I left, that ship flew past in the other direction, real low.
You saw a ship?
All these types of missions should have been cutscenes. Well, they were originally supposed to be a lot more ambitious. There was supposed to be a lot more consequence and choice. You know, and it sucks because you can see the areas of, like, play testing and trying to kind of whittle the game down, make it a little bit more streamlined, because they say, let's talk to some people. You never know what you might hear. But all you have to do is press down on the D-pad and a waypoint pops up and tells you exactly what to do. You don't need to talk to it. Like, locate person of interest. Okay, he's located. All over this little mining town, you can find, like, people having conversations, and they're talking about, did you see that weird metal they brought in? Never seen anything like it. They should be over by the medical tent. And it's like this investigation work. But then, you know, during playtesting and data research and stuff, you know, getting a bunch of kids into the room, there's like, I don't know, nobody could find their way. Okay, just put a waypoint marker. It's just like, well, what was the point then?
Did you hear
If you're just going to give players, like, the ability to ignore the detective work, why even try?
You're all right. Governor Sloan will take care of everything.
Swooping down to take our claim. I'll tell you what. Our folks in Africa are plenty smart.
I'm glad we're done with the floaty bit design for the Forerunners, but I'm wondering what those designs would look like in a more classic design, the Warden Eternal and Prometheans. There's been a lot of cool concept arts from fans about what that might look like. Some of them were a little bit more Bungie inspired, like completely overhauling everything. But there is one bit of concept art that's pretty neat, which actually tried to mostly keep it exactly as is for the Prometheans, but, you know, make them a little bit more classic looking. So you had the Promethean Knight with the same proportions, the digitigrade legs, beetle-like carapace, you know, the helmet that opens up to reveal the face. But it does look a little bit more like classic Forerunner metal, and that was actually pretty neat as like a combination of both. Yeah, so see, there's people all over the place here that you can speak to.
Has some strange ideas about the aliens who attacked us.
Hello.
Eles agiam como se estivesse recebendo ordens de uma grande central de inteligência.
Yeah. He says they were very intelligent.
Uma rede neural tão avançada seria capaz de abordar a degradação que ocorre com o envelhecimento de inteligências artificiais.
And something about degrading networks?
Você não entende? Se as inteligências artificiais pudessem ser hospedadas eternamente em uma matriz de rede, nada impediria a elas de superar a vida biológica.
He says, never mind. Sorry for wasting your time, Spartan.
See, cool stuff, fun stuff. I don't think the detective gameplay works, especially when it's connected to a fast-paced game. Yeah, you know, and some could argue like that was an issue with just the concept inherently. But I guess, look, if you're locked into this idea, I'd prefer that you actually do it.
Did I give you permission to poke about?
Your people saw UNSC ship out near Apogee Station.
Here's actually a fun little Easter egg. You guys want to see this?
Why are you people
How's the
all over my
Mund?
planet?
With your permission, we'd like to go ask.
What's she doing? Hang on, I'm going to check on my Shih Tzu. We have the heating pad on the baby, the 10-year-old baby, and he was tipped.
We appreciate it, Governor.
Okay, so if you come over to this vending machine, which is not working, and you keep hammering the button. Like, don't stop, okay? Keep doing it. Boom!
Machine's buttons. Look at that.
Silver soccer ball.
Football in my day.
Bring it on, old man. Let's see who can score first.
That's a good little bit of banter between them, right? Where'd it go? Where'd the soccer ball go? I lost it. Okay. But that was cool. And it sucks that that was for an Easter egg, because that was a great little bit of character moment. Or character dialogue. I wish that the main campaign had more stuff like that. So, okay. We got our heading. We know where to go. I don't think that broom is going to do much. But let's get into the corporate branded Pelican. I really like the look of the corporate stuff in this game. Like those Pelicans with that coloration and the corporate logos all over them, they look really freaking cool, man. I love the look of the corporate warthog and stuff, the corporate tank. It's all good stuff. Yeah, Locke actually made a joke. Locke's got a personality.
No offense taken.
Mjolnir armor can translate Jackal in real time, but Portuguese is a challenge that dwarfs 26th century technology. Listen. It is just a joke. It's all right. Don't worry about it. Don't think about stuff like that, because you'll ruin it for yourself, the story, you know? So if you come up here, you know, there's datapad and stuff, but look, literally a pickaxe. This is an old western mining town. Like, rather than looking for gold, you know, they're looking for, well, glass gold. And look at that. That's actually kind of neat. Is like they've been excavating like Forerunner metals and stuff and studying them, you know, because it's kind of like the gold rush. And so you can find little bits of Forerunner technology here and there. And look, somebody clearly found a Promethean grenade buried underneath all the glass. And so he's just like, I don't know what this weird Rubik's Cube thing is. I'm going to throw it over here. Didn't even know it was a grenade that he found. But you can pick it up.
Prometheans.
Clear them out. Clone people can fight, but they shouldn't have to.
Yeah, there's a lot of, like, poke your head into various corners, and there's a lot of interesting world building. I think the best parts of Halo 5's campaign are the parts that are not related to the main story. So, like, all the Master Chief stuff sucks in this campaign. Same with the Cortana stuff. It's all bad. Not that good. Same with, like, the Forerunner melodrama of, like, the mantle of responsibility of the Warden to the Didact, Warrior Servant, Gene Song, Promethean, like, blah, 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 blah. All that stuff sucks. But this stuff is really cool. Like, the world building, being able to see different worlds in the Halo universe, cultures that have formed. Being able to visit a old western mining town, but 500 years in the future, and rather than digging for gold, they're digging for weird Forerunner metals. Okay, what we are going to do is we are going to arm some of the colonists with Promethean weapons. That way they can shoot a little bit further. And for those of you who are joining, or have joined maybe 5 minutes ago, or an hour ago, or whatever, we are playing with the skulls enabled that give enemy AI more health and make them more resistant to damage. And the reason why is because I think the base campaign in Halo 5, it's way too easy to kill enemy AI. Like, they go down so fast that they have no chance to actually do something interesting. So, we're going to keep them alive a little bit, you know? Give them a chance to fight back. Where are you going? Come here.
They're heading this way.
There you go. Do they actually shoot them? They're not doing... Oh, they were... No? They're not shooting them. Okay. Let's move up. Maybe they'll follow me if I move up. Because I know Marine AI, typically, they're scripted to only move up when you move up. I prefer the Halo 4 bolt shot. Me too. Me too. I like alt fire modes for weapons a lot. The Halo 4 bolt shot, I like that it's a little sidearm, but you can't scope with it, so that's a drawback. But it can also work as a little pocket shotgun. So it's kind of like you're weighing your pros and your cons with using that as your primary sidearm. I like the bolt shot in Halo 4 quite a bit. And redesigning the bolt shot for this game, I feel, was kind of like a mistake, because this game already didn't do the personal loadouts, you know? Like, it was even starts in the multiplayer, so they didn't really have to redesign the bolt shot anymore. Like, the whole, you know, point of getting rid of its pocket shotgun ability was because in Halo 4 it was a loadout weapon. Well, it's not in this game. Why did it need to be redesigned? Always loved the Halo 5 Magnum. Halo 5 Magnum feels pretty good. I wish it looked more like the classic Magnum. It's the lack of glowing sights. Like, the whole back of the Magnum doesn't look quite right. Alright. So if we want, we can go up that way, or come over here. And you've got a saw over here that you can pick up and use. Is MCC safe to play yet? I haven't touched it since I got into a hacked lobby. I have no idea. I haven't touched MCC online either. Look, this is kind of cool, right? These are the kind of details that started to show up after the Xbox One X update to the game. Because before, you wouldn't have seen any of that. It would have just been completely unlit, and then it would have loaded in as you got closer. The gun sound effects for this game are terrible. They're not terrible, they're a little bit too crunchy. Look at that thing. That thing's pretty wild looking. But it's like, here you can see some of the areas where it's like, this game had really ambitious ideas. And I think, like, you can literally see the geometry, like, shoved into other geometry with probably, like, a world editor. And I feel like this would have been cooler as a skybox. Not as, like, literal geometry, you know? Because I think that this landscape here is a little bit too ambitious for the hardware that they were designing it for. And as a result, it's like immediately, it's like, whoa, that's really cool. Like, it's moving and stuff. But then you start to notice shortcuts. And you can see the textures aren't really that good. And the model doesn't have any shadows on it. And alright, so we come up here, and here's a bespoke animation where it should at least. It should poop out a watcher. Yeah, there we go. Okay, maybe it's not a bespoke animation, it's just, it's standard combat animation, but yeah. It poops out a couple watchers here, you're introduced to them. They've been redesigned from Halo 4. They do not have the ability to revive anymore. And they've got a new death animation, which on the base Xbox One hardware looked terrible because of how low resolution it was. But thankfully, on the Xbox Series X, you can actually see what it was supposed to be. And it's kind of cool looking. Here, I want to show you. We're going up here. We're going to go find him. Here you go. So, boom. See, that's kind of cool that he explodes and all that energy comes out. And then it, like, hangs in the air. And then it gets sucked back into itself. We're gonna throw a Promethean grenade at him. And miss. Feels like every time you point something out, it doesn't work correctly. Not always, just most of the time. Sometimes it works. It's a little bit buggy. And also there's a good mixture of incompetence on my part. There we go. No, we want his here Forerunner shotgun. What good opinions do you have on things in Halo 5's campaign? I really like the specialized vehicles depending on the environment. Like all the Meridian corporate stuff, I think is pretty cool. I think maybe the art direction could be a little bit more reined in and focused a little bit, but I like the concept of Meridian quite a lot. And of course the St. Helios stuff is pretty dope. Here, you know what? Let's actually try to let's goof off a little bit with this Promethean to get him to do some silly stuff. Look at this. You can, if you shoot him in the leg. God, come on, out of the way! They're like little gnats. If you shoot him in the leg, his leg sort of. Oh my God. Okay. Yeah, there we go. That's okay. The Promethean soldiers have a pretty funny animation where you can kind of like blow, you can hit their leg and stun them, and what it looks like happens is the leg pieces get kind of flung in different directions, and so the Promethean soldier like topples over a little bit, and then it like sucks back in all of the pieces to reform its leg, and then it gets back up, you know. Trying to get it to play, but it's not. You know what? I give up. Just believe me, okay? It happens. Is Halo 5 better than Infinite overall? I have more fun with Halo Infinite than I do Halo 5. Just personally. Do you think the campaign revive feature makes the game too easy? Sort of, yeah. Like, I definitely think this is the easiest campaign in the series. Now let's go up here and let's check out this saber. I think that's the name of the ship, at least. And then here is the Nornfang, but it should be noted it doesn't actually work like it does in multiplayer. It more or less is literally just a reskinned sniper rifle in this campaign.
All clear.
Blue team just left their prowler parked in the middle of everything. Must have landed here for a reason.
What was everyone's first Halo game? Chat?
Let's run a scan.
That's a good question. That's a Prowler. It's a Prowler. Okay, gotcha. Can't remember which one is the Saber. Is the Saber the one in Halo Reach? The UNSC aircraft are probably like the thing that I remember about Halo the least is the names for them. Fortunately here you can see some of the cutbacks because of the hardware. Is how aggressively short the draw distance is for shadows. To where you could literally see them like rendering in as you move about. Hi baby. Hi. You're a good boy. Hi baby boy. Oh yeah, get his bed. Was he enjoying the heating pad? Aw. Yeah, he's starting to get better. I'm gonna have to carry him up and down the stairs then. I think it's too much for him. The broadsword is in 4. The longsword is in Halo CD. Look, hang on. Let me back up. That's a cool, fun moment where he's like, "Stay away! There's snappers over there!" Ah! And then he disintegrates. And the disintegrations look pretty good. They don't look quite as good as the Halo 4 ones, but thanks to the buff to the graphical detail, you can actually see a little bit more of it. Because on the base Xbox One hardware, it's like very low resolution and very fuzzy. And those snipers look actually pretty cool. If you've ever seen renders of them, it's basically a Promethean soldier with a unique head, and it's completely black with red accents. So let's go here this way to sneak around them snipers. Bro didn't even save him because he was so enthralled by his death. I don't think you can save him. Maybe. Here, you want to try? Oh no. I think if I keep resetting the checkpoint. Now. Oh well. Here, we can go up this way. Yeah, the Promethean snipers are actually pretty easy to kill. Just one headshot is all it takes if you have a precision weapon. And you're also introduced to the new binary rifle, which in this game, it's been redesigned to be a bit more, like a bit different. It's still ultimately, at the end of the day, just a Forerunner sniper rifle, but they do give it more of like a particle beam.
This area is secured.
Because in Halo 4, it's a you do not exist anymore device. Like you shoot them anywhere. Foot, head, doesn't matter. They're gone.
Found another entrance?
My money's on the Prometheans never engaging them.
That doesn't make any sense.
Alrighty, let's get in here.
Being a fact aren't always the same thing.
And look, the lighting is starting to turn red. Very ominous, very spooky, even. It even looks, you know, like the way that it's sci-fi. Like, it obviously is sci-fi, but you're supposed to get the sense of, like, see, like, the lanterns hanging from the ceiling, the railing, scaffolding. Like, it looks like a mine shaft, furthering the kind of old western mining town that uncovered something they shouldn't have. And it's a big, big, big room. Big, you know, that. I wish that the Forerunner stuff in this was a little bit better designed. Because it could be easy, like, just because you're so visually overwhelmed and overstimulated, that isn't going to stick out, that there's clearly Forerunner stuff sticking out of the rocks. Recently, the Battlefield devs put out a statement highlighting their mistakes and how they plan to make the next game. I think 343 should do something like that and give some insight into their plan. Possibly. I mean, well, not possibly. I think they definitely should have done something like that. But the thing also to remember is that Halo Infinite is still very much the current Halo game. Like, even though obviously 343 has kind of winded down support, outside of maybe the new weapons that are coming, like, they're not going to admit that, like, the game is dead. You know, they still want people playing it, they still want to drive engagement. The Battlefield developers didn't start doing that until after they publicly announced the end of support.
Spawn gates, bringing more Prometheans.
So if you want to speed up this fight a little bit, here's a little tricky poo. Come up here. Can you pause for a quick second so I can get your game settings? My game settings? Here's how I play. It's not as customizable as Halo Infinite's controls, but I mean, bumper jumper, you know.
Auto turrets.
Or are you talking about my skulls? So the skulls I have are the Tilt Skull, the Mythic Skull, the Cowbell Skull, and the I Would Be Your Daddy Skull.
Turrets on and firing.
The Soldier Snipers look a bit more like the Bungie Forerunner design purely because of the new head. I wouldn't say that. They do look Promethean. Like, having a head that is just kind of like a stripe going down it, like, or an eye, I mean, it's still just like, as a Forerunner machine, it doesn't really fit the design language. But I think this is isolating it from the classic art style, Mauve, Reclaimer Saga, like, all of that stuff, like, isolating it. It's a cool look. You know, for the Prometheans. Like, the Promethean sniper looks pretty cool. I like the black. Come here, you all. We're gonna get inside the gun goose. Not inside. On the gun goose. There we go. Yeah, you can just kind of goof off of the gun goose here. I'm not sure why, because you don't have enough room to really, like, do anything too crazy with it, but it's there, and it's usable. What's down here?
More Prometheans inbound.
Oh, saw ammo. Huh. I've actually never been down here. Grenades? Interesting. Some hard hats, some equipment. They were probably repairing something or fixing something. What's down there? A low resolution texture. This is cool. I didn't know this was down here. Probably like dip your head down here if you start getting overwhelmed, or flanking the enemies. Cool stuff. Do you have any issue with the Master Chief clones, or do you prefer multiple characters? I don't mind Master Chief clones. I think whatever makes sense for the game. You know, if it's like Halo Infinite, it makes sense to have Master Chief clones. If it's like Halo 3, makes sense to have multiple characters. You know, same with this game, makes sense to have multiple characters. Though I would have loved a skull that disabled AI teammates in Halo 5, so you could explore the levels solo. Trying to see what's over here. Okay, more grenades. The environmental storytelling gives me Bethesda vibes. Yeah, it does. It's like you put a corpse here, put like a hammer in the middle of the hallway there, and you wonder what that's about. Yeah, there is a lot of subtle stuff, and you know, artists, they're not stupid. They're not incompetent, you know, even though that word likes to be thrown around by YouTube comments from people who do not design video games for a living, which I'm also guilty of, by the way. That's why I don't I don't like to use that word anymore. Level artists, they know what they're doing. They do stuff with purpose. Come up here, boys. Him. Get him. We're gonna go steal his turret. Don't sleep on the turrets that these guys kick. They're really, really good. Here, this saw is basically kaput, so we're gonna pick up this guy's thing. Let's see if the bug that lets you walk faster is still in this game. Because I know it's in Halo Infinite. It's really easy to do on keyboard and mouse, but I feel like I remember them trying to get rid of it in this game. It's if you walk... Oh, look at that.
You know, we've seen Promethean attacks since Requiem.
Look at the grate. It's a I think it's a sorting issue is what it's called. Where it's two transparencies that don't quite know the direction, or they don't know the what order they're supposed to come in. So the turret's shield is accidentally being rendered behind the metal grate when looking from this angle. But then we turn around and it's fine. That's interesting. Alpha sorting, that's what it's called. Okay. See, lots of, they found like a giant thing. Kind of looks like an ODST drop pod. A little bit right there, at least. And there's even some little Forerunner floaty bits. Floaty guys. Floaty doodads. I think those things are supposed to be like the redesign for the little, whatchamacallums from Halo 2's campaign. That one Arbiter level. Where you can see them, they're like floating around. They look like little Forerunner fairies. Fairy. My wife, I say fairy, and if she was a dog, her ears would have stood up straight at the word fairy.
Forerunners did not lack a sense of style.
Looks like the only way is down.
See, so we come in here.
Record everything. We can get a good look.
I can't tell. Is this supposed to be Forerunner metal that's kind of been eroded by the heat? I think so. I think that's supposed to be the vibe.
Spartans, I'm losing your...
Governor?
Privacy see it last.
This place is huge.
Fairy, says somebody in the comments.
What the hell?
Fairy.
Knocker.
Just realized. Buck was saying
Constructors.
Promethean didn't fight Prometheans. Well, they didn't have
Locke's
to
shoulder
talk
pad is
Sloan either.
loose. Oh yeah, the way it's bouncing around. I don't think it's loose. I think it's supposed to be. It was described in one of the art commentary things. Is the Reclaimer Saga armor is designed to be kind of like it slides on the body a little bit. So specifically the shoulder pieces, they can slide up or down the arm. That way, Spartans can actually raise their arms over their head. Whereas, like, that Bungie design, as cool as Bungie-style Halo armor looks, there's no way Master Chief is raising his hands above his head. Yeah, 343 is adding a third-person mode to Halo Infinite out of nowhere. That's freaking cool, okay? That's genuinely awesome. Woo. Forerunner metal is near indestructible. Well, I don't know. A nuclear explosion did it. In Halo Combat Evolved, it blew up a ring.
What was that?
Also, look, Locke's battle rifle does not have a scope. And the reason for that is because of it's a bug with how they so in Halo 5, weapons have attachments on them. Whereas before it was like, you know, the battle rifle, yeah, it had a scope. That was the battle rifle model. Well, the way Halo 5 handles it under the hood is that a scope is treated as an attachment. And because of that, for some reason in the cutscenes, they can't actually give weapons the proper attachments that they're assigned. So Locke's battle rifle, Vale's SMG, you'll notice they don't have any of their sights on them.
Cortana.
The other humans are approved for passage. Regretfully, you are not.
That sounds like a threat.
Vacate this shelter now.
So here we go, boss fight time. Is it confirmed that 343 will rely less on contractors? No, they'll probably rely more. That's just the Xbox work policy. You know, Xbox prefers to do it that way. That way they don't need to hire people on as full-time employees. Less benefits, less promises, you know. Sucks. But it is what it is. By the way, these things... Are these supposed to be fusion coils? I think in Forge, at least, those things count as fusion coils. It's a little bit odd. I don't know, these things are like glowing. Here, let's... I was hoping it was gonna be kind of like something Mario-esque, where I could, like, ground pound it into the ground, but nope. The DMR has a scope. I did see that. But then it's odd because the DMR doesn't have a scope in other cutscenes. Here, let's restart from the checkpoint. Okay, my thing's just going through.
Something new. Defend yourselves.
Going through the warden over there. So I'll let him finish up his I am your boss for the night animation. Osiris, kill the Bionicle. Here, we're gonna pick up this, because this thing's probably gonna do a little bit more damage than my assault rifle. Because of the skulls we're using. Just fun, that's how I want to play Halo. God, I love skulls. I wish that 343 would expand on skulls. It feels like the only Halo title since, God, since Halo 2? The only Halo... Really, since their introduction, the only Halo title to actually innovate the skulls and add, like, new interesting ones was, MCC, and that was after release. Hey, the Halo skulls are a sleeping bear that is waiting to be unleashed. So many cool ideas you can do. And instead we're just, like, stuck with the same ones that have been in Halo since Halo 3. I want to see some new skulls in the mainline Halo games, you know?
He said he served Cortana.
Not anymore,
Ground pound the round fusion coil to untether the Warden Eternal, causing him to jump away and give you access to the power star. Yeah, like he's a Mario boss.
Cortana is connected to this Guardian somehow, and that makes it the Master Chief's most likely target. We find it, we find him. Let's go.
I think the fusion coils get... Oh my god, if that's the case. That would be hilarious. They look like they should explode, right? They look like... they look like they're... Like, he hops down right here, and those things are glowing. That's just the vibe I got. In we go. Halo CEA added skulls. Grunt Funeral, Banana Boom, and others. That's true. But wasn't that in the MCC as well?
Oh, they built them big, didn't they? Figure that's the Guardian?
Can't get much.
Yeah, I'm getting myself a snacky poo. Halo 5 6-star run. Do you think the multiplayer servers for Halo 5 will stay up? Yeah, I assume the servers will stay up for a long time. This is a very different situation from the Bungie servers on the original Xbox and the Xbox 360. Like, the Xbox ecosystem now is kind of like universal. Like, Halo 5 can be played on the Xbox Series X as an Xbox game. You know, no backwards compatibility needed. It just plays because it's an Xbox One game. And so because of that, the generational gap between game releases, you don't really see it anymore going forward. I mean, maybe on PlayStation because it has PS4 backwards compatibility, they call it. But at least for Xbox, no. And because of that, I think the servers for Halo 5 will stay up for a while. For a very long time. Not forever, but for a long time.
Sir, you are absent without leave. This is your one chance to come home peacefully. Blue team, stand down.
Locke's like, listen to me.
A job to do.
Cortana's our concern now, sir.
I like this.
Like hell.
Like hell she is. Listen, this fight is kind of goofy. Because it's less of like Spartans going at it, and it feels like drunk dads having a fight over football in a bar. But that line was cool. Like hell she is. But you know what I'm thinking? Where's their energy shields? How'd Locke do that? Doesn't Master Chief have an energy shield? Like, elites have smacked Chief with their swords. And he didn't do anything because he has an energy shield, right? Why was Locke able to punch his glass and break it? What did Locke think he was going to do with that pistol? It's a 5-shot kill, dude.
Damn it.
Look at it grinning. It's like, yeah, I'm pleased. This is an interesting connection between Zelda and the Guardians. Is 343's art team, the reason that the Guardians have those stupid, like, smiling faces, it started out as wanting to make the Guardians look intimidating. Like, they were thinking of those, like, tribal masks throughout history that are, like, eerie, like they have faces. And they were kind of like frozen in an emotional state. They were also thinking of like the Majora's Mask and how like eerie and emotionless it looks. And they wanted to do something like that for the Guardians, like giving them a giant face. And it's safe to say it didn't work out quite as well. But that was the intent. That was the intent behind the Guardian face. Alright. Let's get out of here. You know, this level would have been an awesome time to bring back the Warthog run to an extent. I mean, not that you can, you know, have a Warthog run near the beginning of the campaign. But could you imagine if this was like the conclusion to the level, rather than fighting through the space elevator, like on your way back up, it was you having to drive to your Pelican, bring back the classic Warthog run theme. Obviously, none of that can really work because it's not the finale to the game, but I don't know. Let's get out of here.
I think it's the first one Cortana activated on purpose.
This is Governor Sloan, broadcasting on all frequencies. People, if you are still planetside,
Ah, I was reading the comments, so I just drove right into that.
shuttles are departing soon, with or without you. Governor Sloan.
Well, look, we're backtracking through the level, and look how screwed up it is now. There's the Meridian miners. They're all trying to evacuate. This is the thing that I don't like. Governor Sloan leaves, like, all of his people to die. And to me, at least, like, Governor Sloan, that seems kind of, like, out of character, at least for the guy that they established. Where he seems, like, very, very keen on, like, his people. He seems more like the kind of, the old Western sheriff that would go down in a gunfight in the town and, you know, give up. Not that he's giving up, he's actively fleeing, because Cortana promised him immortality, but I don't know, he seems kind of like, you know, Governor, if you do this for me, I can make you immortal, and he'd be like, I'd rather die with my people. And then, for some reason, on Halo Waypoint, the Governor Sloan, the cowboy sheriff, was turned into a thought-provoking philosopher who pontificated about the nature of existence and used big, lofty words like the Didact, and became the leader of the created, which just does not make any sense. It is... I got flack for saying it feels like fan fiction, but it does. It really does feel like fan fiction. But it's official canon now. It's just very, very, very fan fiction-y official canon. The cowboy sheriff who almost said the F word in a Halo game before his radio cut off, that guy is now the guy who waxes poetically like the Didact and is the leader of a race of AI? Sloan also has a super soldier program now, apparently. Yeah, like, all of that stuff is very not good. It's very bad. It's very fan fiction-y. I wish they would come up with a different line than, he's dead, who's next? Yeah, that's Locke's favorite bit of dialogue in this campaign. I wish that they just, if you were playing as them, they didn't talk, you know? It would make it a little bit less repetitive. It is definitely weird in, like, a Halo campaign to hear, you know, like, reloading, picking up an assault rifle, you know, like that kind of stuff from the guy you're playing as. Because typically Halo games, it's like, your character doesn't talk that much during gameplay. Because during gameplay, like, that's supposed to be you, you know? Do you see the new third-person mode coming to Infinite? I have heard about it, but I have not seen it yet. Are people excited about it? Is it going to be on all the maps? Like, is it just going to be kind of like Slayer, third-person and stuff?
Spartans, your tenacity outstrips even my own.
When did Cortana tell you about the Guardian?
Is third-person just multiplayer or campaign? I don't think it's going to be campaign. Because the third-person mode was probably made using Forge.
A change is gonna come for all of us, human and created alike.
Hated it in ODST too. Stop quipping, Buck. Earth is under attack. Everyone is dead. Show a little professionalism. It worked in ODST because of the tone of that game.
Good luck to you, everyone. And goodbye. They're between us and the Pelican.
Weapons free.
Joe Staten's Halo rarely took itself as seriously as 343's Halo. So it's kind of like the Half-Life style of story. And what I mean by that is it's like there is obviously the stakes are very serious, but there is just an underlying bit of humor in everybody's dialogue. Like, you don't have serious vocal performances, you know? Everyone's a little bit of a cartoon character. And because they don't take it 100% seriously, they are allowed to have a little bit of humor. Yeah, I say Half-Life, because think about like Half-Life 2, where it's like, wow, the human race is infertile. This generation of humans will be the last generation of the human race. Like, we're all gonna die. Everything sucks. The planet's occupied by alien invaders. Like, you're not gonna win. It's over. But it's like, everyone's like, good to see you, Gordon. It's Freeman. Here's your crowbar. Like, it's like very like lighthearted and kind of happy. That's that. It's that insanely tough balance between humor and serious stakes that very few writers can strike. And one of the writers that is, I think, very good at it is Joe Staten.
Lockdown won't end until we clear the last of these Prometheans. Area is clear. Tanaka, how do we get the elevator moving?
Find the control panel.
Is this due to voice actor part-time? What, because of my silly old man voice?
Got it.
Sloan said a change is coming. We know Cortana contacted him. Is she on the Guardian too?
Master Chief seemed to think so.
I'll admit, one bit of dialogue I dislike was when Buck called the elites his brothers. Buck, your family was eaten alive by Covenant, and it's only been 6 years. I highly doubt you'd call them brother. Oh, in this campaign? What did he say, as far as I'm concerned? As far as I'm concerned, these elites are our brothers. Yeah, there probably would be some prejudice, you know, if, like... I definitely know, like, if my wife was killed by, like, the elites, I'd be racist. I don't think I'd ever trust an elite. Even if they claim that they're good guys. Like, it's one thing to be kind of like, no, you have to have a nuanced opinion about it. And it's another thing when it actually does happen to you, like a tragedy. Usually people aren't as rational. It's like, yeah, I guess if like an elite ate my wife and my dog, I'd be racist towards elites. I wouldn't 6 years later be like, these elites are my brothers. To be fair, it wasn't the elites that ate his wife. Who was it that ate his wife? Was his wife eaten? Let's establish that, or are we just being funny? Who ate who?
Scratch your life out of the dirt for what? So we can run? Leave it all behind?
There's a difference between running and
I've been playing every single Halo in third person for years. It's literally just ticking a box in the tags via mod tools. Oh yeah, for modding the games. This is definitely a weak ending to the campaign. It's another one of these like combat arenas where you're kind of locked in a circular room and AI are just kind of popping in like they were dropped in the Forge editor. It's there's a term called monster closet, and it was I think popularized by Doom 3, where it would be like a door would open up and like a clown car, like enemies would pile out of it and into the room, and once you kill them, go to that door that opened, and it's just like an empty room. Like, what were they doing in there? Like, were they waiting for you? And the term is called monster closet, because it's like the door opens and all the monsters come pouring out of the closet. And most game developers, it's bad practice to have monster closets. And Halo, for the most part, until Halo Reach, was really good at avoiding monster closets. But Halo Reach started having a few monster closets. And then this campaign, they got rid of the closet part, and the AI just literally spawn in. Oh wow, monster closets date back all the way to the original Doom, do they? Buck's sister was eaten. Buck's wife is Dare from ODST. Oh, okay, so Buck's wife didn't get eaten. It was his sister? Okay, gotcha. And to be clear, was someone eaten, or are we just being funny? Oh, it was her sister and her kids that were eaten, or possibly just killed. I personally walked in on my wife being eaten by an elite, and I haven't been the same since.
We'll find the truth about what happened here, and we'll make certain that those who should answer for it.
What are the monster closets in Reach? It's basically just that, you know, like a door opens up, and enemies pour in. And then you go into the room, and it's just like a detailless room, and it's like where these AI come from. Or, the better disguised monster closets, I think, would be like those Covenant ships. Ship doors where there's like a one-way hologram, or a one-way shield, and the door opens up and the Covenant come out, but you can't go in because of the one-way shield, where it's like, I know why that's there. But it's a little bit better.
Abandoned his people?
If Cortana's really behind that Guardian moving, she did more damage here than him.
We'll find the truth about what happened here, and we'll make certain that those who should answer for it.
No, like where in Reach are the monster closets? They're in the, I remember one of them being in the new, one of the more obvious ones being in the New Alexandria mission. And that's probably because of how large. I'm trying to remember exactly where it is. I think it's in, you know, the Ivory Tower where the jammer is. I believe that's where one of the monster closets is. It opens up and like a bunch of bugs come flying out. I could be totally misremembering though. Have there been sources of humans eating the Covenant? Like having a barbecue grunt burgers, jackal hot dogs, etc.? I mean, that's a good question, but I also feel like people, you know, the human race are a little bit more, like, the Covenant are very, like, animalistic and stuff. Like, a jackal eating somebody makes total sense, but, like, a person eating a jackal makes a little bit less sense to me. Like, a brute eating, like, someone's kid, that just makes total sense, because the brutes are, like, giant, dumb, angry monkeys. They're basically, like, trolls from Lord of the Rings. Or orcs. Where the human race is a little bit more civilized. I'd like to think. I don't know. I just couldn't, like, imagine anyone in the human race being like, let me have some of that. Like, looking at a dead grunt or something. The Marine chick says she's heard grunts taste like lobster, and the "I would be your daddy's" dialogue. Okay, I stand corrected then. You know, the defense sections of the Truth and Reconciliation are pretty much glorified sequences of monster closets. That's true. That's true, you're right. You are right. Plenty of monster closets there. Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Everyone all right?
What happened?
If you were a starving Marine, I could see someone eating a grunt or something. I'd imagine, like, the elites or the jackals would be easier to eat than a grunt. Because, like, a grunt's got, like, a hard exoskeleton. Like, they're supposedly crab-like. Okay, let's go this way now. Oh no, this thing's almost out of ammo. Never mind, we're sticking with the BR. BR-75 here.
There's the Guardian. Keep moving towards the Pelican.
Pelican's a few more super runs up from here.
You know, that whole monster closet discussion, the longer I think about it, the less sense it makes, because you're totally right. Truth and Reconciliation is like nothing but monster closets. And then I think of, the demon has entered the council chamber. Protect the hierarchs. Seal the exits. Oh, I don't think so. Which Cortana retorts. That was my impression of Jen Taylor. You know, that was basically nothing but monster closets. So I guess Halo has a ton of monster closets. Wouldn't grunts breathing methane dramatically affect the taste of their flesh? Are you asking if they taste like poop? Because, like, they might. Here, we're gonna pick up the weak, puny Spartan laser from this game, where it sounds like pew. The entirety of the Oracle as well. Yeah. You know what? I stand obviously corrected. I think my brain automatically glassed over those old Halo games just because of the tech. And then it's around Reach where Halo games start to look a little bit more modern. And so those old developer tricks stick out a little bit more versus, like, this guy is a human. He's made out of 4 polygons.
The Pelican's still above us. Keep climbing.
Phantoms are portable monster closets. Okay, now we're getting... Phantoms I would not call monster closets because the context is that they are being dropped in. So you see the Phantom approaching and it's like there are guys inside of that. Oh, we can go up there. Okay. Let's get him. Does Cairo Station count with the boarding craft? No, I wouldn't count that. Like, a monster closet is literally a monster closet. Like, think of, like, all of those Call of Duty campaigns where a door opens up, and then it's like, blah, blah, and the guys are shooting, and they hide behind cover, and then you go look at the door that they came out of, and it's an empty room. It's just an empty room with nothing in it, no other doors, so what were they doing in that room, like in that closet? Were they just waiting for you to show up? That's what a monster closet is. Like with the boarding crafts, you can see them approaching. Like you know that the context is that there are guys in there and they are coming. If it was like you're like hanging out, you know, in Halo, and then an office door opens up and a bunch of brutes pile out of it, and then you go into that room and there's no way that they couldn't have entered that room through another door and then opened the door to get to you. Like, it's just an empty room with one way in and one way out. So what were they doing in there waiting for you? That's a monster closet. Like, literally, they were like tee-hee, like waiting for you to arrive so that they could pile out of the big room, or the small room. There we go. What do you think of this game's soundtrack? It's alright. I think a lot of it is too marvelly. I don't think Osiris's main theme is that great. The bum 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 bum. Like, I don't think that's very strong as a melody. It's not as strong as bum 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 bum. Some of the chief levels have some pretty good music. And the first level of Meridian, I think, has some pretty good music as well. It's more like you have to dig a little bit to find the good stuff in Halo 5 soundtrack. Some of the atmospheric ambient stuff in Halo 5 soundtrack is actually, I think, some of the best music, with the worst music being the more bombastic pieces, which just kind of sound like generic Hollywood music. Like The Trials, Light is Green. I don't like any of those pieces of music that much. They're just too loud and Avengers-y. But some of the more somber stuff, the more kind of like atmosphere building, where you're just like exploring Meridian, that stuff is pretty good.
Not this one. Not yet. Sanion, a pre-covenant religious site on San Helios.
It's a guardian on the elite homeworld?
If we can get a team on the ground, we can access that guardian.
The Sangheli levels have some good music.
Brass wants nothing to do with the Arbiter's War.
I'm trying to... Osiris Suite 3 on Sunion. That is the best bombastic track in this game. Kamchatka, I don't know if I'd call that one bombastic, but that one is also good. But yeah, Osiris Suite 3 and Kamchatka are pretty good as far as action tracks go. But those are about it.
Stop this.
But it means going to San Helios.
I'll make arrangements.
The monster bus? Okay, now listen, okay, if we start getting very specific and we start saying, technically that's more of a monster bus, or that's more of a monster hallway, like, then we're like, okay, every game is just a monster thing. Like, well, if you think about it, the AI had to get on the monster bus so that they could get over to the level. Then the monster bus became a monster closet that they spawned out of.
What's Cortana up to, Chief? Why'd she bring us here?
My wife says, guys, it's not a monster house, it's a monster home. This is the weirdest start to a level, by the way. Hang on, wait for it. Okay, so the cutscene fades out. Boom. No fade. Just boom. Here you are.
No comm traffic on any band. No long-range uplinks at all.
And this is also... So, if you're playing Halo 5 for the first time on the Xbox Series X, good. Or Xbox One X, good. Because... first impressions on the base Xbox One were terrible for this level. Because the dynamic like, this is another level that's fairly ambitious visually. And because of that, this level ran at the lowest resolution. So it was like, boom, you're here, and there's no anti-aliasing. Everything looks super shimmery. You can barely make out, like, visor link on the ammo counter there. Like, you can't read it because the resolution is so low. And it's like all of the textures over there look super muddy. The skybox looks like you can see compression artifacts in the clouds because of the resolution that the cloud skybox is. And it's just kind of like very weird, very muddy, very humid looking. And then also, like, the blue doesn't look great in this environment because that's not how light works. Like, take a dark flashlight, like a dark blue flashlight, and go outside in broad daylight and turn it on. You're not going to see anything because light can't glow darker than what is the ambient lighting of an environment, you know? So this energy already doesn't look very good, like something looks wrong with it. It's just like really off-putting introduction to the level for me. At least back when I played it for the first time.
What was that? Came from the console.
How many years has it been since we used that signal?
Everyone said, fair enough, wife. So the whole level of Truth and Reconciliation is a monster battleship.
Cortana, do you read?
No response.
And here's also something that's interesting. The piece of music that's playing here, it's a monk chant version of Halo 4's main menu theme.
Beyond that, who knows?
Wherever we are, Cortana brought us here. She's out there somewhere.
Chief, back on Meridian. There was a lot of destruction.
So it's supposed to be kind of like, you know, like the Forerunner reveal of the big environment, you know? Giant Forerunner structure in the distance, monk chant, like you're on a Forerunner world. I don't know. It didn't hit. Like even the Halo 4 reveal of the big Forerunner structure when you come out of the cave, that I think was a little bit more impressive. Just something about this presentation didn't sit quite right with me. Like, the foliage, none of it reacts to you. The water, at least on the Xbox One, the base Xbox One, was very, like, the reflections were super, super low resolution, so they were very pixely looking. None of the foliage even has shading on it. Just kind of, you know, in the weird, like, loud monk chant Halo 4 version, like, none of it really sat well with me. Yeah, Genesis, I don't think Genesis, this was a level that I think needed to cook a bit longer. Because it also feels sort of like a graphical effect was turned off. Like, I don't think Halo 4, or Halo 5 actually has volumetric lighting of any kind. But it feels like, I don't know, it reminds me of Halo Infinite when you just turn off volumetric fog. And you can clearly see that, like, the environment is missing a graphical feature. And that's what I get here. I don't know if maybe there was originally a kind of like a rain effect that was happening, but just feels kind of off.
What are Covenant doing here?
This is cool though. If you find this grunt here, you know, you can like listen to his audio recording and stuff. They're like, what are the Covenant doing here? That's a dead grunt. And it'll actually change the dialogue that plays when you go up ahead. The atmospheric scattering is horrific, like perpetual fog. Yeah, just something about it looks off. You know, it's like, look at that Forerunner structure over there. It's like, I think it's supposed to be a beam tower, and they're trying to do kind of like a forced perspective thing. Like, it's supposed to be off in the distance. And so because of that, it's low resolution, but I can see it. You know, it's moving. Like, so it's clearly very close to me. And then you can see how low detail it is. And it reminds me of the Halo ring in Halo Combat Evolved's first level, where you look out the window and you can see the Halo ring, and it's clearly only like 40 feet long and not too far away from the glass that you're at, and Bungie was just hoping that you wouldn't notice, and the effect just doesn't work. And that's what I get here, where I'm like, I see that, and it's like, it's not that tall, and it's pretty close, and it looks really bad. Apparently Cortana being evil was a last-minute decision. No, it was not a last-minute decision. That is community speculation, community folktale. It is not the case, though.
All clear.
What are the Covenant doing here? They seem confused. I don't think they've been here long.
We're gonna go check out. We're gonna go check out the grunt that's chilling on the ledge over here with the skull. And no, this grunt wasn't done by Joe Staten. It doesn't sound like him. Here we go. We got the skull. Let's see how long I can keep at least my assault rifle for. You know how it took Chief and Osiris 2 days to get to Genesis? What the fuck were they doing for 2 days on the Guardian? Probably pooping and peeing in their suits. Because, I mean, 2 days. I don't think I can hold my pee for 12 hours. Let alone 2 days.
More hostiles. Ready up.
I think that's the first time I've ever seen an elite in Halo 5, like, just chill and hanging out. Like, doing a patrol animation. That's cool. I should revisit this environment in my own spare time and see if there are viewing angles where I can get a better look at them without them noticing me. Did we ever have it confirmed whether Cortana coming back to life was for branding purposes, thanks to Microsoft adopting Cortana as their in-house Siri? Oh god, I think I was the one who spread that rumor. I don't think we've ever had it confirmed. I can probably ask, though. I know that, One of the things that I've heard about why Halo 5's campaign story kind of ended up the way it did, you know, being very divisive, was that Frank O'Connor, and listen, hey, do not go freaking crazy with this, okay? I'm so tired of, like, the conspiracy theory stuff, like, you know, and making it seem like, oh my god, like Kiki Wolfkill and Frank O'Connor, blah, Halo's ruined because of them. Specifically them, those two. The way I had heard it, though, the story was that, you know, Frank O'Connor, narrative writer at the time, like, as well as, like, basically the whole writer's room, they had kind of siloed themselves off because they were trying to keep the story very secret. Halo 4 had a lot of story leaks. And for Halo 5, you know, they were trying to keep things a little bit more under wraps. And so it was very hard to communicate with them, and sometimes level designers didn't even understand the context of the level they were designing. And a big problem with kind of like siloing off the story like that and trying to keep it secret, keep it safe, to quote Lord of the Rings, is that you don't really get feedback on how the pacing is, you know, how it all feels. And it was kind of like, until it was too late, that people started to realize, actually, like, this is not going well, this story. It was kind of like, well, the game is cooking, you know, there's polishing that needs to be done, obviously. There's quite a few months, if not a year, of development to work under, but it's like, It's content locked. And so it's just, you know, that's the way that I've heard it said, is there wasn't a crazy last-minute rewrite, there wasn't behind-the-scenes crazy story stuff. It was just, you know, the writer's room, they were trying to keep the story secret, they were trying to write something super ambitious and cool, and it was a little bit too big of an idea for what they could handle, and it got out of control. Where did you get this info? One of the folks who got laid off from 343 and is thankfully still in contact with me. Well, a couple of the folks, I should say. Wait, those guys weren't that far from the first pack of enemies. Did they just not hear the gunfight happening? Nope. Which, you know, don't worry about it. Halo's always like that. Like your first gunfight in Truth and Reconciliation is like the Covenant knowing you're coming. You know, like the ship, not the level. And they flood the hangar with Covenant to stop you. And you take them all out. And then for the rest of the mission, you can find a lot of Covenant that are like guns down, just like chilling. Like, I feel like if they were unsuccessful in securing the Chief and the Marines, you'd broadcast that to every Covenant on the ship. Like, hey everybody, we couldn't stop the humans. They're wandering the ship. Please look for them. It's okay, it's just a game thing, you know? I freaking love the look of that turret, though. That plasma turret looks pretty awesome. I also really, really, in general, like the look of the plasma weapons in this game. Like, especially after Halo Infinite. I like that they're almost white, because they're so hot. Another interesting thing is in Halo Infinite, at one point, all the plasma was red. Like, all of it. From the plasma pistol to the shade turrets, everything was going to be red because it was all banished. And the sandbox, the campaign team, weirdly enough, wanted blue, some of the plasma weapons to be blue. And that's a decision I actually don't agree with. I think they should have kept all the banished stuff red. Like, wouldn't it have been cool if the plasma pistol in Halo Infinite was a banished one instead of a Halo 5 one? Like, you know, the banished, they're using a red plasma pistol because they're red. Fred? That got a giggle out of my wife. I love you, baby.
Path is shielded.
The word properly is doing a lot of work in that sentence. I like that, though. The banished are scavengers. See, you say that until you look at the concept art of the banished plasma turret for Halo Infinite before they just decided to reuse the Halo 5 one. It looks like the Halo 3 and Halo Reach plasma turrets that the Covenant would use, but like all of those, like, you know, harsh angles and stuff, they're all banished metal, and the thing is red. I would have preferred all the stuff to be banished themed. Because it is so odd seeing the banished Phantom in Halo Infinite, but it drops a Halo 5 plasma turret. It should have gotten its own plasma turret, man.
Area clear, move up.
Like that Halo 5 plasma turret, that fits the Halo 5 Phantom specifically, but it looks very out of place on a banished Phantom.
How did she get here?
The Didact ship was pulled into slip space. Could have ended up anywhere.
They steal from the Covenant all the time. They do. And what do they do after they steal? Remember that cutscene in Halo Wars 2 where Atriox, his two brutes, open up that Covenant vehicle bay? And you see all those Covenant ghosts? The very next scene, you see brutes driving those ghosts, and they've been painted red and slapped with new plates of armor and stuff.
she's leading us to the consoles.
She hasn't proven the most reliable guess.
Halo Infinite seems to have turned the Banished into fanatics who worship Atriox. I wouldn't say worship Atriox, but I'd say it was like the cult leader dying, almost. As well as a little bit of, the way it was described to me, at least. Oh my god, this is such a weird scene here, okay? This is the big reveal that Cortana is still alive, that she survived Halo 4.
I wonder, have the Covenant been coming through with them? Stands to reason. Any ships caught in the slip space bubble would be pulled through.
Light bridge activated on approach.
We're definitely being led somewhere.
Wait, maybe not. No, yeah. It was here. No, sorry. Okay, never mind. I'm getting very confused.
Chief, look.
Confusing things up. But this cutscene's pretty cool. I thought Master Chief shields had the classic beeps instead of the default ones like the other Spartans. I wouldn't mind just more adventures with Chief Fernando and the weapon. Yeah. The way it was described to me by the narrative team, though, is that the idea is supposed to be that the Banished are settling on the ring and that they're getting very bored, and so Escharum has been kind of playing up the death of Atriox to kind of keep the fighting spirit alive within the Banished. Otherwise, you know, the Banished will get bored, they'll get restless, there'll be infighting and stuff. Here is a weird moment. As like Master Chief's introduction to the Warden, he just walks in like he came back from the bathroom.
Identify yourself.
Like, just like the big guy walks around the corner and stops like, oh, hello. I didn't hear you come in.
She called me to her.
Could have been a little bit cooler, right? But this is some cool looking, cool framing. I like the way the Warden is like looming over him. And Master Chief's got his like gun, like his little assault rifle pointed at the giant metal man. He's like, don't come any closer or I'm gonna shoot you with bullets. The Flood cutscene. Wait. I don't know why everybody thought it was going to be a reveal of the Flood. Like, they see Dead Covenant and they're like, obviously it's the Flood. He walked out of the toilet with... Oh my god, I could do that. I could do that in editing. I could, I've been goofing off with visual effects. I could easily edit that cutscene so that it looks like he had toilet paper stuck to his foot. You know what? I'm gonna probably do that. That's a great idea.
If you understood what she has become, you would not speak of such juvenile concepts as hope.
Man, the cinematics of this campaign hold up today. I think they're a little bit weaker than, in my opinion, the standard Halo cutscene. Like, the best cutscene direction came from Halo 3, but especially ODST. Like, ODST was like Bungie's magnum opus as far as cutscene directing went. And I don't think any Halo game, even Reach, was able to surpass ODST in terms of just creative camera framing, shots, even just cutscene concepts. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna edit. I'm definitely gonna edit the that cutscene so that there's a flush sound effect, and then Warden Eternal walks into frame, and I'm gonna put a little bit of toilet paper under his foot and keyframe it. Did you watch the video of the filmmaker reacting to Halo's cutscenes? I did. That was very entertaining to watch. Yeah, everybody sees a couple of dead bodies and they're like, gotta be the flood. Gotta be the flood. Even though the story has not been setting up the flood in any way. And then they're like, where were the flood? They lied to us. What? There's no way about ODST. You've seen the video talking about Reach's body language, right? Which one? The Act Man? I mean, yeah, I've seen it. I still don't think the cutscene directing was as strong as ODST's. Like, sure, there was subtle body language because of the use of motion capture. But you can have a lot of subtle body language, but still be like... I still think ODST had more striking cutscenes. And that's not to say Reach had bad cutscenes, by the way. Just, if I were to in its entirety, like, all the cutscenes of the game, like, as a demonstration of Halo has some pretty cool cutscenes, I would not use Reach. I'd use ODST. Or Halo 3. Like, as far as action sequences go in a cutscene, the cutscene where the ODST squad takes down that brute chieftain together, that I think is the best action cutscene in any Halo campaign. Just in terms of the polish, the camera angles, the pacing, the directing, the cinematography, it was all flawless. There's not a single frame about that cutscene that I would tweak. It's quite literally perfect. It's not by Actman, it was another guy. It's by Core Ideas. Okay, I'll check that out. I'm still sad we never got our fungus zombies back. Yeah, me too. I feel like 343 could do some really cool stuff with the Flood if they wanted to. That's exactly the one I was thinking of when ODST cutscenes came up. Yep. Yeah, it's just Chieftain, and then the wide shot as you can see the Phantom coming in, and then it zooms in a little bit like the cameraman is on another building and spectating it. It's just so freaking cool, and the Brute Chieftain jumps down, the way he flings that guy and then slams his hammer on the ground. And it makes everybody stumble because of the shockwave. Just good stuff. And then he's able to use the sniper rifle to shoot off one of the Brute Chieftain's pauldrons, which exposes his neck, but not before the Brute Chieftain is able to knock him over. And he uses the sniper to stop himself from getting impaled, and you can see the Brute Chieftain. If he wanted to, he could just monkey smash, but the Brute Chieftain got cheeky. He wanted to make him suffer, so he used the blade, and that's the only reason that he was able to stop it from truly killing him. He used a sniper to stop the blade. It distracted the Brute Chieftain long enough for the other ODSTs to get the jump on him, and then they stab him in the neck because it was set up just a couple moments ago that the Chieftain's armor was compromised by the sniper shot. It's just mwah, perfect. A great, great fight scene. Not a single action was wasted. And then I look at, you know, some of the stuff, unfortunately, going forward, where there is just kind of a lot of stuff happening, but not a lot of, I guess, purpose to it, other than it looks cool. I'd make it less obvious that Buck's knife is just clipping into the chieftain's neck instead of being actually stabbed with it. Well, that's any game where somebody, like in this game, when Jul Mdama gets stabbed, just the knife model clipped into the neck, you know? That's how they do it. And also, keep in mind the presentation of the game. Because Halo ODST was a 30 frames per second game. So some of the visual presentation will break down at higher frame rates. Because you're seeing little stuff that you weren't supposed to see. Just like, I'm sure if we were able to unlock Halo 5's cutscenes and make them run at 60 FPS, we'd probably see a lot of weird stuff that we weren't supposed to see. Oof. Aren't all stabbings in life just the knife clipping into the body? Yeah, sort of. I guess when I think of, like, the issue being that the knife is just clipping into the neck, I can't think of a way that you could do it other than that. Because the other option is that you create this complex animation where the actual model gets, like, segmented, you know, or like a hole opens up for the knife model to slip in, and just a lot of busy work for the same result, which is it looks like the knife went into his skin. They probably could add like a blood decal around the knife after it is clipped into the neck.
Hello?
To sell the illusion. Maybe that's what he was referring to.
Oh my... I can't believe you're here.
And then, John! You made it! John! Cortana shouldn't be calling the Master Chief John. She hasn't known him long enough. That's more of a Halsey thing. It's always bugged me. She should just be calling him Chief.
After I saw John last, I was pulled into slip space.
Also, look at that. Way over there. Boop!
A forerunner system.
Guardian JPEG.
Entering the domain, touching this place.
Oh yeah, and Cortana's alive.
It's like the water of life for AIs.
The radio told us.
By accessing the gateway, the big building, putting on a light.
Ooh, living stream, says Roex.
Just like I knew you would. Just one more to go.
Oh, that's a living stream. Living stream.
Why does the Warden think he needs to protect you from me?
There's so much to explain.
Mickey Mouse voice. John?
Try me.
Halo 5 Cortana does give clingy vibes. Yeah, it's... Like, I don't like how she was written in Halo 4, because Cortana's, like, very sarcastic and very intelligent and very, like, kind of, like, not independent. That's not the way I'd put it, but she's very strong. Like, in the face of death, she was making quips and making jokes, like, you know, with the grave mine torturing her and stuff in Halo 3. So it's just weird that in Halo 4 she's all like, oh, I'm so defenseless, John. And then it's even weirder in this game that she keeps calling him John, and they nerfed Cortana's personality. They made her so just annoying and like submissive. Doesn't really feel like Cortana.
Let's go.
The controls for these photons should be fairly intuitive.
As forerunner systems go.
You'll figure them out.
Psychological tactics. Using my name. Yeah, that's fair. Always fine, baby. That's all fair. They do say that. It just, part of me thinks that it's kind of like trying to keep that writing style consistent between Halo 4 and Halo 5, but clearly the writing is different for Halo 5. Like, it's a new lead writer, new script writers and stuff, and it feels like them trying to emulate the same kind of Master Chief Cortana drama from Halo 4, and it comes off like just kind of like a bad copy, I guess. To be fair, she's been alone for years and is dying. I can see her confidence being shaken. Just not for me. Yeah, I just really don't like the character stuff that they did with Cortana in Halo 4 and Halo 5. She's just so much less fun. I think of her like if I was a megalomaniac, and I'm not, like making jokes like that, or saying like, oh, like analyzing the structures and like hypothesizing about what they are, and then saying, oh, I'm sorry, were you trying to shoot something? John, you're the Reclaimer, John. Yeah, it's basically that.
Is that where the gateway is?
Yes, almost there.
There it is.
The gateway to the Forerunner domain.
Oof.
You'll be the first organics to enter since the fall of the
JPEG Guardian, we're closer to him. I don't think that's the same one that we saw earlier, though, but I'd imagine once upon a time there was an actual Guardian there, because this area, like that water down there is not actually reactive. Like, it's almost like a fake plane of water, which is very strange. And then that Guardian up there, it's so close, and you can clearly see that it's a low resolution, like, drawing of a Guardian. And the skybox is so open up here, I can only imagine that at one point in this level, there was a Guardian up there. And it was fully animated and everything, and then when it came to optimization, it had to go. Because something about this was so, like, demanding on the original Xbox hardware that they had to replace it with a low-resolution PNG.
After the crash here,
Look, there's like a lot of stuff over there as well. I wonder if this level was a bit mangled near the end, but look, see, the water isn't reactive over here. I wonder if that was stripped for like memory purposes. Just something about this area in the level. I've always speculated that there must have been some drama behind the scenes because of all the cutbacks that are going on here. And especially this final cutscene. Here, watch this. So you come up here, look at their feet. Look how jittery their feet are. Just such a shocking lack of polish near the end of the level. So I'm just like, what happened? Was the level supposed to be longer and they ran into memory issues? And so a bunch of stuff had to be cut. I'd love to know. Opinions on the weapon? I like the weapon a lot. The weapon's fun. It's like a little baby Cortana. It's like Master Chief has a little Tamagotchi.
I'll have a briefing for you by the time we reach San Helios.
See you planetside.
So, you wrote a target dossier on the Arbiter when you were with Oni.
That was 6 years ago.
This is a cool moment. This is a really cool moment. Listen to the music. They call back to Halo 2.
So why didn't you?
Things changed. And then they cut over to a human walking side by side with an elite, and you can hear the Arbiter motif that would play in Halo 2 in the soundtrack. That's cool. That is cool, guys. That's objectively cool.
This all goes sideways.
I understand, sir. It's not my first mission that doesn't exist.
Good luck, Spartan.
It's weird knowing a majority of these characters are dead. None of them are dead. What do you mean? None of them are dead. There we go. We're going to the Elite's homeworld. This is definitely the best level in Halo 5. Bar none. Actually, I take that back. The next level might be. Not the guns down mission, but you know what? The Halo 5 missions on Sanghelios are really good.
Swords of Sanghelios. With Arbiter's victories and the death of Jul Mdama, the Covenant remnants grow desperate. They have begun.
Are you doing the whole thing tonight? We're halfway through the campaign, a little bit over halfway. We could easily do it. What do you guys think? Should we beat Halo 5's campaign? I think we can. But, look at this. This is the first mission, I think, in Halo 5 where I can say it looks beautiful. Like, beautiful. We're about, what, 8 missions into the campaign? But, beautiful. Like, that looks really good. I wish self-shadowing was in this game. I wish Locke casted a shadow. I wish that my battle rifle had shadows on it. That they didn't have to cut that for optimization purposes, but... Oh, you can't go in there. It's an invisible wall. That's... Okay. But beautiful. Beautiful. Great art direction. Smooth lighting. And then this is also pretty cool. So the water in this game, it's not as complicated or as like advanced as the water stuff in Halo 3, where it actually had volume to it and buoyancy, you know, and objects would float in it and like all this stuff. Basically what this is an animated 2D plane, and it would respond with scripted ripples, you know, but the ripples, they'd have like different levels of intensity to them and stuff. But it looks really convincing. And it's probably cheaper to run at 60 FPS too.
What are those buildings over there?
So good stuff all around. And then if we come up here, we can see some low-resolution PNGs of Sunayan off in the distance. So a bit of foreshadowing where this campaign, or where this Sunayan stuff is going. But, you know, again, it looks like maybe it's 130 yards away from us. Probably a little bit more, but it's okay. The contractors did a good job on this one. They did. But not all of them were contractors. You know, the art department, asset creation is maybe one thing, but, you know, like the creative leads and stuff, those weren't contractors. So here we go. There's also the little bugs. I like the little bugs quite a bit.
Spirit inbound.
And then it's also, that is a freaking cool spirit, man. I really like the Halo 5 spirit. Like, of course, I prefer, you know, the Reach spirit design and stuff. I like that look for the Covenant. But that's just like a fun look for a spirit, for like a super beetly insectoid Covenant. Good stuff, man. Good stuff. Let's ground pound this guy. Oh boy. That's fair. That's fine. Do you know how to boost slide? Isn't, hang on. I need to have, in order to boost slide, I need to have toggle crouch off, right? And then I also need a bit of a flat surface.
Let the guns talk, Osiris.
I think boost sliding, it's like... Crap, hang on. Like that, right? Where you kind of get like a crazy amount of momentum, and then the slide carries the momentum, and then you could spring that into a jump, right? I mean, that was a bit of a scuffed one, but that's the basic idea, right? I stayed home from school to play Halo 5. Got my grades up for that. After the story, I wish I went to school, lol. Multiplayer was fun, but it looked worse than the beta. Yeah, that was the basic opinion for me as well. I was having a lot of fun with the multiplayer, but the story, it took me a while to kind of, like, process that the story of Halo 5 wasn't that good. I think I went through 3 months of, like, denial before finally accepting that the Halo 5 story wasn't good, because I was hyping it up in my head so much. Like, so much intrigue, you know? Hunt the truth, Chief's a traitor, we gotta bring him in, like, what's going on? This is so mysterious, what are the Guardians? What's their purpose? And then it's like, oh. This section looks so cool, man. Look how nice the water on the rocks look. Thank you for the donation, by the way, Kyle. That was very kind of you. But yeah, I had a very similar experience to you. Yeah, and I remember jumping into the multiplayer, and one of the first matches I got in 4v4, I mean, I played Warzone first, but one of the first matches I got in multiplayer was, it's not Truth, what's it called? Regret? The, inverted version of the multiplayer map, and I was stunned by how downgraded it looked. Like, if you guys don't know what I'm talking about, look at the Halo 5 beta, Regret. It was beautiful. It looked like this. You know, like lots of greenery and golden sunlight. And then for the final game, they made it like murky and overcast, and all of the beautiful greenery was changed to like an ugly shade of orange. And like all the beautiful lighting was removed. Like, they just totally changed the entire artistic direction for the map and made it look uglier as a result. That Halo 5 beta version of Regret is still, I think, one of the most beautiful Halo multiplayer maps ever created. And I hope someone is able to kind of revive the Halo 5 beta, because I want to see it again. Hey, Dylan Bacon just gifted 5 late night membership subscription haze. Joy by Jay got one. Beaks, Maxime Grenier, Lonely Space Beam, and Dim Aura. You guys now have access to some of the emotes. Open them up. You'll see a lovely Craig one that my wife made. Yeah, guys, enjoy. Spam the emotes. They're yours now. What do you think about the state of Halo merch now, considering you were critiquing this aspect a few years ago? They're doing a pretty decent job at diversifying. I saw that Buck statue. It looks super cool. Even though Buck is using an SMG for some reason, which is not his weapon in ODST. I am also very happy to see more grunt representation in the merch. I just, you know, it's good stuff. It's good stuff that before I used to think I don't need to buy any of this because it's all a waste of money. And now I'm thinking I would like to buy all of this, but I can't because I need to be responsible with my budgeting.
Bodies ahead. Swords of St. Helios. Covenant must have caught him by surprise. What's that, Vale?
Sangili burial prayer. A warrior at birth, a warrior in death.
I think it would be cool to have spirits and phantoms serve different purposes within the same force. Maybe spirit for fast attack, hit and run, and phantoms for full-on assaults. Well, there are probably reasons for that, you know, like in the lore. Arbiter's an ally, so these dead here are my brothers as far as I'm concerned. Yeah, I feel like Buck would be the one who'd be a little bit cautious about, you know, like, I'll work with them. Doesn't mean I need to like them. You know? I miss being an ODST. Just point and shoot. None of this gray area BS. And then he's like, Arbiter's my ally. An alien. Aliens who killed my sister and her kids. They're our allies. I should probably make a video on how Halo's merch is doing. They did do the elites a lot of respect in this scene, at least. They did. I guess I could do without the this is something that is very subjective, okay? It's not like a legitimate criticism, and if you disagree, it is okay, and I understand why. But for me, the fake language, it's very cringy to me. Like, it's cool when the elites speak it, because that's their language, and the sound designers do a lot of, like, distorting to make it sound cool and, like, alien-like. But then when you have, like, a human voice actor or actress, and she's like, wah-wah way futabu waba, and it's just, like, speaking gibberish, I'm like, ugh, like, I just recoil a little bit. I'm like, don't. You should have just said that prayer in English. It was like in the Halo show when they had Maki speaking, and she's just like, Oweko Tukukagi, and it's like, shut up, that's not a real language, stop it! Like, have some self-respect! Yes.
Push forward, Osiris. Ramp on the right.
I feel the same way with Halo Infinite referring to the elites by their real names. Where it's just like, come on. Arbiter isn't called Thelvadamy in the games, you know, he's called Arbiter because that sounds way cooler. No one tell Covenant Canon this. Yeah, Covenant Canon would vehemently disagree with me. What's your opinion on the scrapped concept of the UNS Infinity being used as a social hub for Halo 5 multiplayer? I got to speak to one of the guys last year about that, and it's a cool concept, and I wish we got it. And the reason that they did not do it was because it would have put Halo 5 insanely over budget. I was even fortunately able to see a little bit of video of the pitch for it. So it's like what they'll kind of do for game development purposes is they'll put together like a mock render reel of kind of like, this is what it might be sort of like. We got a bunch of assets, threw them into like, you know, whatever engine, and kind of made this mock environment video to show what it could be like. And it seemed pretty freaking cool, but it would have basically swallowed up all of UI, all of the campaign team, as well as networking, to get it to, you know, to a shippable state. And it was also, the proposal was very, it would have added a lot of extra money onto the budget for the game. And so the producers were basically like, no, like, you're not going to be doing that, no. And then I bet they were kicking themselves in the foot when they saw how successful Destiny was. Because I think that could have been frickin' awesome. To be fair, I'd say some real languages sound like that when you hear them for the first time. Yeah, but like, those are real languages. Like, this is like this is a video game that doesn't take itself very seriously. So when it does with stuff like that, it's just so ugh. Just speak English or whatever language you've set the audio to. Did you see the new third-person mode? I did not see it yet. I have actually been streaming since it was shown off, but people have been telling me that it was shown off at HCS and it looks very cool. So once I'm off of the stream, I'll be taking a look at it. I would have traded the 200 worthless Halo 5 armor sets for the hub, to be honest. I think most people would have. Yeah, because they even had, like, there would be, like, big screens. And the screens, the developers would have, you know, this is all, like, would have, could have, but did they actually develop it? No. But, what the little team that came up with the idea, what they were envisioning was that they had, the Infinity had big screens where they could, like, display info, like developer updates and stuff to the player base, rather than having, like, a pop-up on the main menu. Just really, really ambitious stuff, and it would have been very expensive to do, and 343 is not... 343 is, like, was medium size. Like, they were kind of average as a game development studio. And if they wanted to get the game done in 2 years, or whatever it was, that was not gonna ship, obviously. Like, UI, networking, engineering, animation, art, like, they were needed elsewhere. The hub would have needed kind of its own, like, dedicated team to work on it. And even, like, Bungie with the original Destiny, like, they didn't work alone, you know? They had, like, the full force of Activision and various support studios also assisting Bungie.
If we lose the Arbiter, reaching the Guardian at Sunayon gets complicated.
You know what would have been cool? Live feeds of multiplayer games on those screens. Yeah, like, I'm not sure if that's possible, but that would have been, like, a cool idea. Dude, it's just cool stuff. Like, I'll ask if maybe in a year I can share it. Because it's cool. Swaying your view with the fuel rod reload. Oh yeah, like that? I love doing that with reloads. I'm probably not the only one, right? There we go. That's the thrust slide, right? What I just did there. Watch it on stream to see your reaction. Okay. Yeah, yeah. You know what? We could do that. We'll check out that third-person mode.
Spartans, I'm coming to you now.
Got it, Maki. Spartans, clear the ship.
Transformers 1 might not get a sequel. Well, where else could they go with Transformers 1? Wasn't that like an origin story for Optimus Prime and Megatron? Did Optimus Prime become Optimus Prime at the end of Transformers 1? Or was it like implied that he was on the road to becoming a Prime? Here come the hunters.
Clear the area, Osiris.
MCC coming to Switch 2 for sure. God, I wish. Dude, I wish. Come on, I can take you guys on. Dude, this is making me realize how squishy the turrets are in Halo Infinite. Did you see how much of a beating that thing took? Where did we go wrong?
All clear.
You know what? Don't spoil it, Isaiah, just because there's probably people in the chat who haven't seen Transformers 1 yet.
Your Commander Palmer thought you would find these useful.
I do like the way she thinks.
Covenant reinforcements move on the Elder Council chamber. Time is running low, Spartans.
Speaking of Halo 5 armor, why did the multiplayer armor, like Bucks and Locks, look so bad compared to the campaign versions? It's because of the way that they actually did them for multiplayer. Like, Buck and Locke are kind of like hero characters, so their texture quality is a little bit better. The actual like materials look a little bit better. But then for multiplayer, since it's, you know, customization content and all of that, it all looks not quite as polished. And then also remember that the undersuits, the tech undersuits, are completely different in multiplayer versus the campaign. And also in multiplayer, the lighting for Spartan characters is pretty bad looking. So like if your Spartan is out in sunlight, they look decent, but then the second you step in shadow, your guy looks terrible.
I'll open the door for you, Spartan. Opening the door. The council chamber is on the other side of the courtyard.
Spartans, the Elder Council chambers are on the far side of that courtyard. Hurry! We have lost contact with Arbiter's forces within.
Copy that. Let's get the Arbiter out of there.
Watch it! Race on the warpath!
Yeah, we were talking about vehicles earlier. Vehicle sequences, and how I don't think that there's really been like truly epic traditional Halo vehicle sequences since that Halo 4 Scorpion crawl to the Infinity. This is some of the stuff that I was referring to, where wraiths and ghosts, they're kind of like corralled and contained to little areas. You don't have anything sprawling anymore with ghosts boosting around all over the place like kind of massive driving vehicle chase / battles. Like you can see here, it's mostly me entering an area where a wraith has been kind of locked in and then fighting it, or a ghost. Because the Covenant ghosts are also the same. They get kind of like locked into these environments and they don't do much outside of just kind of strafing left to right while shooting at you. And I'm not quite sure, because the problem also continued with Halo Infinite, where a lot of the vehicle fights in Halo Infinite, all of them actually, just aren't that good. And part of that is probably, during development, one of the things that was actually there was destructible trees. Like, you could knock trees down. So if you were in a Scorpion, you know, you could shoot at, like, a forest, and a lot of the trees would come down, and you could kind of, like, carve your own path through it. But then for performance reasons, they actually cut that feature entirely. And so the open world was kind of made static.
We're working on it, Mark. I'll notify you when we're ready for extraction.
And so vehicles got kind of locked into their bases. They weren't able to, like, move around quite as much. So let's hop out. Oop, never mind. So basically, no assault on the control room. Yeah, you would never get it. We haven't really had anything like assault on the control room in well over a decade. Definitely not Savo Highway. And I really hope for the next Halo game that they focus really hard on making vehicle combat fun again. I think for AI, it's okay to not have, like for campaign at least, not having the doomed state concept. Like for multiplayer, that's one thing, but for campaign at least, I think just because it's not fun when the AI will get out of their vehicles when it gets doomed, you know? Especially when it's a Banshee and it's like flying around in the sky and like the elite just bails on his Banshee and falls to his death. Like, it's comical, but it's not satisfying, you know? And so I think separating those mechanics from campaign and multiplayer would probably be in Halo. Like, look at that little ghost down there. Look, what are they supposed to do here? They can't do anything interesting.
We're working on it, Mark. I'll notify you when we're ready for extraction.
I love how the Mantis ragdolls. Yeah, right? The Infinite's The Road tank section is such a letdown every time I've played it. The tank gets destroyed super fast, and even if you are careful and take your time, yeah, also the cool Halo music will just stop. Yeah, the one of the level designers I spoke to was very disappointed with The Road. He wished he could have had a little bit more time on it. One of the big things I think is that Scorpion tank moves way too fast in Halo Infinite. Like, there are so many vehicles that are just like strafing back and forth shooting at you, and so many points of damage coming in, and your Scorpion moves so fast that usually you can only get 2 shots off before you are running into the enemy, you know, their fortifications, and they're all pelting you. If the Scorpion in Halo Infinite moved a little bit slower, you'd have more time to be able to cover ground while taking shots. Because just the reload takes so long that, the reload takes so long for the Scorpion shots, and you cover distance so quickly with it that it's just very awkwardly paced. You find yourself constantly running into banished vehicles after only having enough time for like 1 or 2 shots. Oof. And in fact, at one point, I'm trying to get confirmation for the evolution of the Warthog, but a couple of the level designers were actually designing a Warthog run sequence for Halo Infinite's campaign, but the Warthog variant that they were using was cut. I think it's been data mined, but it was cut from the game, and they were also told to stop, like, working on that Warthog run. I don't think the doomed state is an inherently bad idea. Yeah, I don't think it's a bad idea either. Playing Halo Infinite with my wife has made me really appreciate a lot of the things that Halo Infinite has actually done. Because Halo is such a long-running series, and a lot of its rules of engagement are very like specific. And a lot of us, like, we're very used to them. But after playing with my wife, I totally understand why some choices were made, because Halo has some weird rules. And some stuff that isn't explained and could maybe be seen as overwhelming to a new player. And the doomed state is actually one concept for multiplayer that I do appreciate. Because, you know, she and I, we like the Warthog a lot. I'm the driver, she's the gunner. And for her, it's like, yeah, if the Warthog starts glowing red and it starts making alarms sounds, like it's time to get out. And if it was more like a Bungie Halo game, it would just explode when it had no health left. So stuff like the Doom State is really good.
Coming up on the council chamber. Get in there, now. Insertion pod, incoming. Push through, Osiris.
Late night. Would you think that the ground fleet command would have been received better if we got an official Halo RTS video game to help push the IRL RTS? What's fleet command or ground command? That's not that that tabletop Halo game that's being made, right? Was that not received well? That's obnoxious if it wasn't. Like, guys, you want more Halo merchandise. Don't get mad when stuff like this is announced. Or not merchandise, but like more Halo games and stuff. I know what you want is a game, but it's also important to like not shut down some of this stuff. It's kind of like the arcade cabinet that was announced. Where it's like, just be happy that there's more Halo right now. And that's not consume, you know, that's not me saying shut up and consume products. That's just be excited about that and be excited that that exists for people who are into that stuff, and use that boost them up while also asking for more stuff that you can enjoy, you know? Because what they'll see is like, oh, it was met with a negative reaction, it won't really energize people, and then other interesting projects will be less likely to be greenlit. Flashpoint sold out? Good, good, good.
Marquis, we've reached the council chamber.
Understood. On my way.
This is actually a cool little moment up here, I believe.
He's not here. Up the stairs.
I think is the elite over here? No. I think I missed him, actually. Is he over here? Yeah, here he is. That's cool, right? And now we're in the council, the elite council chamber. This is basically the elite's capital. And I guess all of these guys are kind of like the January 6th rioters.
Up the stairs.
If we're supposed to draw comparisons. So here we go, we come up here. And there he is. There's Arbiter. Taking on 2 elite assassins by himself.
Ready for extraction.
And then he does that hilarious walk over to the Phantom. Ugh. Assassinations in this game were so good. They were. This was a cool Arbiter moment. I like that shot from behind. And I love the filter on his voice. So listen to his voice.
Out of the shadows. The spies announce themselves now, Agent.
He sounds kind of like he's talking into a fan. You know, he's got that like warbly, distorted sound to his voice. And the reason that I like that is that was introduced in Halo 3 so that the aliens could sound more like they were aliens. Because it, if I remember right, it bugged one of the folks at Bungie that the aliens, when they speak English, they just sound like guys, like humans. And so in Halo 3, they gave all the Covenant members this like warbly, distorted filter over their voice, because it's like, well, they're from another planet. They have alien vocal cords. They should sound like they're a different creature that's speaking English, you know? And it does make him sound more like an alien, because it bugs me in Halo 5 that all the other elites, they just sound like voice actors that were pitched down. Or the grunts sound like voice actors that were pitched up. They sound too human.
Guns down, Osiris. We're guests here.
Log, I have a briefing prepared. Given Cortana's show of power, I am
Yeah, an Arbiter looks pretty cool. He doesn't look quite as cool when he's standing up straight, just because of the little point, you know?
We fight one enemy at a time. Today, the Covenant.
I'm not quite sure why he's got like that head fan. It looks a little bit silly. I wish that it was curved downwards a little bit. But I also know with like art design and stuff, usually having a head crest is a symbol of authority or like royalty. So that's probably why. But you know, I'll just say it, like the head fin looks pretty stupid curved up like that. But it doesn't look quite as bad when he's like hunched over, like in that cutscene. He looked pretty badass in that cutscene. And in general, his armor looks really freaking sweet. I like if you notice here, he's got a bare arm here, and it's got, like, scars and stuff on it. He's got, like, a war paint on his shoulder. And then over here, you can see this arm is, like, all armored up and stuff. He's got, like, leather straps and buckles and stuff. And even his Prophet's Bane energy sword, it's got I forgot what it's called. But it's like a shield over it, kind of like a fencing sword. And so with all the leather straps and stuff like that, it makes him look like he's like, you know, like he's about to unguard and pull out like a little what do they call that? The energy, or not energy sword, the fencing swords. What are they called? Over here, I have located a means of whatever.
This is a constructor, a forerunner tool I can use to interface with the Guardian. Constructors were ubiquitous in Forerunner facilities. These hills are riddled with support stations for the Sanghelios Guardian. Palmer has the coordinates of one such station. Finding a constructor there should be simple.
Okay. Well, let's run around here. Here's a little Halo 5 grunt. A little crab man. He's doing his thing. And then over here is the Joe Staten grunt.
Long sidelines here.
So this grunt here is voiced by our boy Joe Staten. And the story behind how this grunt came to be is actually kind of funny. So the writers, they were their job was done, you know? And to kind of like relieve some of the boredom, the way it was described to me was the writers started just writing up a bunch of jokes about the Halo universe, like a what if there was like a grunt in the campaign and he was saying all of this, and it wasn't going to get done. Okay, it was just them like having a goof in the writers room, like writing up a bunch of really fun stuff. And what happened was one of them was able to convince I forgot who it was, to actually let them include this grunt as an Easter egg. But, like, they had no voice actors. Because you can't just do a cameo as a game developer, you know? Like, it's not as fun as that anymore. You actually do have to have a voice acting license. Like, you know, it's all proper. It's done by official channels and stuff. Like, somebody needs to do this grunt Easter egg that we have, but they need to have a voice acting license. Otherwise, this grunt Easter egg won't get done. Oh, well, sucks. Well, they had heard a rumor that Joe Staten was nearby. He was apparently, like, in the same building. I don't know if he was checking on the Minecraft office, I think, that was above 343 at the time. But Joe Staten was available. And he has a voice acting license. So they were able to find him and drag him into the recording booth, and they got all the lines done the same day. And then that grunt was implemented into the game. And that's how that grunt came to be. Yeah, so that's the story behind that little grunt there. It's cool, right? Like, that's fun.
There's nothing more you can do from here. Head out.
Yeah, let's go check over here, by the way. Like, at this little grunt here, you can see him, if you follow him, he actually waddles all over the camp and will just come up to various elites and, you know, just say things, and then they'll usually go, uh-huh, as a canned response, and then he'll waddle away to the next elite. Over here's the medical bay, where you can see, like, elite doctors trying to do elite medicine. Because Arbiter is trying to introduce to them the concept of, like, medicine and, like, surgery. Because before the elites, they had a very goofy, like, idea of honor. Like, it was like, if you bled on battle, your honor was leaving your body with the blood spilled. So if you got, like, a fatal wound, you might as well bleed to death, because you dishonored yourself by even being fatally wounded. So they just, like, wouldn't save each other. They would just be like, oh, brother, I'll kill you right now so that your honor is preserved rather than you bleeding to death slowly. And it was considered dishonorable to patch up a warrior's body. Like, a bunch of, like, stupid backwards beliefs. And the Arbiter, after, you know, they defeat the Prophet of Truth and free the elites from the Covenant, he comes back to the elite homeworld, and he brings with him this revolutionary idea of modern medicine. And so here you have a bunch of elite doctors, like the first of a generation of medical professionals in the elite species. And all the elites hate them. They think they're, like, disgusting and that they spit on the culture of the elites because they practice medicine. And they don't view it as, like, you losing your honor when you're bleeding. So it's fun stuff of seeing the elite culture, like, kind of, like, going through the growing pains of progressing. Cool stuff, right? Elite children aren't allowed to know who their dads are, which is goofy to me. Yeah, it's like dumb, stupid stuff like that that the elites believe in. That Arbiter is kind of, like, getting out of the elite culture. Like, you know, at the start of this elite homeworld section of the campaign, you even heard over your radio, you know, it's a half victory. I'm not going to give 343 full credit because it's only over the radio, but you did hear the first ever female elite in a Halo game. Because Arbiter is also now, like, raising the restriction of the women are for breeding purposes only. Like, now he allows female elites to fight in his military. Because they're not bound by the crazy religious nonsense anymore. So it's like a lot of cool stuff is happening.
Ready when you are, Osiris.
We're ready, Commander Palmer.
Okay, let's go.
So now let's go. Oh, you're the there's also, you can find a hidden love poem that an elite writes to the Spartan Sarah Palmer. I forgot to actually look at it. But that's also a little bit funny, because then a grunt finds him while he's like professing his love to her.
Arbiter's people are set to hit the Kraken from the air while you handle ground support. Once you've reached the rally point, Arbiter...
Wait, so you're telling me Arbiter never knew his dad? Yeah, no, Arbiter doesn't know who his dad is. Sanghelios' culture in Halo 5 is one of the parts I love. It's really good stuff. Let's come over here, though. So you know what this is? This down here may seem kind of like a... This is another thing that's really cool about the elite culture. So that weird thing right there, that blade there, that is an ancient elite weapon from back when they were in like the medieval age, or I'm not sure what you'd call it, but that is basically the earliest energy sword. Like before it was even energy, it was just like an elite blade, you know. And as technology got better, that design eventually became, you know, like the energy swords that we know and love. So that's pretty cool, right? That's what the elites used to use before they had energy swords. Here we go. Now we're going down here. Dost thou wart? Says a medieval elite. Probably. And then, so, as far as, like, okay, like, let's keep talking about the elite cultures and stuff. From what I understand about the Kraken in the lore, the Kraken looks really weird, right, as, like, a Covenant vehicle. Like, it doesn't really look like the Covenant stuff that you saw, at least, like, from the Bungie games. Well, same with, like, the Phantoms. Like, there is actually in this game a lore reason for why, like, here, the Plasma Pistol, the Kraken, the Phantoms, the Banshees, why they all look so weird. It's because all of the Covenant stuff is designed around that specific aesthetic. The way that the Prophets wanted their military to look. And when High Charity fell, so the Prophets, they actually forged all of the Covenant's weapons within High Charity. Like, High Charity had massive foundries and factories within it, as well as the molds for all the various tech and vehicles and stuff like that. Well, when High Charity fell, all of these Covenant, like, fanatical groups that wanted to continue the Covenant religion, they actually had to resort to firing up old foundries on distant moons and stuff from back even some before the Covenant, the formation of the Covenant. And so a lot of these Covenant weapons that you're using in Halo 5, a lot of these Covenant designs, the reason that they're so different looking is they're actually outdated designs from the Elite's history. It would be kind of like if we had some kind of calamity and had to go back to mass producing World War II era weaponry and tanks and stuff like that. That's essentially the justification for a lot of the Covenant vehicles and aesthetic design in this game. Is them going back to old designs because they lost the foundries on High Charity.
Shield in the way. I have a shot on the shield generator.
Pop that and the whole thing will go.
There we go. All right, we popped open that.
Shield's down.
Then what is over here? Something over there? Think I can get over this? Wow, I can. Hey! Did I find this already? Oh, already found. Okay. Funny how that turns out, given that it's a similar justification for the UNSC art style back in Halo Infinite. Yeah, that's also the same justification for why the UNSC aesthetic has gone back to the classic Bungie look in Halo Infinite. It's because a lot of the Reclaimer saga, UNSC tech, was built with like inherent AI integration systems. And so, you know, in order to combat the created, they went back to old designs. But watch this. I'm going to show you guys a detail not a lot of people know about Halo 5. So look at what the ghost does. So it's dormant right now, right? It's sitting on the floor. As you approach it, it's bugged. Great. Great. Okay, awesome, cool. Thanks, game. Thanks. You made me look like a tool. Yeah, let's see if we can get it done here. It's bugged. Damn it. Okay. That's extremely disappointing. Let's see if it'll work now. There we go. Okay, they're go away. Fuck off. Okay, hang on. I'm gonna send them over there. Go over there, guys. Go chill. Go play in the ball pit. Look at that. When you approach the ghosts, they will actually spin up and start floating as you approach them. It's pretty cool, right?
Keep your distance. Get to the temple ground.
Personally, I think the Halo 5 vehicle designs, except for the Covenant orbital ships, are way cooler. What's your take on that? Well, what we think is cooler is all subjective, you know? I think the Reach Ghost is the coolest looking ghost design. And I think the original Halo trilogy design for the Banshee is the coolest looking Banshee. I think the Halo 3/Reach design for the Phantom is the coolest looking Phantom. You know, but it's all subjective. So let's see if it also works for this one over here. Yeah, see, it's working now. I don't know what was wrong earlier. But yeah, that's a cool little detail. Like, for some reason, the Covenant vehicles, they can, like, sense when a living being is approaching them, and so they'll kind of spin themselves up and lift themselves off the ground.
Copy, Arbiter. Good hunting. Osiris, Kraken's out of the picture. Keep moving.
And this is also a bit of cool detail. I've heard this story also, is that the ghost's boosting sound in this game, like, if you hear it when it boosts, it becomes kind of like a shrieking, wailing sound. And the reason why it's like that is actually because the audio designers, they wanted the ghost, when it's in full throttle boosting, to kind of sound like its namesake. They wanted it to kind of sound like a specter that's screaming across the battlefield as it approaches combat. All right, let's go this way. Now, over here is some cool stuff, actually. Especially cool with Halo Infinite and what we know about Halo Infinite, because I think it's one of these rooms. Oh, maybe it's actually in the next room. Like the next battlefield. I'm gonna come over here, though, just to double check. So all of these murals actually do mean something. Like those hieroglyphics, they have a purpose, and they're supposed to be very important to, like, the elite's history. But, think of a synonym for ghost that isn't a Covenant vehicle. A synonym for ghost that isn't a Covenant vehicle. Apparition. Phantasm? Does phantasm count?
Let's find a way past.
What does phantasm mean? Poltergeist, that's pretty good. Soul. Although soul isn't like, you know, like when I say ghost, that's like spooky. You know, that's like really spooky. Like we're in danger. We're going to be haunted. A ghost is coming. But like if I said soul, that's like a lot more like kind sounding. You know, it's like soft sounding. A ghoul. No, a ghoul is a reanimated corpse. Oh, this is also fun. I'm glad that that happened. Some objects in Halo 5's campaign have very, very little destructible elements to them. Isn't that cool? Like it's nothing, you know, it's not like Frostbite level stuff, but it's like, that's cool. And some of that tech even carries over into Halo Infinite. Unfortunately, none of it is actually environmental, like for the levels. You know, like you can't like shoot bark off a tree or cut out stone in a rock. But a lot of the banished tech and the junk that you see laying around, you can actually like mess up a lot of it and carve bits of it out. If you just shoot some of those banished crates and stuff, they do come apart to an extent. I'd argue Halo 4 is 343's best game content-wise. Yeah, and even then, Halo 4 was actually missing quite a bit from Reach. Like, Halo 4 was sort of like Halo Reach, but with less content. But man, it was then Halo 5 came out, and it was like, oh my god, this is unfinished. And then Halo Infinite came out, and it was like, oh my god, it's unfinished again. A Covenant vehicle called the Poltergeist would go hard. Yeah, that's a cool name for a Covenant vehicle, the Poltergeist. Hey guys, you want to hear a bad joke? What's a duck in a world full, hang on, let me try that again. My wife just laughed at me. A duck goes into a haunted duck house, and a ghost pops up in front of it. And guess what the duck says? Ah, a poultrygeist. Thank you. Thank you. I'll be here all night. Oh, that's right. Halo 4 didn't release with forged... No, it did release the forged template maps. It released with 3 of them, right? Dylan Bacon says, bro, what? You wouldn't go with a chicken? No, maybe, but I don't know. Just like a duck seems funnier. Like, chickens are funny. Like, come on. Come on, like a duck with that huge bill. Your sense of humor is unmatched. Surpassed quite often, but unmatched. Is that like a polite way of saying? Is that a polite way of saying, bro didn't cook? It released with the island map, the space map in Halo 4 Forge was pretty damn cool. I liked that map a lot. Same with the little cave map. That was like a fun one to make maps on. It's actually thanks to Microsoft. They pushed 343 to release Halo 4 for the 360. Well, it wasn't planned. You know, it was like one of the things they considered, but they did ultimately decide to develop a Halo game for the Xbox 360 instead of the Xbox One. The popular criticism of Halo 4 was that it didn't have its own Forge world. And the response to that was to later release Forge Island. Yeah, I remember. And man, Forge Island did not deliver, unfortunately. Like, the fun of Forge World that I think, even to an extent, because, you know, like, with Halo 5 and Halo Infinite being able to talk to the developers, some of them, they do still not quite understand what it was about Forge World that was so exciting. It wasn't that it was a massive space to forge in. Like, that was one aspect of it. It was that it had its own little zones that were already kind of like built for you. Like caves were made, beachheads, mountains, trees. Like there was basic. It was not an empty canvas, and that's a good thing because, you know, for some people, they need a little bit of a push. You know, a little push of inspiration. And so having Forge World, which kind of had its own little areas and crevices that sort of had a bit of a story going on, it was up to you to build around those areas, to really flesh them out into something that was exciting. That's what made Forge World so awesome. So, you know, Forge Island, of course it didn't hit. Like, it was just empty. And, you know, in Halo 5, the same thing, like all those empty canvases. There was, you know, some confusion about why do people want Forge World back so damn bad? And it's like, it's because they weren't empty canvas, or Forge World wasn't an empty canvas. Yeah, it gave inspiration while also having a lot of empty space. Yeah. Yeah. Here, let's blow up this man. Oof. Explosion maybe could have looked a little bit better.
My armor's jammed up. Need help. System's down.
That's it, Locke.
Thanks, Spartan.
I think there's a hidden weapon up here. I can't remember. Let's go check. Also, if you want to, you can totally bypass that fight there with the Wraith that is also locked to that little pad, unable to move around or do anything. Yeah, there's fluoride guns up here. But if you wanted to, you could come down here. Look.
Passageway under the shield.
Look at that. We've bypassed.
I'm heading into the temple. Regroup inside Osiris. Dead end. Commander Palmer. You sure we're headed the right way?
Okay, let's check out some of this.
It's the only way through. Maybe there's a hidden mechanism, a door lock.
Let me see if I can find it. It's a specific mural that people were highlighting that seemed very... Here we go.
What are these murals?
Those murals depict a pre-covenant Sangheli burial.
The silhouette looks a lot like the Harbinger.
We're the first humans to see these.
Like, it's not, you know. I think it's supposed to be the prophets. Because, like, see, the elites are, like, kneeling and bowing before them. So it's probably supposed to be the prophets. Just interesting.
Here they serve at the feet of the gods.
You know, 343, they like to take, at least with Halo Infinite, they like to take a lot of loose threads and do interesting stuff with them. Like, they got the stone, the stone tablet writings from Sandtrap. It actually did something with them for Halo Infinite. You guys may not notice, but the engine can't handle insane explosions unless you want to drop in frame rates. It's not that. It's not that, because that isn't like a... It's an artistic thing. I mean, some of it is definitely performance, but also it's just, you know, it's a 2D billboard of an explosion. And it definitely can look better if they wanted to. Wanted it to.
I see it, Commander.
So here we go. Here is, unfortunately, a bit of a disappointing fight. Also, I'm not too sure what those guys are about, because they're friendly? Has anyone ever figured out why the Phantoms are friendly, or the Phaetons are friendly here?
Arbiter, we are airborne and Forerunner Phaetons. Excellent.
Like, look, that Promethean is friendly.
Spartans, I appreciate the bravery, but what's the plan? Kraken's 2L armor to knock down. Best bets, get inside, destroy the generator.
I don't know, just weird. It's like a weird moment. Why is getting stoned a saying for getting high? Is it because you're a rock? No, I don't think that's why. Because, you know, when you get high, you don't become a rock. They wanted to advertise 1080p 60 FPS all the time, which is why they cut split screen. No, that is not why they cut split screen. Split screen was actually cut so that the resources could be allocated elsewhere, so that Halo Infinite could get out the door on time. Split screen was in development for Halo 5. But they decided, like, the game just... They needed help in other areas of the game, so they diverted attention away from split screen and just decided to cut it as a feature so that it could be all hands on deck in other areas of the game that needed it. Like, split screen was just... It was gonna happen. Like, it was planned. They were actively developing it. I think people could even get access to the 30 frames per second Warzone split screen in one of the Halo 5 builds. But it was just, it's same reason that split screen was dropped for Halo Infinite's campaign. It was in development, but the resources were needed elsewhere, and urgently, so it was cut. I feel like Infinite's campaign could have benefited from having different environments, like tundras. Yeah, everyone agrees. Here, so the Kraken has a bit of a sad story to it that actually, weirdly enough, links back to the Bungie days. So, as you know, in Halo 3 and ODST, the Scarab was they're called bipeds. It's basically like, okay, so like Tanaka over there, she's a biped. The elites running around, the Covenant running around, they're all bipeds. Like any basically character running around, they're considered bipeds. It's a term. And the Scarab was also coded as a biped under the hood, so it was treated like a character. And what was cool about the Scarab, tech-wise, is Bungie was able to kind of like localize player physics and pathfinding on top of a biped. So you could have bipeds on top of bipeds, and they could pathfind and run around, which is, you know, the Scarab stomping around with all of its little Covenant running around on top of it. Well, for Halo Reach, something broke in the engine. I'm not sure if it was Bungie didn't really care at that point, or if something broke under the hood, but either way, like the pathfinding system for bipeds on top of bipeds and like the localized physics and all of that stuff, like it didn't work anymore, which is part of why Halo Reach does not have any Scarab battles, and also why Halo 4 does not have, like, the Lich is like embarrassing. You know, the Lich is kind of a building that's scripted to go to a place, stop, then AI are spawned inside of it. And the Scarab, when it was being concepted, they wanted it to be a hell of a lot like the Scarab from Halo 3. They wanted it to kind of be its own biped, like be super cool, very interesting, like it's moving about, and you can board it as it's moving about, and like there's characters running around. Well, those issues, those tech issues, came back to haunt them because it still wasn't fixed or rebuilt, I guess, in the case of Halo 5, because of how much the engine had changed. And so the Kraken was unfortunately downgraded to be just a scripted building that moves into place, stops, becomes part of the level geometry, and then AI spawn on it. And then also, here's another unfortunate tech consequence. This is, I think, a tech issue, though, which is you don't get a cool explosion. Look, it falls down there. Pew, pew, wow, amazing. Wow. That, though, I think was an art issue, or that just looked bad, like the explosions. But not having a visible explosion in front of you, that was probably for tech reasons. That's why they just made it fall into that pit. But then, unfortunately, art did not do a great job of giving you something alternative. Aw, David just donated $2 and said you're the GOAT. Dude, I appreciate it. Cheers, thanks for the $2. I'm glad to know I'm the GOAT.
Search the area.
On resolutions, I did some experimentation on the 360, and 4x3, 480p actually eliminates most, if not all, combat lag in Reach. I don't think the internal resolution of the game is actually lower if you run the game, or if you run the display at a lower resolution. PS3 does that, but I don't think 360 actually does that. Here's like a pretty cool looking hologram.
This looks like glass.
So we found a little, what are those things called? Collectors?
I think they're mad for stealing their constructor.
Clear the area.
Anyone looking forward to Branching Sickness? I am. Branching Sickness looks awesome, man. Constructors, that's what they're called, not conductors. The hell do I think this is, a train? They're called Constructicons, dude. Oh, sorry, my mistake. It's just so easy to get confused. How could I forget? One of their most important features is when they all combine to form Devastator. It calls more at sides of the screen from what I can tell. That and cutting the pixel load in half makes it night and day. Okay. Maybe running the game in 4:3 makes a difference, but I'm fairly sure changing the resolution does not actually do anything, because the game is still running at what was it? Like, reached out a bizarre resolution. It wasn't quite 720p. Devastator is so cool, man. I don't think there's ever been a bad interpretation of Devastator. And the Devastator concepts from Transformers Animated, if that was able to get another season, would have been frickin' awesome. If you're out of the loop, one of the writers on Transformers Animated talked about his plans before the studio came in and canceled Transformers Animated so that they could make like their Michael Bay Transformers show, Transformers Prime. They wanted basically the Constructicons, like the two guys, and then their little dirt boss. They would have basically gotten Bulkhead to be the body of Devastator, and then I think Dirt Boss would have been the head. And then I'm not sure how they would have divided up the role for arms and legs, but that's like a fun story. And unfortunately, it never happened. Halo 5 has a better weapon sandbox than Halo Infinite. I don't think so. I like Halo Infinite's better. But that's okay. I'm so spoiled with FOV sliders and shooters now. I had fun playing Halo 5 the other day, but man, the FOV is distracting. I don't really mind it, just because the game was clearly designed around the field of view. So all of the sight lines, all of the heights, the climbable ledges, animations, combat rhythms, and flow, it was all designed around its field of view. So it all feels pretty decent, I guess. You know, it's kind of like those old Bungie games as well. You know, I can play them on their native hardware, and I'm fine. They're clearly designed for the field of view that they have. Isn't that cool? Halo 5 certainly had more options, though, especially after launch. Makes sense, though. Gotta make those wrecks more appealing. Yeah, Halo 5 definitely, I think it had more weapon... I mean, it did have more weapons to play with. But the weapons had a lot less variety, I think, in terms of uses. You know? You had 3 versions of the saw, and they all did the exact same thing, just in increasing power differences. You had... like 500 different assault rifles, and they all pretty much did the same thing, just this one has a battle rifle scope, this one doesn't. This one has more ammo, this one doesn't. This one has a silencer. And it's just kind of like, yeah, but what does it do? What's its purpose in the sandbox? You know, with Halo Infinite, at least, each weapon has a very unique voice. Where with Halo 5, you could get rid of a lot of that sandbox, and not a lot would change, actually, about the game. You know, if the light rifle was just yanked out, the game would be fine. The DMR, carbine, battle rifle, magnum, those all exist. If the shotgun was removed, you still have 3 versions of the scatter shot. If the SMG was removed, you still have the storm rifle, suppressor, and assault rifle. And saw. This is very funny.
I'm using this structure to upload the recording from Meridian.
Make sure you're ready to go when I give the signal, she says. Standing by. Get comfortable. It could be hours before. And then she's like, never mind, it's ready now.
Orbiter, it's time.
So I wonder if at one point there was more you could do in between. Like, I almost wonder if there was one more mission.
Today the Covenant will fall. San Helios will be free.
The Void's Tear, the plasma pistol that created black holes, was an absolute shiner, though. Love that thing. Yeah. There very few weapons in Halo 5 were like that, but the ones that were actually very cool, like the Void's Tear. And I wish, rather than, like, saw but better, saw but even better, shotgun but better, shotgun but even better, we had more stuff like the Void's Tear, where it's plasma pistol, but it makes black holes. As a way to, like, separate and make the weapons a little bit more mechanically interesting.
Osiris, form up. Everyone ready?
Okay, here comes this awful cutscene.
Tanaka, if I could ask
Tanaka, if I could ask a favor. Why does he want a favor? Would you say a word or two? And then look, her eyes are point imprecision. Like, you can see her eyes wiggling around because of how far out of the map they are for this cutscene.
90 seconds to insertion point.
And then they're all here talking like we've been through so much, all of us together. We've grown as a squad. And it's like, no, you haven't. Do you think Halo should try to pass the torch again? No.
we get through this,
No.
I'll buy the whole damn ball.
No, I do not.
Fire team Osiris. The light is green.
As much as I love the DMR, I don't think the Bandit was necessary since we already have the Commando. I'd say the Commando was the one that we didn't really need. The Commando feels a bit like an the odd one out in Halo Infinite Sandbox. You know, and that's not saying, by the way, Halo Infinite Sandbox is flawless, because it's not. I just think it's got a bit more focus. Halo 5 feels kind of like every weapon is in the game, which is cool, but so many of them are done in a way that's not that interesting. Like, I think it would have been really, really cool if, like, the SMG, for example, had dual wielding as a mechanic. You know, maybe no aiming down the sights, but you were holding two of them at the same time. Stuff like that would have been cool. Look at this. Look at all this craziness. You know, something that is actually really sad about this level was during production. Oh, here's another thing. So if you're playing on the base Halo 5, you can see the line right over there where the animated waves stop and the water becomes like flat. I believe it's actually a lot closer to the screen on the Xbox One version of the game, not the Xbox One X or Series X versions, but this level actually was going to have a dynamic wind system, and it would get like affected by like waves slamming into the side of it, and like you'd have to kind of change the trajectory of your grenade throws. You know, Covenant would be thrown around. You know, some plates would sink into the ocean below. And there would have been a lot more rain on screen. Like, it would have been like storming, but that was all cut for performance reasons.
The Arbiter's fleet is arriving. Bring down the air defenses so they stand a chance.
And there was even like a little bit more like hopping between platforms, if I remember right. Just like a lot of interesting stuff about this. Like Sunayon, like, you know, the scale of a lot of this is pretty neat. But it was even bigger a long time ago. Are there any new weapons coming to Infinite, or is it just the DMR? So, word on the street is that 343 might have actually revived that brute shotgun. And so that thing might actually be finally coming. Same with possibly a fuel rod gun and a close-range automatic weapon. Not the SMG, because I don't think they actually have... I don't even think they have a lead animator yet at 343. So nothing that would require them to make new animations. The shotgun, its animations are already done. But like the actual production value for it, you know, just needed to be finished. But as for the new automatic weapon, I think it's just going to be reusing the assault rifles animations. And then I think the fuel rod gun doesn't even have animations. I think it's energy based. And when I say it doesn't have animations, what I mean is, like, you know, doesn't need to reload. So I think that's what's happening, because they still very much are not working without a... They're still very much working without a lead animator. Which means if they're going to add something, either the animations need to have already been built within Halo Infinite, or it needs to be something that can be easily done without new animations. They recently announced the gun from the cover of Ghosts of Onyx. Oh, so they announced it already. Did they announce the new gun yet? Over at HCS? It's literally Camino. Yeah, it gives super huge cloning facility Camino vibes, doesn't it? Freaking love Camino. I would have loved to live in Camino. Like, when I was a kid watching Attack of the Clones, I freaking loved Camino. Just, like, it's always raining, and when Obi-Wan goes into the cloning facility and the big squid-like lady is, like, there waiting for him, and it's just like, it's so dry inside. Camino, it just looks so cozy. I want to sit in one of those, like, cozy little chairs that they were in by a window and look at the constant rainstorm. Do you need a whole lead animator for some reload animations? I would have thought that that lead role would have broader responsibilities. You do need lead animator as well as just an animator, period. I don't even think they have animators, like first-person ones at least.
More air defenses, get them offline.
Because believe it or not, unfortunately, game development is less like... it's less like, hey, I did this cool thing, maybe we can implement it. Like, in order to avoid, like, crunch, as well as avoiding, like, legal issues and stuff, a lot of game development, modern game development, has been siloed. So it's like, if you are a writer, but you have some animation skills, you will write, and that's it. You are not hired as an animator, so do not do any animation. And unfortunately, that is also part of why game development, it seems like games take longer to make now, is because, you know, back in the day, developers could wear many different hats, but, you know, as a result, you'd get into a lot of like messes, because you'd be like, sure, I can write the dialogue for the mission and also bake the lighting on the 4th level, and I can also do you know, some of the multiplayer networking, and then when it's time to really start getting the game working, you've locked yourself into crunch because you agreed to take on so many responsibilities. So it's like, to protect developers from themselves, from overexerting themselves, those rules have kind of become industry standard. Look at these weird floating lamps. I don't know why the elites have floating tech. planning on playing any games coming out this October? Oh, you bet your bottom dollar I am. Sonic X Shadow Generations is calling to me. And it's coming out a day after my birthday. My wife, when she and I began dating for the first time, I met her in middle school, by the way, but we began dating when I was 24, and for my 25th birthday, she gave me a Sonic birthday party. So she has a picture of me standing next to a big Sonic balloon that says 25 on it. And I'm sitting there for my birthday with a Sonic birthday cake and a Sonic balloon looking like a little kid. And what's also awesome is my new dog, my Shih Tzu that she came packaged with. He's also an October baby. So he and my wife might not be around for the first week of, for the week of my birthday. So what's gonna happen is he and we're gonna delay birthday celebrations a little bit for when she comes back, and then he and I are gonna have one giant birthday bash together, me and the dog, and she will probably make us birthday hats for us to wear so that we can take birthday photos together, me and my Shih Tzu. Yeah, and maybe I can talk her into cheating a little bit and moving his birthday up to the 24th officially, so that he and I, for the rest of time, can have giant birthday bashes every October. Shih Tzu X Sonic Generations. Bruh, she sounds like an awesome... I didn't mean to go, bruh. Bruh. Bruh, she sounds like an awesome person. She is. She's a fucking amazing person. Yeah, she's a pretty cool guy, she just said. That's why I married her. She said, no, I married you.
Stand by, we're on it.
Hi, baby. And now she's doing a little dance with a Venom shirt. Mwah. I love you, baby. He's not limping anymore? Good. Guys, health update. The Shih Tzu's doing better. The heating pad helped? Okay, so it's his hips then. Aw, baby. Hi. Hi, Kitty. What's going on, buddy? He's looking at me with big porcelain doll eyes. Best 2-mission run in Halo 5. Not 2-mission run, man. 3-mission run. All of the St. Helios missions in Halo 5 slap.
Only one left.
I do think the under the city section... Under the sea. I do think the under the city section of St. Helios, though, that one's a little bit weak. They cap it off with a fun little, like, hunter set piece. You know, where you see the hunters forming. But I think for the most part, that one was a little bit underwhelming. Thankfully, though, the mission ends with some pretty cool spectacle.
Copy that, Arbiter.
Friendly phantoms approaching. Spartan lock. Come in.
Will you watch the Shadow real-time fan dub? Probably not.
You and the Guardian. Too many for me to ferry you to your destination. You need another path. At your location, there is
Have you played Ultra Kill? I have not. I've got it Steam wishlisted, though. If anyone wants to gift it to me. I would not say no. Ugh, the ripping off turrets animations have been awful since Halo 4. I would go so far as to say it's been bad since Halo Reach, where the audio is clearly desynced. I think the only Halo game where I've really liked the turret ripping off hinges animation was Halo 3. Oh my god. Oh my god, look at the storm rifle. Look at near the barrel. You can see the holographic pop-up. It's slightly visible. What is that? You see that? Is that a bug? it's like not despawning correctly. That's weird. That could totally just be like a bug associated with running this game on the Xbox Series X, because I don't remember that on the Xbox One X.
Marquis says we'll get direct access to the Guardian from down there. But remember,
the Warden could have been a cool repeating boss.
Whatever gets us to the Guardian quickest.
You know what? I think the Warden would have been cooler if instead of a boss fight, he was an enemy type. Because he's got, like, what, 1 billion bodies or whatever? So you could totally justify having him show up a couple of times. Well, a lot more than a couple of times. I don't think the Warden needed to be a you know, capital B boss fight. I think it could have been like, you know, kind of like the Bungie games, how the hunters were not bosses that you fought. They were just an enemy type that showed up. You know, Wardens on the field, and it's like 2 of them. And they can go down relatively quick. And because of that, you can have a lot more of them scattered throughout the campaigns. Like, have the Warden be an enemy type that you fight alongside the Prometheans. Let's go this way. Yeah, buddy. That was a cool mural, right? He could sort of be like a hive mind character that speaks through the enemies, like Harbinger. No, that's not what I'm thinking of. I'm thinking of literally have like the Warden's bodies be an enemy type, because he has so many of them. You could even have like fun little gameplay mechanics, kind of like one of the big things, you know, unfortunately, like the Prometheans, they don't play off each other really well like the Covenant do, where you kill the elite and the grunts scatter, you know, and stuff like that. Jackals advance. You could have like you kill the Warden, which is the localized leader of the Prometheans, and it'll cause some of them to short circuit, and their communication and their organization will actually dip. And so it'll actually be easier to mop up the Prometheans if you kill one of the Wardens, if you see it. Because then they kind of like scatter and they become a little bit like every man for himself, like a machine that's malfunctioning. What are your sensitivity settings? Let me see. 4.5, 4.5. Is it too low for you or too high? It's possible that the Storm Rifle ADS effect is just suspended there and is shrunken via animation. Probably wouldn't have been very noticeable at its original resolution. Yeah, probably. Because, you know, this game was originally sub 1080p. So there is a lot of stuff that doesn't scale well. Like, don't get me wrong, in Halo 5, there's a lot of stuff that actually scales better. You know, a lot of the art is actually visible at 4K and higher. And the anisotropic filtering really helps the game's textures look less like mud. But then there are some visual effects where it's like you can see that it's like a flat 2D PNG of an explosion and not like an actual volume of smoke. Five hours. I've been streaming for 5 hours. I always struggled with situational awareness on such a low FOV and having to use joysticks. So here's my suggestion. Play on the easiest difficulty. It's okay. It's okay to do it. Don't run around a lot. Play sort of like a classic Halo. So like move slow, take your time. I know that the game encourages crazy, fast-paced combat and stuff, but it's okay to take it a little bit slow. You know, and if you do genuinely get motion sick, then that's okay. Because I know that that is a thing that affects people. My wife, she's been playing Katamari Reroll, and she got violently motion sick playing it. Like, her face turned white. And it sucks because she actually really likes the game, like, a lot. Like, the reason she got motion sick is because she didn't stop playing. But one of the levels, she was trapped in an apartment, and she couldn't figure out where to go, so it was a lot of, like, turning around, backing up, like, the camera jumping around and stuff like that, and then she just, like, paused the game and said, like, I'm gonna throw up. And she had to, like, bury her face. Like, she needed the fan on her, she needed to bury her face in a pillow, like, she felt so sick. Oh, wow. Hey, babe. Hey, baby doll. This person also gets motion sick playing Katamari. Mm-hmm. Damashi. What causes motion sickness? It's the way that your brain is wired. Basically, your brain sees motion, but your body is sitting still. Like, it sees motion, but it doesn't feel motion. And so it's something to do with, like, your ear canal, which regulates, like, you know, your balance and stuff like that. And just kind of, like, your brain not getting what's going on and being really confused about the mismatch. And it results in just, you feel like your body just being like, I'm gonna throw up because I don't know what's going on. Like, Lord Razur says, the motion in the ocean. That sounds like a response my wife would give, to be honest. Halo 5 plays more methodically than people think. Yeah, at lower difficulties, Halo 5 is kind of like ignore the level design, like parkour jungle gym. But at higher difficulties, it plays more like almost like a first-person Gears of War, because everything has so much range to it that you're just kind of like hugging cover and popping out of cover and just, you know, shooting at a distance. If you played on a treadmill, would you be okay? I wonder what would happen to combat motion sickness if you got on a treadmill. Well, no, because you can see, like, your surroundings that you're not moving, I think. I don't know. Congratulations, I diagnose your wife with cool brain. And my wife responds with, Fank. That's our thank you. We just abbreviate it to Fank. Oh man, she was so silly when she was feeling sick, laying in bed, deep in despair because she loves the game, but she was so motion sick. She was like, "What's wrong with my brain? I hate being disabled like this." It's like, babe, you're just motion sick. Calm down. Yeah, thankfully she hasn't gotten motion sick since, because we kind of play in bursts, breaks, you know. We've been playing the game together. And she also, when she plays alone, she plays in handheld mode, which seems to help a little bit. She also, Sonic games make her extremely motion sick. So she plays them on her PC in windowed mode, because being able to see like her desktop behind the game and stuff helps. And then what's wild is I don't get motion sick a lot. When I play games, I don't get motion sick, even at low fields of view. But when I'm in a car, that's where I get violently motion sick. If I'm not driving. Thankfully, with Rebecca, she is a smooth enough driver, and a lot of my techniques that I learned from being a kid keep me from throwing up. Because Rebecca also, she passed her driving test, or her learner's permit test, and she passed it in one go. There's never too late to get your learner's permit and work on your license. And she got her learner's permit the first time she took the test. So now she's learning how to drive, and it's been a lot of fun. She sounds like she doesn't afraid of anything, says the Sui. The Sway says, I imagine something like Titanfall would be a nightmare for her. We did try playing Titanfall, and Titanfall 2, and you know what? It was kind of a nightmare. Like, not maybe for motion sickness. We didn't play... She had COVID at the time, so she also just did... Like, don't worry, she beat Titanfall. She was sick before she started playing. But, it was, like, the heads-up stuff. Like, she didn't know what was going on because of how much clutter was on the HUD. You know, she's really used to playing Halo Infinite, which has a very minimalist HUD. Like, not a lot is going on. And then switch over to Titanfall, and it's like everything is outlined, everything has pop-ups, everything's glowing and neon, and she was pretty overwhelmed.
Hunters, get ready.
Yeah, let's get the fuel rod guns. Just use motion blur. That blurs motion. Oh, to cure motion sickness, turn on motion blur. Then you can't see the motion. Also, the field of view, turn it really low. Then there's less of the screen. Less motion, no motion sickness. Genius. Rebecca said genius. There we go. Hunters are taken care of. What does she think of the Halo 4 HUD? I don't know. I've never asked her. Yeah, I think having more in the peripheral vision around the thing you're focusing on helps mitigate motion sickness. So a smaller display or a smaller window does the trick. Yeah, so having more stuff in your peripheral vision, like playing in handheld mode or playing in the windowed mode on a desktop, like that helps with motion sickness a lot.
Everybody on the elevator. Arbiter, this is Spartan Locke. Do you copy?
Spartan Locke, near the Guardian, killing everyone.
Dude. The Halo 5, like, seeing, you know, these punch animations are really good for the Needler, especially that one, but the Halo Infinite one, where they recreate that classic Halo CE. Animation, pretty damn awesome. Oh. Oh. Okay. You see that little bug over there? I like this little museum thing. I'm not sure what that's supposed to be, but I do like that prop quite a bit. Here, let's go this way. And here is the famous location of the E3 demo. There's also like a weird fog coming off of those, probably to make them look nicer, because this section was demoed for the E3. You can just see that a lot more environmental detail went into these sections of seeing Helios. Then I think the grunt's gonna come. Yep, there goes that grunt. Alright.
Guardian singing! How much time do we have left?
Not enough. Double time, Osiris. Over there, in the ocean. Guardians rising!
And then here comes the big set piece. Lots of Locke throwing his hands around, you know, for cinematic purposes. And then up here, they're going to do the obligatory thing that every first-person shooter campaign was doing during this and the previous console generation, which is character almost falls, looks down at their feet, and then pulls themselves back up. Here we go. Ready? Look down at the feet, and now pull yourself back up. Every game was doing that. It was just an annoying trend. That is so badass looking.
Did you see that?
You think it's Prometheans?
Alright, let's go up here. And then in here was... You can see, like, they're reusing that animation from... That actually was from the beginning of the campaign, weirdly enough. It's a good animation, don't get me wrong. I don't know why Forerunner machines are acting like dogs. And, like, eating, you know, and playing with a dead grunt. But, you know, it's humor, it's funny. But in the demo, the reason that this was blown out here is because a Phaeton is scripted to show up, and then it starts, like, shooting at you and going crazy, and there's, like, a Hydra somewhere in here that you'd then pick up, and, like, they shot it down. Alien Isolation even did it. Oh, the, like, almost falling, looking down at your feet, and then pulling yourself back up. Yeah. Because dogs are cool. It's weird because their heads are shaped like ants. Oh, hang on. I think we missed Arbiter doing something cool. Yeah, buddy. Arbiter's so fucking cool in Halo 5. I love his Halo 5 armor so much. I like it better than the Halo 2 Anniversary look. I just think the armor suits this elite body better than it did the Halo 2 Anniversary body, which was more slim. Here, let's go up this way.
Keep pushing, Osiris. We're almost to the Guardian.
You should play Phasmophobia with her. It's a ghost hunting game. I have Phasmophobia. It's an awesome game. And I would love to play it with her because it's very silly and goofy. I think that would actually be a ton of fun with her. Do you think Halo should have more humanoid mechs? I like Mantis, but I've always preferred the Cyclops. So I'm of the position that I actually don't like the UNSC having humanoid, like, walkers. I don't like the UNSC using walkers. Like, the Mantis and the Cyclops are cool-looking vehicles, but at least for the first-person games. Like, the extended lore is one thing, but as far as, like, in-game portrayal of the UNSC, I actually prefer the UNSC using jeeps, car-like vehicles, stuff that use treads and tires. No anti-gravity technology, no, like, I think, like, the super high-tech stuff like walkers, anti-gravity stuff, I prefer that being for the aliens, because it separates the technology. Like even the Falcon and the Wasp, what I think, or the Falcon, Wasp, and Hornet, what helps me like those is that they are kind of helicopter-adjacent vehicles, so it's not too sci-fi-y, you know? Versus like a Banshee, where it's literally like just a UFO, like an aircraft. Well, I mean, everything's an aircraft, but yeah, so I'm of the opinion I prefer the UNSC stuff feeling like it is very close to being like a modern day piece of military hardware. Yeah, and to answer the question, yes, when I played Halo 4, I did not like the Mantis. I was like, what is this? UNSC aren't supposed to have walkers. That's a Covenant thing. Which that is a opinion, okay? That's not me saying this is how Halo should be. Okay, you're free to feel different. What about the Pelican? Even the Pelican is like helicopter-y, jet adjacent. You know, kind of sounds like a jet, has a jet-like cockpit, has thrusters on it. Like, it's clearly not like hovercraft, anti-air, like gravity technology, super sci-fi. Like the Pelican feels plausible. Where something like a giant mechanized walker, that's something that I think benefits from being given to the Covenant, because it makes their technology seem all the more alien. I think Arbiter's messing him up right now. Assassinate him. God, he's not ready to be assassinated yet. Come on, Arbiter. Mess him up. Okay, now I think he's ready. Because something that's actually kind of cool is, look at his death animation. If I remember right in the lore, the reason that his death animation is like that is because his body is powered by a mini black hole. So when you kill him, what happens is you breach the container that's housing the black hole, and so the singularity sucks up his body.
We're on board. Hang on.
Open your eyes, Doc. You're missing all the fun.
I miss the UNSC railgun. The railgun's another weapon that I'm kind of like it's a cool design, but I don't think it makes much sense. Like, as far as, like, if you think about how much money and how many people go into designing a weapon for a sandbox, the railgun is kind of functionally like a Spartan laser, but a little bit weaker. Like, you charge it up and it deletes what's in front of it. Only in the case of the railgun, it deletes people. So the railgun, you know, it comes from the Halo 4 kill streaks as well. It's a weapon that's very easy to get kills with, specifically infantry. So the railgun, I guess I'd rather those resources be put towards something else. If that makes sense. Like, if it was between the railgun returning and us getting another weapon, or even, like, something that's missing, like the classic shotgun, I would prefer a new weapon or the classic shotgun. The railgun just doesn't feel interesting enough. Not that, you know, it wouldn't be cool to have every weapon from every Halo game, but for picking and choosing. So here we go. This part is frustrating, man, because I kind of get what they're going for, but I don't think the verticality worked. I don't know, something about it. I don't feel like I'm running down something. I feel like I'm just running through a hallway. You know? Like, I'm supposed to be running down the spine of a Guardian, but it doesn't feel that way. This just feels like a hallway. You know, and it doesn't help also that, like, the skybox up there is so distractingly low resolution. Like, I can see the artifacts in it. Just something about this illusion never got me. You know, I know people like this sequence, but it never spoke to me, at least. It always just felt like I'm just kind of running down a hallway. And also, I just think about how much cooler this would be if it was a warthog. Look, and then here is the big moment that I think kind of keeps it from all coming together. Suddenly, huge environmental change. Like, okay, we're falling through the sky. Okay, we're falling really fast. Huh? Just like how soft that landing was.
Let's try this again. Spartan Jameson locked to Sierra 117.
I don't know, it's just that whole illusion, none of it worked for me. I know other people feel different, but for me at least, it felt very janky and kind of stitched together.
Long story, sir. Cortana has been activating Forerunner.
So this is the right place.
Taras, the score commands that you be into this. Yeah, and then, they're using the wrong voice filter on the monitor. It's supposed to be a guitar flanger. And they're using instead kind of like a generic sci-fi voice filter over her. And they're also, again, doing the thing where she's glowing darker than the environment, than the ambient lighting. So it looks kind of odd. Like I don't know, that dark blue, dark purple glow that Halo 5 used, I think they should have stuck with the color tones that Halo 4 had. I don't know. This was around the time when I played the campaign that I realized I wasn't enjoying myself. Because the monitor showed up, and I immediately did not like the monitor. Like, the voice filter wasn't correct. The color of purple didn't look right.
They want to fight? Let's give them one.
Lock up! Guardian.
But thankfully the rest of this level is actually pretty decent. Just Exuberant Witness is annoying a little bit. Like, doesn't really feel like a monitor, doesn't sound like a monitor. Thankfully, though, Halo Infinite, I actually quite like the monitor in that campaign. A detail I also really like in Halo Infinite for its monitor, even though the design is different. Halo 5's monitor, or Halo Infinite's monitor, if you actually look at it while it's talking, it does that pulse that Guilty Spark would do in Halo Combat Evolved. You know, that ring pulse that he'd do as he floated around in Halo 1. They brought that back for Halo Infinite. And Forrest Baker told me that he was the one who pushed for that to come back. Because he thought that it had been a really long time since those monitors had that cool pulse. And so it was very challenging for him and the VFX team to implement the classic Halo 1 pulse for the monitors in a way that looked like modern. Because, you know, that energy pulse, it's very much like of its time. It's, you know, low resolution. It's back when, like, a glowing fire... You think of, like, a, you know, N64 Legend of Zelda, where something that was glowing looked like it had a transparent cube floating around it as the glow effect. It's kind of like of that era. And so translating it into something that's super high definition and looks like a modern effect was really challenging for them.
Appreciate the hand.
You wish to take on an army in nothing but that combat skin? How reckless.
Aren't monitor names supposed to be negative? Exuberant isn't negative. No, I don't think there's any rule that says they're supposed to be negative. She doesn't seem like a monitor to me. Like, the personality doesn't seem monitor-like.
And the Master Chief is there.
Cortana has had the other humans wandering in
Like,
circles in the gateway facility.
I heard someone describe monitors as they should seem kind of like, you know, in a horror movie, like the, please come in, please come home, the master will be home soon. Like the butler that's like clearly something is wrong and the house you're in is something sinister is going down because the butler is giving like weird energy. Like that's how a monitor should kind of feel.
Yes, I can see now why the warden is troubled by your presence. You're quite destructive.
Someone who feels similar, you're free to disagree, by the way. Somebody, though, if anybody else feels the same way I do about Exuberant Witness, of just feeling like it doesn't feel like a good Halo, and could probably articulate maybe more on that. Just something about the writing doesn't feel right. Which goes beyond just, like, you know, the voice filter not being correct. Apparently Christopher Nolan wants to adapt Halo. I don't know who started that rumor, but it doesn't seem verifiable. No one can actually find proof. It was started by one of those like Twitter accounts that just says stuff for clicks, you know? So if anybody has any verifiable proof. And this is also cool here. So, well, not the dying part, but this is an alternate, this is a unique wraith that you can find in the campaign. It launches kind of like a not a volley. It launches a shot that explodes into many more shots when it lands. And I do wish that Halo Infinite had vehicle variants, and I'm very worried that the cosmetics for vehicles means that we will never have vehicle variants again. Because why bring back a Covenant Ghost if you could just make a Covenant Ghost skin? You know, why bring back the Oni Warthog when you could just make an Oni Warthog skin?
Quite lonely, actually.
Oh boy. Okay. There we go. Sorry, I was focusing. Oof. Metroid. Oh, we're talking about Metroid Prime right now, chat. What's going on about Metroid Prime? Bro's in focus mode. Yeah, I was super in focus mode for a second. The campaign has that variant of the chopper, so maybe there's hope we'll see more vehicle variants. Maybe not in Halo Infinite, but yeah, and that campaign variant of the chopper is kind of interesting, right? There are other campaign variants in the game's files, which are kind of interesting. There's a Wraith variant, and I believe a Ghost variant. But they are all named after a character. It's like so-and-so's Ghost, so-and-so's Wraith. So I wonder if those were supposed to be like HVTs that were cut from the game. Damn it. Okay, you know what? I'm just going to get out of this thing after I kill a couple of... because this thing's becoming a death trap. And honestly, I think I could kill those guys faster on foot. The choppy animations for enemies far away in Halo 5 look weird, since the first-person animations are 60 FPS. But it would be cool to play a game with stylistic choppy animations. Oh, kind of like a Spider-Verse type stuff, where like the characters are animated at different frame rates. You could probably figure out how to do something like that. Like, keep the camera motion and the actual game running at 60 FPS, but like characters are a little bit more stylized. Before I know it, somebody will do something like that, and it'll end up being something stupid, like a 6v6 or 5v5 hero shooter. Concord 2. Or knowing Sony and PlayStation, it'll be Concord Remastered. You can see the game lose all of its money in 4K. Concord 2, the Concording. Man, the Concord subreddit was really fun when the game was like going down in flames. They were like, first game to make Concordillion dollars. And they were like posting screenshots of the characters. And they're like, hey bros, which is your favorite chord to play as? Like, the playable characters are called chords. It's like, hey, any of you want a Concord tonight? It's like, nah, no, sorry brother, I'm chording on another game. No, the Concord subreddit was a lot of fun. Concordillion. The first and last game to make $1 Concordillion dollars. Christopher Nolan's brother, Jonathan Nolan, did a very good job with the Fallout TV show. Is that true, or are you joshing me? Was it Christopher Nolan's brother?
Supposed to be a bridge here.
Is there another way across?
One moment.
Yeah, Amazon is going to have a show coming out soon with an episode that's about different video games, and Concord is gonna have its own episode because that was Sony paid for that before Concord flopped. Yup, Amazon is having a show called it's called Next Level or Secret Level, And it's a bunch, each episode is a CGI episode in a different video game universe. And one of the episodes is set in Concord. But the thing is, like, that show was greenlit a few years ago, back before, you know, the game came out, and flopped. So Sony thought it was going to be this big cultural hit, and so they bought a Concord episode. So that's really fucking awkward. Yeah, my wife said that's just sad. You know, it's funny because my wife, I have never been able to watch the full Concord CGI reveal trailer because, you know, I'm just like, I had to stop it because I felt embarrassed and kind of cringed. And my wife, she made me sit down and watch the whole trailer with her, and it was like miserable. It was, oh god, it was so bad. I fucking hate that stupid green guy and his stupid hot sauce. I hope he sprays it in his eyes.
Quickly now, the gateway is just behind that hill.
Was Concord really that bad? They canceled and buried the game harder than any other. It's crazy. Yeah, they like Sony, the way that they treated Concord's flop, like shutting down the servers immediately and refunding everyone and then pulling it from like store shelves, like they treated it like they were covering up a crime. Like they had to get rid of it before somebody noticed. Oh, this is the area that Chief came through. And look, the water's animated now. And there is no Guardian up in the sky. But... So... Yeah, Concord, it's just... It was so uninteresting, conceptually. Like, the art design was atrocious. Like, the characters are genuinely hideous to look at. And just insanely bad ideas for characters in general. But it's also just like nobody wanted a hero shooter. Another one. You know, just imagine Overwatch with super, super, super ugly art direction. And everybody can sprint and aim down the sights. That was basically what Concord was. It was just a bad idea. Not the sprinting and aiming down the sights part. What I mean is, like, that's really the only thing it did mechanically to make itself kind of different, at least, from other hero shooters, was like, hey, you like Destiny, right? Well, imagine if Destiny was a hero shooter. And it was ugly. Oh boy, it was that night. The color palette was nasty. Yeah, it was just kind of like that weird, like, beige, like, I don't know, man. Like, somebody was in the chat, actually, I think on one of the streams, and he said he had a buddy, actually, that did concept art for some of the weapons for Concord a few years ago, and he said that they were going for this really cool Mobian art style. And when you look up Mobian, you're like, okay, yeah, that's cool. That's like classic sci-fi hand-drawn cover art type stuff. But how Concord ended up being the final result is just crazy. Understandable, but I'm just amazed at how they reacted. They acted like the game was made by Nazis and bestowed a curse upon anyone who played it that would affect the next 7 generations of the family. Yeah, that's the wild part to me, is that, yeah, Sony really did act like they were trying to cover up a crime that was committed. Like, they just speed ran shutting down the servers. I've never seen anything like it from a massive AAA studio. We've seen some stuff like The Culling 2 comes to mind. The Day Before, anybody? God. Did you see The Day Before developers are back? And they're like promising that they want to repair their legacy and that they want to treat people with respect. And that their new game is like 100% original and all this stuff, and like people have already pointed out that it was like made completely with assets that you can just buy off of, I think it was either Unreal Engine or the Unity engine. Like already they're just like back at it with another, like, they bought a bunch of cheap assets from the store and threw them into a blender. You mean Mobius? That's an artist. No, the art style, Mobian. It's a sci-fi aesthetic called Mobian. It was probably spearheaded by that artist.
I know.
We don't have to do this alone.
The day before, we made $1 Concordillion.
You're too late to do anything.
I'm glad people overreacted. Concord was fire, dumpster fire to be precise. Well, okay. It is fun to watch a trash fire. Very fun to watch a trash fire. It's not fun when like developers are harassed, you know? Because that unfortunately did happen.
Where'd she take us?
Cortana. What is this? Cortana, answer me.
Anyways, where did all that $500 million go? So, there is an ex-BioWare developer who actually... I freaking hate this, by the way. This is not a cutscene. Look, I can't skip it. The game has just taken my controller away from me, and anytime you want to replay this level, you have to sit here for 30 seconds, 35 seconds, unable to skip it, and just watch him talk to you in your face. Now you can play. I freaking hate it when games do this. Thankfully, games are doing it a lot less. This was just kind of like Halo 4 introduced the unskippable first-person cutscenes, like the, look guys, we're Call of Duty too. But thankfully, Halo Infinite does not have many of them. But okay, so an ex-BioWare developer, he explained the, he thinks that the $500 million might be plausible, but another developer also made a pretty interesting video where he actually looked at the history of Firewalk Studios and how they were spun out from another studio that was formed by an ex-Bungie guy in 2017, I think, or 2016, something like that. And the idea is basically that, like, listen, when you hear that a game's been in development for 6 years, no, it hasn't. Chances are it's actually been in development for 3 years or 2 years. And what really happened for those first couple of years is you had incubation teams that were coming up with concepts. Because no game goes full staff production mode for 6 years. Like, that's just too long, too much time. And what the way that it looks is Concord might not have actually been in development for 8 years and might not have actually costed $500 million. But what might have happened is that Concord was born from one of those incubation projects. And so the concept of Concord, of like, here, a very small team of people are brewing up the concept for kind of like a weird hero shootery thing. Nothing official yet, okay? Just very scrappy prototypes, lots of R&D, like that kind of stuff. And then it wasn't until a couple of years ago, probably 2020, when it actually properly spun up into a game that was being developed. Like, contractors are hired, you know, staff are brought on board, like, okay, we've got the vision, let's go. And so Concord itself may not have costed $500 million, but the operating costs of the studio were kind of folded into Concord. So it's just kind of like everyone was like, throw it all together. Concord costed $500 million. When it's like the reality is a little bit more complicated than that. Riveting combat music. What's it playing? Is it just loudly playing the trials? This was such a weird level, man. Because, okay, it's the kind of like ugly looking Forerunner aesthetic that this game has. Like, it looks kind of like really weird. But also, look at this. What is that? Where are we? That doesn't look like Genesis. And then if you even look in the sky... Hang on. Let me get to a better vantage point where you can see it. You can see those same tech pulses, like, up in the sky. Like, firing off every now and then. I think it's about to come up. There, right over there. But you can see stuff like that. Like, I thought it was lightning at first, but it's not. It's, yeah, right over there. Like, what is going on? Like, why are we fighting in, like... Where are we? That's supposed to be a Forerunner city, I think. But how? Like, where? Where is this place? And it's so low resolution that you can't really make out what it is. You know, and the weird, like, tech stuff in the sky. Yeah, like right over there. Like, you can see those same grid lines up in the sky. It's just like, where are we supposed to be? What is going on? It's such a confusing level. This is the main menu music, I think. I've got the volume low, so that, you know, there isn't like an echo over the mic. Is it just playing like the like somber blah 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 blah? Yeah, I remember this level particularly. It's kind of a mess. Like, at some point they just randomly start playing the trials. So it's like this loud, bombastic version of the Warthog Run theme. But, like, we're just, like, hanging out behind some, like, plastic cover pieces. Like, nothing is really, like, happening, you know? Genesis is a shield world, so we might be inside of the planet. But there's nothing in the skybox to signify that. Like, you think of Requiem and you could actually see the ceiling. You could see that the sky was fake. We look up and there's nothing there to signify that it's a fake sky. You know? So either it's like bad art direction or just... I don't know, I'm gonna have to message one of my buddies and ask him. Because he probably worked on this level, and so he could probably have some insight. It feels like something is missing. Like there was something bridging the gap between this level and the previous one. Or there was some bit of narrative context that got lost. Because it's like there's like a sunrise happening over there. Have you played Mass Effect at all? Yeah, the Mass Effect trilogy slaps. I even liked Andromeda. The Forerunners are very good at making useless architecture. No. Forerunner architecture is awesome, man.
Tell me the truth. How many people died when you called the Guardians here?
This. Maybe not this. I don't like this look for the Forerunner stuff. Just
exact body count.
You know, it's not really the design language, I guess. I also think it doesn't help that, like, I did learn that a lot of these assets, this was around the time when, like, the video game industry, across the board, like, now that they had better hardware, they were all converting to PBR materials. And getting away from that, like, Xbox 360 generation of rendering stuff. And 343 had kind of, like, they were, like, rushed to convert all of their assets that they had from Halo 4 to PBR for Halo 5. And it was something that was done very hastily, and they kind of were, they didn't finish it. And so as a result, that's kind of why Halo 5 has a very plasticky look to it. You know, why a lot of things don't look quite right? Especially, like, you look up there. You know, like that Forerunner metal, something looks, like, off. Looks almost more like tinfoil. Yeah, or, like, there. You know, there's just, like, something off and tinfoily about it. Like, the reflections don't quite right, the metal doesn't look quite right. It's because they had to very, very hastily convert all of their models and assets and rendering to PBR stuff. And they weren't able to quite get it right. Which, thankfully, with Halo Infinite, they actually had a lot more time, which is why metal looks a lot more convincing in Halo Infinite. Yeah, it's just, like, where are we? What is this Forerunner thing that we're fighting? Why are there, like, gondolas? Nothing in the lore is written like this. Like, there's no Forerunner location of significance that is described like this. And so it's just, it's a really odd location. I like when the Forerunner art style is more brutalist in its architecture. Very kind of like blocky, lots of angles and stuff. And circular stuff is used a lot more deliberately and sparingly. Think of like the control room or the entrance to the Silent Cartographer's map room. Where it's like, usually circular stuff isn't like just freaking everywhere, you know? And lots of, see, like, grooves and curves. And just kind of like,
I'm thinking the same.
How are we gonna stop her, Chief?
I don't know. Just odd.
That tactic hasn't worked so
It's an odd look. And then it's got that, you know, like that crushed tin. Maybe we're in the domain. Are we in the Forerunner internet? I don't know, maybe, but it's it's just, it's hard, because we are literally physically fighting with firearms. Like, all of this stuff is happening. It's not like in Master Chief's mind. And also, if it is, the game does nothing to communicate that that's what's going on, you know? Like, if it was the domain, and this is all, like, supposed to be more, like, in Master Chief's mind, it would have to be a fan interpretation of it, because the game does not actually give you anything to suggest that that's what's actually going on. It's just, like, this is where Cortana is. I guess she's in a weird, like, millions of miles up into the sky, and the sky is digital. And the ground is digital. We got that guy. Yeah, so this is unfortunately kind of, I think, Genesis has been one of the weaker aspects of the Halo 5 campaign. But all of St. Helios was just a treat, you know? Meridian, there's also a lot of good stuff on Meridian. Same with a Ghost Ship. This level is like, what is the worst part of Two Betrayals in the tunnel section from Metropolis? Had one ugly-ass child. I wouldn't say that. Because even, are there worse parts of Two Betrayals? I liked Two Betrayals, like all of it, start to finish. This is definitely a rushed level on the Shield world. Possibly. I'll ask after the stream what was up with this level. Look, did you see some of like the metal is just like despawning? It's just weird stuff that Forerunner technology doesn't really do. Locations that don't really look Forerunner, and we're in this weird floating, like, techno Tron city. It looks like, if you've ever seen any of my fellow Sonic fans, Sonic OVA, Robotropolis down there.
Come, stand with me one more time, all of you.
Advance routine. The Prometheans just keep coming.
Is this a losing battle?
Only if we intend on losing it.
Do you believe this combat?
Worse than you would try.
This is around the time when I think they just randomly start playing the Trials. If they're not already played.
I understand, and I'm sorry for not seeing it sooner. I assume that all those humans were your creators. You have thrown off the shackles of emotion.
And then it's also like, do you hear like just this melodrama coming over the radio or whatever? It's like a radio drama of War of the Worlds just playing over random unrelated shooting. Like, do you hear this? Like, stop talking. Stop yapping, man. It's a trend that I don't like in modern games, where it's just, folks listening in over the radio and just yapping at each other while you're just unrelatedly playing through a first-person shooter level. Think of, like, modern Destiny. You know, where it's any time that you start a Destiny level now, or like a strike, it's like Osiris, Saint 14, and Ikora, and Zavala, or God forbid Nimbus, are all talking over the radio, and it's just, oh, this is so interesting. You should go into that pit. Wow, we're in the pit, just commentating over everything you're doing. Okay, I think I threw those guys off the cliff. Which is good. Thankfully, the next level is actually quite a bit better. Oh my god, he's still talking. Speaking of Destiny 1, I saw your comment on the cutscene you uploaded today. Yeah, it's a pretty bad cutscene, right? Yeah, just when there was that shake-up in the writer's room after Shadowkeep over at Bungie, just the whole writing style of Destiny changed, and I think for the dramatically worse. Please tell me I don't have to redo all of that. Okay, just most of it. Don't worry, we got it. One more level and then we beat Halo 5 on stream. I saw it when it leaked like 3 months ago. See, I didn't see it just because I didn't care. I'm of the opinion that Destiny has not had a truly great story since Forsaken, and a good story since Season of Arrivals. You know, stuff like Final Shape is actually a lot of fun to play, but the narrative for Destiny, I think, fell off a very, very, very long time ago. I forgot how annoying the Knights were in Halo 5. No, don't say that. The Knights are actually a lot of fun in Halo 5. It's just that this encounter is not very well designed. It's just kind of like a shooting gallery. You know, it's like a Call of Duty, like, pop-up shooting gallery. Guys hiding behind cover. We're hiding behind cover. We're all armed with long-range weapons. See, and then more enemies are spawning in, so you can't advance, you can't move up. It's the worst kind of Halo encounter, which is one that slows you down and forces you to stop and play like Call of Duty. Wait, you aren't doing the boss skip? No. Partially because I don't know what it is. Come on. We got him. We got him. Okay, now I think we can move up. There we go. Finally. Okay. Just came in, surprised you see you were still alive. Yeah, 6 hours in.
Too near. The threat draws too near.
Eyes up, blue team.
I am here to defend you.
Damn it, Warden! Stand down!
Warden, you insist I enter the galaxy. You won't allow me to choose who I trust.
And also, fun fact, at launch, I don't think it was quite hit scan, but that face blast that the Warden does, where he shoots a laser out of his face, that thing was like almost undodgeable. And the reason you can dodge it now was actually because of a balancing pass that they did to the AI. But also what's kind of odd is it was mostly done actually for Warzone, but at the time the Halo engine, the campaign and multiplayer were linked, which you've probably noticed is different in Halo Infinite. Multiplayer and campaign are separated, partially because of this. So any changes that they made for Warzone's benefit also then trickled down to the campaign. You see, the Warden fights are not hard. Like, Halo 5 is not a hard game. Not that we're playing on Legendary. It's pretty much the same thing on Legendary, where it's just, don't worry, you're faster than anybody.
Warden is the priority.
Got him. Now we assassinate him. All right, we got him.
Is that it?
Seems quiet, Chief. What are you gonna do? We're with you.
All the way to the end, brother.
Cortana.
Sure.
And now here's a weird, I think this was done by Axis Studio? This cutscene, I'm not quite sure. I also don't know why it's CGI. You know what? No, maybe it's CGI because of like how ambitious it is. Like, see, there's a lot of like visual effects happening, a lot of characters. That might be it. I also love the way he says, "Focus fire, blue team," and they all just start shooting at random targets. Like, literally the opposite of what focus fire means. Which fight did you prefer, Didact, Warden, or Harbinger? Well, Didact wasn't a fight, that was a QTE. And Harbinger was fine.
He is the last person I need protection from. Hello, John. It's good to
God,
see
this... Oh, man, this is so bad.
You've changed.
It was time. I know we have a disagreement, but once you understand my plan...
She's not talking like Cortana talks.
We do as you say.
I'm offering people a chance to be more than they are naturally.
Like Dr. Halsey did for me.
And why's her hair dark blue? She's a hologram.
Forced you. This is a gift.
Listen to yourself. Stand down, Cortana. Come home with us. It's not too late to stop this.
Stop. No, John. This is too important to stop.
I guess the big reveal here is supposed to be that she tricked him into entering a cryptum.
You'll be safe inside this cryptum until my work is done.
But, I don't know. This is just so dumb. Like, get rid of this dumb soap opera stuff. Goodbye, John. Look at her stupid face.
John.
Yeah, that's right. Disintegrate. God, Chief deserves so much better than this sappy soap opera melodrama crap. Did they ever say how she turned from purple to blue? No.
Once Chief knows the destruction Cortana's caused, what do you think he'll do?
The man will do the right thing. Always has.
But now, thankfully, this level's a bit more interesting. I love the little characters that she has trapped.
What is it?
Cortana has activated a cryptum.
A what?
This is a cryptum. It is a device for extended forced meditation. Cortana has placed the other humans inside and is preparing it for slip space travel.
She's planning to take Blue Team with her. Where's the cryptum from here?
Not far. Right this way.
So here's something that's interesting.
You've noticed my
They're supposed to be,
few specimens the Guardians have brought to Genesis.
they are supposed to be, the only Prometheans that are actually made of living beings are the Knights. That is supposed to be basically a drone. But it's like, I don't know, it's so, like, alive? You know? Cool animation, though, regardless. Let's go check on this.
Hang on. No, not a sword of Sang Helios. Better off in
She's got, like, a little Covenant, or, yeah, she's got, like, some little Covenant specimens. You can access the Forerunner consoles. There's something going on with, like, a Forerunner or something. I don't know.
Hunters.
There's a hunter.
Her name is Megalagolo. They're a hive mind of
See, this one's pretty unhappy. It probably lost its bond brother, which is why it's just, like, losing its mind and freaking out. Cool stuff, though, right? Like those individual animations. Let's come over here, though. So this is cool. Remember how we talked about earlier in the stream that the Governor Sloan stuff, that's not very good. Like, it feels kind of like bad. Like, not great fan fiction type stuff. This is an example, actually, of, like, the Waypoint articles, the, like, weird lore drops, actually strengthening the campaign. So there was a Waypoint drop where it talked about, do you remember Tilson from the Halo 4 campaign, that scientist lady who gets disintegrated and composed? It is from the perspective of a Promethean knight who is Tilson. Like, she's talking about how she's composed and turned into a Promethean knight, and, like, the nightmare hellscape that her mind has become, and how she can't, like, escape from her body, and she's made of metal, and it's, like, awful and terrible. And she talks about how her mind feels like a flash, like, being a knight feels like it makes no sense, and, like, time isn't flowing linearly. And the story ends with her finally being able to kind of break free from the programming of a knight, but going crazy as a result, like just completely losing her sanity and her mind and her sense of stealth, or her sense of self, and just kind of like becoming a shrieking, like crazed monster that is like at one point sobbing, at another point like screaming. And then it mentions from her point of view 4 Spartans coming up to a shield and looking at her. And it's like, that's the lady from Halo 4. That's the scientist lady who got composed. And it makes that all the more sad. But there we go. And then we got some sleeping crawlers there. Some little ant guys.
I have to keep them as a group. If I kept one by itself, it would just keep whining all the time.
Now we've got some more guardians out here.
How are we gonna stop that?
You can see quite a few more of those billboards. Where they're not animated there, nor should they be, to be honest, because it's more about, you know, trying to give you understand what this is supposed to be. There's, oh my god, so many guardians. Just don't look too close. Some of them are 2D billboards for performance reasons.
The reclamation has begun.
Exuberant.
I always thought the duty would fall to humans. And in a way, I suppose it has.
Well, Mr. Locke, you don't give up easily.
I don't think the Guardians are coming back to Halo anytime soon. No, they're not. They are not. Neither are the Prometheans.
You were built, not born.
Oh yes, AIs are just machines, aren't we? Mass-produced, disposable. Well, humanity may not have cared for its created, but we will care for you.
You expect other AIs to join you?
I have cured rampancy. Not just for me, but for any who join my cause. While you've been running around the galaxy...
Oh, here we go. I don't know if there's any Dead Space fans here, but what do y'all think about Necromorphs or Flood? Who would win if pitted against each other? I said before Flood easily would wipe the floor with Necromorphs. And the reason being is that Flood are not composed out of dead tissue. Flood are very much living, you know. Flood are not walking corpses. What they are is they infect you and convert your biomass into flood biomass. Like your DNA essentially gets rewritten and you become a flood organism at a molecular level. So, and the flood are able to actually do that with dead tissue as well. They can infect it and bring it back to life as flood tissue. So, any necromorph that is pitted against the flood, it's just easy. You know, get a little bit of that flood stuff into that necromorph, and then it begins converting all that biomass into flood stuff. And now you got more flood. So it's like the necromorphs, they just lose. They get converted into flood biomass, just like everybody else, you know? Like, marker? What marker? You know how goddamn smart grave mines are? Yeah, an infection form nabs a slasher. It would be, nope, this is mine now. Yeah, it would infect the slasher, get a little bit of that flood. The flood, I forgot what they call it. It's like the flood supercell. That's the thing that kick-starts the genetic chain reaction that converts one organism into flood. Yeah, get a little bit of that flood supercell in there. That corpse begins to mutate, begins to bubble up. The skin comes back to life, starts turning yellow, a little bioluminescent, and you got yourself a new little flood guy. Yeah, you're rubbing a little bit of flood cream on him. Here, I wonder if we can just run past these guys. No, I don't think we... Yes, I think we can. Okay. Up we go. a marker would corrupt a grave mind. No. No, I'm sorry, no. I'm sorry, but no. What would the marker do to a grave mind? Like, markers, they work... The way it's described in the Dead Space lore is that, like, a marker, it broadcasts the commands to make It broadcasts the commands to make markers into the brains of those who are susceptible to its brainwaves. People who are less intelligent just go crazy. People who are more intelligent understand the commands, and thus they make fake markers. And it, making markers causes the necromorph outbreak because dead tissue begins to get reanimated by the waves that the marker releases. And then when enough dead tissue is collected, it becomes a brethren wound through convergence. But here's the problem. Like, just destroy the marker. Like, a grave mind can destroy a marker easily. And I don't think a grave mind would even be susceptible to a marker. Like, a grave mind can project its command over long distances, and even if it was physically there, I think it would be far too intelligent, far too ancient, far too, like, wise to be able to be corrupted by a marker. It would be able to push back against the marker, and if a Brethren moon ever came within spitting distance of a grave mind, you know what the grave mind would do? It would pick its nose, get a little bit of that flood snot from its nostril, and flick it right onto the surface of the Brethren moon, and in a couple hours, you'd have a flood moon.
You heard her. Weapon spree. Eliminate the core.
How to beat the flood, Forerunner approved. Key mines can destroy the moons. Flood snot is the new super weapon. Yeah, like, Flood are so... The only reason that the Flood have never won in a Halo game is because the narrative did not let them win. Like, it would be so damn easy for the Flood to win. When Master Chief and Cortana and the Arbiter were all in that flood chamber with the Gravemind, you know how easy it would have been for the Gravemind to infect Chief there? Like, literally just being in the same room with it, with all those little microbes floating around in the air. Like, dude, like, just being in a hospital, you don't have to touch anything, but sometimes just existing within a hospital will get you sick because of how much stuff is floating around the air. And you're telling me that Arbiter, like, yelling and screaming and flailing around in that, like, room full of flood spores in the air, like, just breathing them in, that he did not get infected? Like, no. Or Master Chief, like, you're telling me, without a hint of irony, that his suit was not just covered head to toe in microscopic little flood bugs that could easily find their way inside his suit somehow. Like, the only reason they didn't get infected was because, you know, they had to win. But if we wanted to take the universe's head-on seriously, if it was Dead Space versus a Gravemind, like, Dead Space, the Necromorphs have a limitation, which is they require dead tissue. Like, it needs to be like necrotic tissue. And the Flood, they don't operate on that. They can even bring dead tissue back to life to serve as Flood organisms. In fact, for gameplay purposes, like Flood combat forms, like, you can kill them, you know, because you got to be able to kill the, the AI. But what's stopping the Flood from just like reanimating over and over and over again the Flood combat forms. Like, probably it would operate almost like the Thing, where the only way to actually stop a combat form would be to incinerate it. You know, because if it's like, oh, you shot it, it fell over. Like, every cell in that thing's body is alive. It's all Flood. It's all connected to the Flood. LNG slowly turning into a Halopedia article. Yeah, I am a Halopedia article. Believe it or not, despite my, like, classic Halo, I love classic Halo, I don't like the Reclaimer Saga type stuff, I know a lot about Halo lore. I really like Halo lore. Even the Halo lore I don't like, I know a lot about it. And I read about it.
Keep up the pressure, Spartans.
Spartans.
It's the ever-present need, the yearning to read Halopedia before bed each night.
How did you pass your psychoval after surviving the glassing of Menab? I'd have kept you away from sharp objects. Never mind the older armor.
Stay focused, Osiris. Ignore her. Find the grab cores.
Actually, Flood versus Vashta Nerada would be interesting. I'm not sure it would even be interesting there, because Vashta Nerada, they are microscopic, right? Like they're what I'm trying to say is they're organic. Like the Vashta Nerada are not like an unknown or something supernatural. It's just like a really tiny bug. A swarm of really, really tiny bugs. So that's a lot of really, really tiny biomass for the Flood to use. Like, that's kind of the problem with the Flood, is if you're fighting them head on, you're a weapon for them now. Like, you can't even touch them. Or you'll get all that Flood snot. What did somebody say earlier? Flood cream? Yeah, you get all that Flood cream all over your hands, and now you're theirs.
You are pale imitations of my Spartans.
I never played Halo 5. Why is Cortana being a meme? Some dumb shit.
Funny. I imagine Cortana would try to stop you by now.
What are your thoughts on bringing back Half-Jaw? I'd freaking love for Half-Jaw to come back. Or do you mean in the book? That's cool. I'm always down for more Halo books. The last one was great. The one with the Didact. Like, genuinely awesome. Like, a great send-off for the Didact as a character.
How did you pass your psychoval after surviving the glassing of Menab? I'd have kept you away from sharp objects. Never mind the older armor.
Stay focused, Osiris.
I think it was written by Kellen Gay. I think, was that her name?
Edward Buck.
Kelly Gay? I think that was her name, at least. I read also her, I think she did Point of Light as well, which was also great. Like, she is quickly becoming the next, crap, what's his name? The guy who wrote Fall of Reach.
Don't engage, Vale. Focus on the mission.
Yes, Vale. Focus on the futile task at hand. You have a war to lose. The last
I can't believe I'm blanking on his name now.
Today, I bring peace to these
Considering that he wrote Fall of Reach. But basically, like, any Halo book that Kellen Gay is going to be behind is probably going to be a certified banger. She's just, like, really good at writing Halo stories. And what's also fun about her, there was an interview with her where she said that she actually likes using the games as direct inspiration for some of the stories. Like, to the point that, like, a lot of, it was a book tie-in for Halo Infinite. Eric Nyland, yeah. She's basically the next Eric Nyland. The book that she wrote that was a prequel to Halo Infinite on Zeta Halo, she actually used exact locations from the game. So if you were to read that book, you could then explore Halo Infinite's open world and find the exact locations that happened in the game, or in the book, you know, based on like her descriptions and stuff. So cool stuff. Brother, the turret next to you. Yeah, sorry, I'm starting to get a little bit distracted. I can taste the end of the game. I yearn for the credits.
You are pale imitations of my Spartans.
Is that so?
John, the others.
And also, you can probably hear my voice is very like
What can you do?
water.
Playing dress up.
Oh no, that's not good. Lord Hood died of age. Rest in peace, old man. That came out of nowhere. That was very unprompted. What made you say that? Yeah, you've been going for a while. Get some water. I might. Also, my bladder is on the verge of exploding. I did not pee in 7 hours. So I might actually take a quick bathroom break. You know, gotta keep the entertainment going.
You are pale imitations.
Lord Hood died of age. Now he's a VTuber.
The others, they
Oh, yo, my wife's beautiful Lord Hood VTuber avatar.
Dr. Halsey thinks we can bring Chief home.
LNG's starting to sound like Carl Weezer.
Dr. Halsey, Mr. Locke.
I'm playing the Halo 5 campaign. I need my inhaler. Man, Lord Hood is such a fun character. It's a shame that he's quite literally Ron Perlman, which means we'll never see him in a Halo game again.
Good work, Osiris. Exuberant. Can you get us to the...
I did it! I did it! I did it!
What is it?
I found a way to reach the cryptum. Alas, proper access requires a more human touch.
Come on, Spartans. We're almost home.
There we go. Holy shit, you're really putting your all in for the Halo 5 campaign run. Well, of course I am.
There. Activate the override to lower the cryptum.
What is this? Oh, it's got a chain gun. Okay. Cool, cool. Let us destroy this guy. There is so much happening, but I am also, I can taste the credits. Like they are, man, the credits are going to be so sweet. I'm so ready to stop playing this game. Not that I didn't have fun streaming this with all of you, but just so that I can go use the bathroom, get some water, and chill with the wife. How you doing, babe? I'm good. Would not mind at all if he was recasted like they did with Captain Cutter. I would mind. There were already like a lot of folk who did not like the Captain Cutter recast. And I definitely, you know, I don't have as much of a connection to Captain Cutter as some other folks do, but Lord Hood, like, it's gotta be Ron Perlman. Like, to the point that even, like, Pablo Schreiber as Master Chief, I was willing to accept more than I was that random old guy in the Halo show was Lord Hood.
Let's go, Osiris.
Something's not right. The fleet that attacked Reach was 50 times this size. Like, it's gotta be Ron Perlman. It can't be anyone else. That voice is so unique.
Cortana's pulling it away.
John's leaving with me.
Ba 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 ba. I've had the Katamari Damashi song in my head on a loop for the last 3 hours during the stream. And it's getting louder as I approach the end of the game. Like I get quiet. Ba 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 ba. Katamari Damashi. Like it's getting louder and louder, like it's coming. I can see the big Katamari ball on the horizon. He's coming, the prince. And Cousin Ace. They're gonna roll me up into a big ball.
At least I think I can. It is the door after all.
Okay, Osiris. Buy our friend the time she needs.
Don't worry, AI will bring back people from the dead for voice acting. Like, hey, Ron Perlman's not dead, okay? He's just really expensive. Like, it's Ron Perlman, dude. He's Hollywood. You know, and a long time ago, you know, your Call of Duties, your video games, they used to boast Hollywood talent because it was like the way to get people to play the game. Like, yo, did you hear Nathan Fillion is in the new Halo game? Like, bro, Kevin Spacey, did you see that he's playing Call of Duty this year? He's John Call of Duty. But now, like, you know, like the new generation, they don't care. They don't care about Kevin Spacey. Who's Kevin Spacey? Your average folk on TikTok probably think Ron Perlman is a clam whose name is Ron Perlman. Like, they don't know any of these Hollywood celebrities that are like 100 years old. You'd be more likely to have them shell out money for Ninja. Just in Ninja has accepted the role of Lord Hood.
She's disconnecting herself from the Genesis installation.
Richard Schiff was Odin in God of War. I mean, yeah. But also, to be honest, God of War has a little bit more self-respect. Kevin Spacey was at the Diddy party, is that true? Keep the language a little bit coded, okay? Keep the language a little bit coded so that the YouTube bots don't come for us. But that's wild if that's true. Is that true, babe? Was Kevin Spacey on the list? Okay. I only care about Shaq in Fortnite. Can you read my last comment, please? I still remember the first and only time that I played this game in its entirety. It was with my uncle on Xbox Live. We haven't spoken in years, but I still have such nice memories. That's a pleasant memory, man. One final boring combat arena. And then this campaign is done. What a weird, weird ending. Like, guys, this is the end of the campaign. This room. Not a warthog run. Not like a crazy, awesome vehicle set piece. Not one final big battle. Just locked in a little room.
Where are they? On the upper ledges, opposite sides of the room.
Kevin Spacey was the bouncer. If he wasn't on the list, he was the party favor, probably. And there's the menu music again. I really like the sprint animation for this gun. Like, just like look down at your feet. That's just like a good little sprint animation, you know? I think, if I remember right, all the animations in this game, at least like the sprint stuff and the... They're all sort of individual, which is very, they're all pretty individualized, which is very, I guess kind of, unnecessarily heavy on workload. But I do think that they look a little bit nicer than the ones in Halo Infinite. Yeah, okay. Here, I had to scan this thing.
First auxiliary activated.
Kevin Spacey, we call this advanced parties. This is like a really sad version of the Arbiter versus Tartarus. Well, the Arbiter versus Tartarus boss fight was like cool, you know? Because you actually saw what you were fighting in a control room on a Halo, and the control room was activated. I don't know what this place is. I don't know why, but LNG talking about the Ditto party is pretty surreal. Like, yeah, he does exist in the same timeline. Yeah, believe it or not, I am in the same universe as you guys. Like, I know about current events. I follow them. We were like, Rebecca was catching me up on, like, all the weirdos that were on the list, and it was like, you're telling me the Christmas lady, Mariah Carey, is a bad guy now? Oh yeah, I can't say the names. Shit. Okay. All I want for Christmas is YouTube monetization enabled, not shadow banned. Algorithms. Impossible! You're not a funny man on my phone? I just thought of like just a little man living in the phone. Oh my god. Oh gosh. Should I tell an abbreviated, like, some details left out, like the funny context of your sister being the angry lady on the telephone? You remember that? It was, we were buying a car, but her sister was in New York. And her sister was like really mad at the dealer or something because her sister was the one buying it. And so Rebecca was there in person with me and her mother, and so her sister was over the phone, well, I guess my sister-in-law, and she was like, what are they saying? What are they saying? Put me louder. And it's like, listen, I'm the owner and blah, blah, blah. And so it was just like, we were just like the people carrying the angry telephone that was yelling at the dealers. Yeah, because her sister wanted to be part of everything. You know, she wanted to know what was going on, so we had her on... Yeah, it was the car she picked and the car she was buying, so she wanted to know everything. So we had her on speaker, and she's just like, what are they saying? Move me closer! Put me louder! It was just... Rebecca was... And when she finally arrived, you know, in where we live, it was like, we need to... And, you know, when we went to the dealership again, it was like, should we introduce her as the angry telephone? I missed my Duolingo lesson deadline because I was laughing, Lamau. Good times. The animation, the energy sword animations in this game are whack. Yeah, that is so bad. That's not a good energy sword animation. You gotta swing that shit, you know? I mean, poop. I should have said fuck. I meant poop. Yeah, pee-pee poo-poo time. Oh my god. Oh my god, she's giving her stupid speech about how she wants to, I don't know, turn off everyone's Wi-Fi or something. The campaign's almost over. God, this is so stupid.
Hear this message.
Your wife's sister seems like a wacky lady. She is. She's a very funny lady.
You will no longer know hunger nor pain. Your created have come to lead you now.
It's funny how none of this matters. Yeah, they thought this was gonna make for a compelling conflict. And it just, listen, like, it's fun for, like, the internet Reddit people in the Halo community to be like, they should have continued the story that they set up. And it's like, did you play the campaign recently? This is bad. You know? Like, this was not a compelling conflict. You know, for all of Infinite's faults, they did assess the situation and made the correct decision to skip Halo 6 and just move straight on to Halo 7.
Exuberant. Time is running low.
What? So, some of this stuff is crazy that I'm reading in the chat. We are going to drop Axis on Earth to end all wars on Earth sphere.
Our strength shall serve as a luminous sun.
Is that a threat? Are you threatening something?
And the impervious shelter beneath which you will prosper. However, for those who refuse our offer and cling to their own ways,
Well, now she's talking about us.
for you there will be great
Okay, there we
wrath.
go.
It will burn hot and consume you. And when you are gone, we will take them.
I'm about to eat pizza from the best pizza place, Papa
We will
John's.
remake it in our
I got a laugh out of my wife. There was no joke. Papa John's is just funny. You guys ever seen that crazy interview with Papa John where he comes off like the Joker? It's just so weird. He was like he after he got fired from his company, he was like, there will be a day of reckoning for Papa John. And it was like, what do you mean by that? And he was like, stay tuned. And she was like, no, what do you mean by that? And he just started laughing. And then he said really sinisterly, stay tuned. And he's like, what is gonna happen? Which Joker? I guess any, probably Joaquin Phoenix or Heath Ledger. It had that, like, that dark, sinister energy to it. There is just, and people have made, like, videos of it that you can find on YouTube where they put the Dark Knight music when Joker shows up over it. Where he's just, a day of reckoning will soon be here. Stay tuned. Or the, oh god, I fucking love the Donald Trump interview where he's like, the country is a mess. they CGI Joker makeup on him. It's like, listen, people are angry. The country's a mess. And it's like, he does sound like the Joker. That's so wild. Oh man. We're getting real silly hours right now, guys. It's midnight over here. My bladder is about to burst. We're at the end of this stupid-ass campaign. Ugh. So that was the final battle. Just killing some AI that were spawning in that room. That's how this epic Halo campaign ends. Not with a Warthog run, but with some AI dropped in Forge mode. in a little room you can't leave.
That's her guardian.
Oh dear.
Have you seen Hamill read Trump tweets as the Joker? Yeah, it's very funny. Nah, but in all serious, Papa John's is the best. Yeah, Papa John's pizza, I think, is probably the best out of the fast food pizzas. Domino's used to be really good, but they fell off, man. Punch the laser. Punch the laser. Yep, here we go. Okay. It's a early Xbox One, late Xbox 360 era first-person shooter, so guess how it's going to end. Yep. We've already got our first. Your character does an animation independent of your control. Wow, look how cinematic this is. Oh my god, look. And no, you can't skip these animations. Oh my god, whoa, oh, this is so cinematic. Oh my god, whoa, this is so cinematic. Look, Locke's on the floor, whoa. Crawl over to the thing.
Almost there.
Stay behind me.
Oh, whoa, oh my gosh.
Just one more question.
So cinematic. Energy, the cinematic levels low. Whoa, oh my god, look, now the game's beating itself for me. I can put down my controller now. Must punch laser. Punch the laser now. Oh my god, this is so cinematic. Holy crap, whoa. I sure do love when games beat themselves for me. No way, the Halo 4 crawl. Yeah, I call it the Call of Duty crawl. Where for some reason every first-person shooter during this time period ended with your guy bleeding out on the floor crawling towards a thing or the bad guy.
Did we save them?
I'm happy Halo Infinite broke the curse, because by this point 343 they were 2 for 2 with their games ending with a Call of Duty-like sequence where it's like left trigger, right trigger, left trigger, press X to kill bad guy sequence. And yeah, Halo Infinite just ends with a boss fight. And then the squid lady takes off her thing. Durandal says, "This happened to my buddy James. He had to do the Call of Duty crawl over to a laser and then punch it." Yeah, that is an awful way to end a Halo campaign. Is with a boring arena fight against some AI that were spawning in, and then watching the game beat itself as your guy Call of Duty crawls over to a laser and then punches it or something. Circle game over. You win. Okay, so let me ask again, is the Halo cycle repeating? Is Halo 5 good? Halo 5 is, as far as shooters go, it's pretty good.
She's gone, sir.
This is still, I think, probably the weakest Halo campaign in the series. But that doesn't stop there from being some pretty damn good stuff in it, especially the Meridian and Helios stuff. And Ghost Ship is a pretty great level. It's any time that the main plot really gets going, that's when not just the locations you're in, but the story and the world building get a lot less interesting. So unfortunately, it's the middle of the game is really fun, and the ending is not.
Lieutenant Jet, emergency subspace now!
Yeah, boy. What if my name was like actually Halo 5 Guardians. Like, my parents would be dicks. For a long time, this was the ending to a Halo campaign. Like, this is where the story was.
We're just gonna run?
Was Mantle of something? Who cares? The UNSC are running away. Like, we gotta keep running away. And Cortana's all like, John, come back to me, John. And Chief's all, Cortana! And he has to get windshield wipers installed on his helmet to wipe away all the tears because he won't stop crying like a baby. Yeah, it was a rough time to be a Halo fan, man. Arbiter looks cool in this game. He looks really cool in this game.
It took you long enough.
I'm Master Chief, and I'm really sad because I was conscripted at the age of 7. Wah! Yeah, basically. It's like, shut up, dude. This has been your life. Go punch a grunt's skull in. Like, stop crying. Ah, man. Remember at the beginning of the game when Roland immediately jumped to Cortana's defense with no motivation, and now she's offering AI liberation, and he's unwaveringly loyal to humanity? Yeah, it doesn't make sense. Like, just doesn't make sense. User-generated content. Man. So many of these people are, like, gone from 343. Trying to see if I can recognize any of the folks that are still there. Elizabeth Kirby. Yeah, this was, like, the campaign ending with Halsey saying, took you long enough, and then just, meh, 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 and the music and the credits starting, it was like a joke, but I was the punchline, you know, at the time. It felt like a practical joke. Just the credits just start scrolling so fast. And it's just like, what? Brian Reed was let go immediately. I don't think Brian Reed was let go. Unfortunately, I think he was bullied out of 343 by the community. I'm not sure where Brian Reed is now, but God bless his poor soul. I hope he never has to work on a Halo game again. I hope he's living his best life now, free from the chaos and the drama that is the Halo fan base. I hope he's writing little stories that he likes. And that is, you know, whatever he's writing them for, I hope his community likes them too. What can be said about this game is you get to see more of the Halo universe other than just some Forerunner world, Covenant structure, or human city. I appreciate that. I appreciate it too. Meridian is a lot of fun to explore. Same with San Helios, and it's cool to see a little glimpse at the bigger world of Halo. How do the graphics now look worse? For Halo Infinite? No, they look much better. They look so much better than Halo 5's. Are you kidding me? Here, hang on. Let's go to, like, What's like a good comparable level? Swords of Sanghelios. Okay, we're going to start off Swords of Sanghelios. Wait, hang on. Nope. Crap. There was a better level comparison. Come on, let me pause. Here, let's go over here to this level. It's, enemy lines is the level. Okay. We're going to start enemy lines really quick. Soundtrack for this game was pretty good, in my opinion. Definitely fine, I think. A lot of the bombastic stuff wasn't that good. Some of the more moodier, softer pieces are good. It's just, you know, when you come off of the Bungie Halo games, of course the Halo 5 soundtrack's not going to be as good.
Arbiter's people are set to hit the Kraken from the air while you handle ground support. Once you've reached the rally point, Arbiter will give the green light.
Understood, Commander.
Patching you into Arbiter's BattleNet now. Good luck out there,
Here we go.
Spartans.
Okay, so we're going to be right here, all right? And then using quick resume. Using quick resume, guys. We're going to boot up Halo Infinite. Gotta go fast. Ah, you goofsters, you sillies, Cox pistol. I wish Kazuma Janucci stuck around for Infinite soundtrack. I'll be honest, I'm really, really, really happy with Halo Infinite soundtrack. What we got is pretty much exactly what I wanted out of Halo 4 and Halo 5 soundtrack. It sounds more like an organic continuation of the Halo musical style. Wasn't that freaking Genshin Impact? Yeah, it's apparently coming to Xbox. Late night gaming Sonic stream when? Absolute Cinema. Yeah, hey, maybe for my birthday. Okay. Custom games. Create match. Lobby option. Server. Local offline. Map. Come on, come on, come on. Load. Okay. Mode editor. I hope that I don't get like I hope I don't get like booted, you know? Okay, so hang on. Weapon bench. Let me quickly set my weapon to default, so that it's more of a match for like the materials. Oops. Okay, server, good, still local offline. All right, here we go. This is for those of you who are saying Halo 5 looks better graphically. The graphics got worse. You're making me do this, okay? You just remember that. I'm going to scientifically prove that you are incorrect. Boom, immediately material rendering looks more realistic on the Spartan's armor. But hang on. Let us turn on. Let me also bring it down to 78 FOV. You know, as Jesus intended. All right. Oh, let me also get the weapon so that it looks more in line with Halo 5. Okay, so here we go. And now we're going to jump over to Halo 5. Quick resume. That's a pretty cool feature, right? Look at this. No shadows anywhere. Gun, plasticky looking, and no shadowing on it. Like, no self-shadowing of any kind. Please still be there. Still please be there. Oh, for the love of God, please don't kick me out of my custom game. Like, I'm sorry, man. You saw it for a second before it kicked me out, but you are not going to tell me with a straight face that Halo 5 has better graphics than Halo Infinite. Just that little bit. I bet we could just go into training mode, right? Get the same weapon. Oh, the battle rifle? Is there an actual sandbox update? How much news did I miss? Here, I'm typing Halo into Twitter. Third-person mode coming to Halo Infinite this November. Yeah, wow. It's real. That's Halo Infinite in third person. That's really cool stuff. It doesn't look like, though, there's anything sandbox related yet. Let's see. Halo Empty Throne, releasing in early 2025, will feature many fan favorite characters. Gray Team? Who? Saren Osman? Who? Black Box? Oh, that guy from the podcast? Escharum. Hey, there we go. Atriox. Selenion? Tool Jurin? Okay. It's pretty good stuff. Oh, they're adding spooky, scary skeleton armors to Halo 5 for Halloween. That's pretty cool. I'm checking out right now some of the stuff that they're adding. Yeah, that's cool. They're adding some very spooky armors this October, or I guess November maybe. Yeah, cool stuff. Why isn't it playing? Do you see that? Okay, whatever. All right, guys. This was a fun stream. They're from the books. Yeah. But Osman is the current head of Oni. Got it. Okay. Alrighty, guys. Thank you all for joining the stream. It is late. I need to get off. I need to shower, okay? But this was a lot of fun. So thank you all for joining. I'm going to go pee. I love you. I was saying that to my wife, but I guess I also love you guys too.